Top 10 worst years in human history.
Around for roughly 200,000 years. And honestly, most...
Let me guess a few of them. Something with the Black Plague. World War II when the bombs dropped. In human history, I was going to say in history, probably when the meteor hit the dinosaurs. Humans weren't around then. 2008. Why? The housing market crash? Y2K when the world didn't end.
That time was spent dying in pools of our own diarrhea.
2020. I don't think like COVID years are top 10 worst years in human history. Yeah, Holocaust. That's why I said World War II.
So when you think of the worst years in human history, it's basically all of them. But that would be a boring video. So let's be prisoners of the moment and allow recency bias to cloud our analysis as we rank the top 10 worst years to be alive in human history. Number 10, 1918. This year kicks off with a little...
I feel like that was a pretty fire year now. Wasn't that right before the Roaring 20s? Roaring 20s was like a great time to fucking like be a middle-class American.
Little something called the Spanish flu.
Unless you were black or a woman or a minority or a non-white man or disabled. Okay, so maybe it wasn't a great time to be alive during the 1920s.
Surprisingly, this flu wasn't
or gay. Yeah, okay.
Actually from Spain, but it was still no bueno. Exact numbers for the death toll are kind of hard to pin down.
Oh, Spanish flu.
But estimates range from 20 to 50 million human deaths globally. The Spanish flu was
50 million deaths. How many people died from COVID? 7.1 million. Wow. So Spanish flu was like 6 times that? No, 7 point something times.
Particularly deadly for 2 reasons. 1, it was a brand new strain of the flu. And 2, the conditions of the Great War made it so much easier for the disease to spread. Soldiers returning home brought the flu with them, infecting people in remote areas who had no immunity to the virus. What was extra special about the Spanish flu was that it was unusually deadly for young adults compared to other flu viruses of the time, leading to a significantly higher death toll. This disease...
Chat, if you got the Spanish flu, do you think you would eat that shit? I think I got a pretty weak immune system when it comes to, like, big illnesses. I had COVID twice, and I was fine. But that was COVID. Spanish flu, like, part of me... Okay, I would never want it, but part of me is like, would I die with the Black Plague? Yeah. Yeah. No modern medicine, right? Like, let's say you get the Spanish flu, but you're not allowed to take, like, Advil, Tylenol, nothing. Like, you're just you're ripping it. You know, like, you're lasting that shit out. It's wraps. Most of us are dying.
It was terrifying for doctors.
Black Plague has to be on this. The Black Plague was so bad that people thought it was an evil that brought the end of the world, bro. That many people fucking died. There were bodies in the streets, piles of dead people. When the Black Plague was like the devil himself coming back to Earth, bro. Like a third, it was a third of Europe. I'm pretty sure it was more than a third of Europe. I think it was maybe a third of Europe as a whole, but a ton of, like, certain areas, like, almost everybody died. How many people in Europe died of the Black Plague? 50 million people, but this was in the 1300s. So 50 million people in the 1300s is way more than the 1900s. 30 to 60% of the continent's population of Europe died. Florence, for example, lost up to 60% of its population, similar to London. So, like, heavily populated cities lost, like, more than half of their people.
Just because of how quickly it spread, or how quickly their
It was a third of the world. That's what it was.
Patients died, but the process of how people died from it. Heliotrope cyanosis was a symptom of the Spanish flu, where a patient's skin would slowly turn purple as their lungs filled with fluid, preventing them from getting enough oxygen into their bloodstream. The blue/purple color would start in their lips and fingers, but eventually spread across their whole body as they neared death. After the patient passed, their entire body would then quickly turn from purple to black. Truly horrific stuff. To make matters worse, 1918 was also the final year of World War I, which saw another 5 million global casualties and made most of Europe no fun. Also in this year, you had the Russian Revolution going on, which ended the House of Romanov for good with the assassination of Nicholas II and his family this year. This revolution allowed Vladimir Lenin to take power, where he established a totalitarian dictatorship that oversaw the mass killing of political dissidents. The revolution was marked by brutal civil war and famine, which killed millions more. And finally, the Treaty of Versailles was being drafted, which, while not initially terrible, put Germany in a super bad mood that had some pretty major downstream consequences. But more on that later. Number 9, 1492.
What happened in 1492? I feel like there's a gap. I feel like there's a gap in human knowledge. Like, most humans know a lot of shit that happened between 1800 and, like, today. And then you know a little bit about the 1600s and, like, Jamestown and, you know, fucking witch trial shit, blah, blah, blah. You know, you could even go back to, like, certain, like, poets or people that were alive, like musicians in, like, 1300s. 1492, oh, Columbus. Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Ooh. That one slipped the brain for a minute there. Yeah.
We all know in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But by doing
You gotta say the rhyme for me to know. You can't just show me the date.
that, Columbus also opened up a portal to hell for nearly everyone who is currently living in the Americas.
Yo, that motherfucker was a horrible person, bro. They don't teach. Yo, they deadass didn't teach. I feel like now they probably do. I remember when I was a kid, bro, they did not teach about Columbus being a horrible person. They were like, Columbus founded the Americas. That motherfucker lied to the Native Americans and said that the fucking moon was gonna, or the sun was gonna disappear, or the moon was gonna disappear. They lied. He was like, hey, the sun's gonna disappear if you don't fucking give us food. And they were like, no, it won't. Because who the fuck would believe that? And he just knew knowledge about astronomy, and he said his God was more powerful than theirs. And then there was a fucking solar eclipse, and the sun disappeared. And then they fucking gave them all their food, and then died.
Every indigenous person that came in contact with the Europeans.
I thought he said the moon would be of blood. I'm pretty sure he just predicted a solar eclipse. Yeah, in 1504, there was a total lunar eclipse. During his fourth voyage, Christopher Columbus induced the inhabitants of Jamaica to continue provisioning him and his hungry men, intimidating them by predicting a total lunar eclipse. Some claim Columbus used the ephemeris of the German astronomer, but Columbus himself attributed the prediction to the almanac of Abraham Zacuto. He got beached, blah, blah, blah. They needed food. They couldn't give it to him. And then he, like, basically just, like,
settler was
lied
either
to them. He would also, like, you know, do some pretty fucked up shit in general.
Killed by a disease, killed in the slave trade, killed in war, or died of a broken heart. And while it certainly didn't all happen in one year, the introduction of European settlers to the Americas ended up killing 90% of the indigenous population.
Even if it was a peaceful interaction, Europeans brought over diseases that the Native Americans hadn't encountered yet. And then they all died. Same thing with, like, a lot of encounters with, like, Amazonian, like, tribes. Like, you just, like, go see them. You could be peaceful, and then they're all just gonna get, like, fucking smallpox and die.
Diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza decimated communities that had no immunity to these foreign illnesses. I guess one could argue that the events of 1492 had positive effects.
It was not peaceful. I'm saying there was multiple interactions. There were instances of peaceful interactions. Many were not.
On much of humanity.
Not with Columbus. I'm talking about, like, people just arriving to the Americas.
Leading to the age of exploration and the eventual globalization of trade and culture that brought us things like pizza and chocolate. However, the near extinction of an entire continent civilization does put it on our list. Number 8, 2008. This is probably the
housing market crash. I feel like we're jumping pretty heavily here. The housing market crash of 2008 was worse than smallpox.
Height of recency bias, but
and Vladimir Lenin.
Who cares? It sucked. 2008 was the year the entire world realized that rich people just basically make up how much money there is. And for a number of reasons too complicated to go into in this video, something called Lehman Brothers went out of business, and then the entire global economy collapsed. Stock markets around the world crashed. The American auto industry nearly went belly up, and the cost of food and gas.
And the bubble of borrowing money or having debt to buy assets is like what's happening right now with the AI bubble. I'm not trying to, like, make people panic, but the shit that happened right before the 2008 housing market crash where people were taking on debt to buy houses and assets is exactly what's happening right now with big businesses. So if it fails, they're fucked.
Went through the roof. It was the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression, causing millions of Americans to lose their jobs and homes. Also, if you've ever wondered, why do houses cost so much these days? Well, in the aftermath of the 2008 mortgage crisis, new home construction basically stopped for about 10 years because nobody could get a loan. And since there wasn't a 10-year hiatus on unprotected sex, we now have way too many people and way too few houses. So thanks again 2008 for still ruining all of our lives. What? China and Australia's economy actually grew during the Great Recession? What do you mean America isn't the center of the universe? Number 7, 73,000 BC.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little absurd to put the 2008 housing market crisis as one of the worst years in human history. Like, I wouldn't even say that's like top 50. Like, you could say 30s was like the Great Depression, because that was bad for the world as well.
Okay, so we're a little loosey-goosey on the exact year, but trust me, whenever it was bad. Rewind
73,000 BC. I love how we're jumping around history right now. We got Spanish flu, we have Christopher Columbus, 2008, and now 73,000 BC.
Clock 70 or so millennia, and you'll witness what's known as a super
Pompeii? When was Pompeii? Wait, is this Pompeii?
volcano eruption.
No, Pompeii was not 73,000 BC. 73,000 BC, there wasn't fucking cities yet. When was Pompeii? That was probably like fucking 3,000 years ago. 79 CE, so 2,000 years ago.
This particular event is known as the Toba catastrophe and is probably the thing Indonesia is second most famous for after Komodo dragons. This eruption set off a 10-year volcanic winter that nearly eliminated the entire human species. The Toba eruption released so much volcanic ash into the atmosphere that it blocked sunlight, leading to a drastic drop in global temperatures. The few survivors faced harsh conditions, with scarce food and resources, struggling to maintain their communities. The entire human population left on Earth was somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 people, or roughly the size of Brandon, South Dakota.
And we're all descendants of them. Wow. We're all related to those people. That's what I feel like. That's so cool that like every person has a common ancestor, like what, 60 people ago or something. Like there's somebody that so we're all related in some way. Yeah. But not in a sense of like incest. But then I'm pretty sure this era is when they were making like was it whale bones? No, I think it might have been like, what's that motherfucker from Ice Age? A mammoth bone huts. Yeah, people used to live in this. Stuff that looked like this. Ukraine. Mammoth bone structure homes. This is like when it was like really fucking cold out. They would make shit like this out of just straight animal remains because it was so insulative. And they would put like hides and other stuff on the outside because it was just cold as fuck.
You've never heard of Brandon, South Dakota? Okay, Madison Square Garden can hold around 20,000 people, so the entire population left on Earth after that eruption could fit in MSG twice. This phenomenon is known as a genetic bottleneck, and is also why we're all kind of related. Number 6, 1929. The Roaring Twenties came to an abrupt end in 1929 when the U.S. stock market crashed, setting off, stop me if you've heard this before, a global economic collapse. The Great Depression that followed was a decade-long economic
Oh no! American steel is down! Let me go withdraw all my money from the bank. And then they had no money.
disaster that affected almost every country in the world.
Yeah, imagine pulling up to a bank going, I want to withdraw my money. And they go, we don't have it. Huh?
Mental health was
We don't have it. Huh?
at an all-time low immediately following the market crash. Self-deletion rates were so high that some hotel operators in New York City would ask guests if they needed a room for sleeping or jumping out of. That's real. In the US, 1 in 4 people became unemployed, and wages for the remaining workforce were basically cut in half. Bread lines and soup kitchens became a common sight, and many people lost their homes and savings. One farmer of the day knew he couldn't afford to feed his sheep, so he slit their throats and threw them down a canyon instead of letting them starve. It's like,
Wow.
What? They don't like sheep? The events of 1929 set off a decade of economic hardship that culminated in Earth's favorite pastime, World War. Number 5, 1601. If you take one thing away from this video,
Is that the witch trials? When were the witch trials? I was just in Salem. No, that was 1692.
it should be that volcanoes are bad. So bad, in fact, that one volcano in Peru basically turned the lights off for the whole planet. The eruption of Huayna Patina in 1600 was one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, spewing vast amounts of ash into the
Bro, I want to see the volcano eruption that's that big that it blacks out the sun from the whole world. One volcano erupting that much.
atmosphere. The summer of 1601 was known as the summer with no sunshine. Sunlight levels dramatically decreased everywhere in the world, causing mass famine, but nowhere more so than Russia. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures and livestock death. A third of the Russian population starving to death in the 2 years following the eruption. No sunshine also meant it was extremely cold, so to keep warm, many in the region turned to killing any animal with fur they could find, not just for food, but also to create clothing and blankets. Accounts from the time describe people so desperate for food that they ate grass, their pets, and each other. Which means all of us are just one cloudy summer away from cannibalism.
I'm not eating my dog. That's the one thing I'm saying right now. I would not eat my dog. If I was starving, bro.
Number 4, 1940.
I will. You'll eat my dog or you're going to eat your dog. Javi, I'm telling you right now, you ain't eating my dog. I'm eating you before I'm eating my dog.
42. Not much to see here, just worldwide violence and genocide resulting in millions of deaths. At the tail end of 1941, Japan made a monumental strategic error and, not so elegantly, insisted that the U.S. become heavily involved in World War
Wait, which one is this? Oh, 1942.
II. This essentially turned America into a death factory, where every able-bodied human was either making stuff that killed people or just killing people.
And this is when we really became a war-based economy. Ugh.
The war effort mobilized entire populations, leading to the development of new weapons and technologies, including the Manhattan Project, which would cause all kinds of problems for future humans. Meanwhile, soldiers and civilians in Russia...
And it was the Manhattan Project was terrible, but, even if the Manhattan Project didn't happen, nuclear bombs would still exist, right? It was just who's the motherfucker to make it first. Nuclear bombs exist whether or not Oppenheimer makes it. Right. The Russians would have made the bomb. At some point, China would have made a bomb. Japan would have made a bomb. Somebody would have made a bomb.
Russia and China were dying by the thousands every day. The brutal fighting on the Eastern Front and the Pacific Theater claimed millions of lives.
Dude, I used to think that, it's kind of incomparable because it depends on the battle, but I used to think World War II, battling in World War II would be, objectively worse than, trench warfare in World War I. But trench warfare is fucking so scary, bro. I had somebody describe to me what trench warfare was truly like, and being alive in that time, dude, evil, because there was almost no rules. So it was do whatever the fuck you want. There would be gas that would come over and you would just suffocate from that. But more so, if you're in the trench, there's bombs going off constantly. Doom, 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 doom. You're getting shell shock. That's why they called it shell shock. It was PTSD. But it was called shell shock because there was constantly bombs going off. Humans are only made to endure high-stress scenarios for short spans of time. Because in a 5-minute span, say there's a lion or something that's approaching you, you're genetically made to deal with that stress in that 5-minute span, and either you're alive or dead, and then you move on. But in World War I, during trench warfare, that was just all the time. There was nonstop bombs. So you were always in that high-stress scenario. And if you were still alive, you were just waiting to die. And when the bomb stopped, you would go, oh, we're good now. When the bomb stopped, that meant the other people were running at you. So if you're awake for 18 hours, you're getting an hour of sleep, then you're awake for 18 hours. You're getting an hour of sleep, you're awake for 18 hours. And you hear silence, that means you have to run to your guns because the other guys are running to you to jump into your trench and kill you. And they're gassing you out. They're doing all this other shit. There would be guys, they would draft, say they had to get a letter from one trench to another or another part of the trench. They would give 4 guys the same letter and go, run. Because they knew that 2 of you at least weren't making it. So then if you were the one that made it and you didn't die, they'd give you another letter and they'd go, now run it back. And then you had to fucking try and run that shit back. And fuck that. Then it got to a point where they knew that the other guys were running over, so they would dig other trenches prematurely. And so when they heard the silence, they would run to the back trench before that one got flooded and then gun those motherfuckers down.
Germany continued its war crimes and genocide, so not great. Number 3, 1943.
It was also really bad in 1942, 1943, World War II in general. Like, one of the biggest things you'll hear people talking about is like fighting the Japanese was really scary for Americans because even if they had the edge, the Japanese people wouldn't surrender. So if they ran out of ammo or knew they were going to die, they would just fucking run at your ass with a knife or a bayonet. Like, they would not give up. Like, they would just run at you. Vietnam was scarier too. Well, Vietnam, yeah, Vietnam also, I'm not sitting here saying like Americans were the victims. Americans did horrible things too during a large majority of these wars as well. Like Vietnam, especially, Americans would mow down like innocent Vietnamese people. But in Vietnam, yeah, dude, there would just be traps. It was all just like jungle warfare.
Remember 1942? Like that. But again, 1943 saw some of the deadliest battles of World War II. The Battle of Stalingrad.
Yeah, dude, Vietnam especially, what was that one thing they would say? Vietnam message to U.S. speakers. Like, it's like, you're gonna die, GI, or something, is what it would repeatedly say.
During the Vietnam War,
all right, that's not what I want to
the
hear.
operation involves exploit the
It is a very good idea.
Imagine being in the jungle, bro. You're freshly 19, right out of high school, bro. They send your ass all the way across the world, and you're literally watching your fucking friends explode. And you hear this in the jungles.
Defect, GI. It is a very good idea to leave a sinking ship.
And you're covered in dirt. Half your friends are dead.
They lie to you, GI. You know you cannot win this war.
And you're there for no reason, too. Like, World War II, like, you're fighting Adolf Hitler, right? World War II, I don't support war in any way, but, like, Americans in World War II wanted to go to war. People would lie about their age to get into the army. Vietnam was the reverse lottery, bro. They pulled your name. That was a death sentence. Like, being in Vietnam had to have been one of the scariest fucking things ever. Like, having to fight on either side. Like, and dude, you're not even fighting you're fighting against communism. Like, you're not even fighting for, like, oh, the betterment of, like, people being, like, the Jewish people or something. Like, you're literally just going into Vietnam because your government's sending you. You would come back, and there were instances where, like, the soldiers were treated like shit, man. They didn't even like, it wasn't like they praised you when they came back, like World War II. It was so different.
Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, GI. They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead.
Like, bro.
Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier.
Like, dude, it's middle of the night and you're hearing that shit. Reverse. The U.S. would play U.S. sounds for Vietnamese people. The Vietnam, what was the tapes the U.S. would play on those big ass speakers to the Vietnamese guys in the tunnels? Yeah, they would spray shit with Agent Orange, and Agent Orange got people killed. There's a whole video on, like, pesticides and how Agent Orange, like, ruined people. Wandering Souls. Yep, there it is. The U.S. would play this for the people underground. Make you lose your mind so you'd run out of the tunnel and then they'd fucking shoot you in the face.
Stalingrad, one of the bloodiest battles.
People don't realize how... No, I'm serious. Like, you hear about, like, you learn about war, bro, at such, like, a basic level in high school. Like, that shit, bro, like, no, like, people go, oh, war's bad, you're killing people. It's beyond that, dude. It was psychological torture to have to fucking fight in any of these wars.
Battles in history ended in early 1943 with the defeat of the German army. This marked a turning point in the war, but came at a staggering cost of over 2 million casualties.
I always think, dude, being in D-Day, man, that had to be so fucking scary. Being a guy that was getting shipped on D-Day, World War II, you're on a boat, just running on Normandy Beach, watching hundreds of people get mowed down. Explain D-Day? Bro, how do you not, like, see, why do I have to explain? How do you not know? D-Day was when the U.S. were storming the Germans on Normandy Beach. And the Germans had these concrete structures that were hooked with, like, fucking, like, like big automatic machine guns. And they had all these spikes on the beaches, so you couldn't really drive up on them. You just had to drop the boat a little, like, far back, and they would jump off the boat into the water. D-Day boats. So they would be in these boats packed like sardines, and they would drive up to the beach. This hatch would open. They would all run out. All of them would die. Not just the U.S. I'm saying from the U.S.'s perspective. I know there was other countries involved. I'm saying U.S., Germany. Germany was the people that were defending. It's like Saving Private Ryan, yeah. And you would go Canada, France, Australia. Yeah, it was the Allies. It was the Allies versus the Axis powers, but I'm pretty sure the only people on the Axis powers were Germans. Was there Italians in D-Day? I don't know if they were on the lines in D-Day or on the defending side. No, I think it was just Germans up there. I don't know. I'm not a genius on D-Day. Anyway, somebody said this was boring. Fuck out of stream, bro. Who gives a fuck? Imagine, bro, the first waves of these boats of, like, you know, all the Allied powers, literally all of them died. All of them died. Like, instantly. And the U.S. and the Allies' strategy was, we're just going to keep sending people. At some point, it was just numbers. It was a numbers game. We have more people than they can kill. And then eventually they got through.
In the Pacific, the Battle of Guadalcanal and the continued island hopping campaign resulted in massive losses on both sides. And Nazi Germany continued doing Nazi Germany things. So again, a horrible time. Number 2, 1347. Welcome to medieval times. You really can't say anything about the mid-1300s that doesn't involve the bubonic plague. In 1347, the Black Death began ravishing most of Eurasia and parts of North Africa.
You hear about the Black Death too. You just start getting black bubbles, growths on your body.
Within a few years, the plague killed roughly a third of Europe, which probably put a pretty big dent into the cappuccino and scarf industries. The plague was caused by a bacterium in the fleas of rats, and rats were basically the podcasts of the 1300s. Completely unwanted, but absolutely everyone had them. Death from the bubonic plague was swift, but painful. An infected person would develop horribly swollen lymph nodes, often accompanied by fever and diarrhea, and would usually be dead in under a week. Medicine of the time was primitive, to say the least. A popular cure for the plague included taking a healthy chicken, plucking its back and bottom clean, and then strapping it to the patient's open sores. The idea was if the chicken became ill, it was helping to pull out the disease from the patient.
Oh, bro, what? So they would try and move the illness from you to another creature?
Okay, let's check your chicken today. Oh, awesome, it's almost dead. You're doing great. This would be repeated until the patient or the chicken died. Often both in many cases. Chickens weren't the only...
What was the odds of living? If you had the Black Plague, what were your survival chances? Probably like 10%. No, I feel like it had to be higher than 0, chat. Come on. Survival chances were extremely low, up to an 80% mortality rate. So there were instances where people would survive. Survival depended heavily on the type of plague. Bubonic had an 18% survival rate, septicemic had a nearly 0, and pneumonic had a 0. The bubonic plague was the most common. You had about a 1 in 5 of living.
Only animal rubbed on boils. Plague doctors also tried rubbing cut-up pieces of snakes on them as well.
Awesome.
See, snakes were considered evil, and so was the plague. So the idea was that if evil things liked other evil things, putting the snake on a boil would trick the plague into following the snake and leave the patient's body.
Wow, so people were really fucking stupid at this time. That's absurd. Wow, that was like the best idea they had. Like, I would rather them go, let's pee on it. Like, I would rather them be like, yeah, you got a wound there. I'm going to pee on it. Then I'm going to rub an alive chicken's butthole on your fucking wounds. So it sucks the fucking... The fucking sickness out.
Another cutting-edge cure for the Black Death was eating crushed emeralds. People who couldn't afford emeralds would drink arsenic or mercury instead, which probably was just a little less effective than the chicken and the snake. All the anguish from this pandemic began to pull society apart at the seams. Many people took the chaos of the situation as an opportunity to steal from the sick and weak. Needless to say, people were so
You're from the sick and weak, bro. If you were one of the guys that lived, you were just straight rolling in it, bro. You just steal everybody's shit. Half the households ain't got anybody in them anymore. They're dead.
scared to help one another. Many were left to die alone in misery. It took centuries for Europe and other parts of the world to recover from the mass destruction of the Black Death. Number 1,
I mean, yeah, I could easily see, dude. If you're in the UK, over half of London dies. Like, you're gonna need 30, 40 years to just rebuild society.
36. This is essentially a greatest hits of all the worst moments from human history. Things kick off with our old friend the supervolcano, which sent a cloud of volcanic ash over the entire northern hemisphere. This left most of the world in virtual darkness for 18 months, brought the global temperature down 30 degrees, and caused, say it with me, widespread famine. Things were extra bad in China, where dust rained to the ground by the handful, and 70 to 80% of the population died. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures, starvation, and social unrest. But wait, there's more! On top of extreme
Yeah, that's pretty scary, dude, living in, like, perma-darkness.
food scarcity, a plague broke out in Europe. People would break out in pus-filled boils before perishing by the thousands, making disposal of the bodies impossible. Bodies were heaped in piles or thrown into the sea, only to wash back up days later. And the southern hemisphere wasn't spared. To make things worse, 536 had a powerful El Niño that warmed the waters off the South American coast, killing fish stocks, flooding the coasts, and you guessed it, causing widespread famine. So yeah, 536...
Oh my god, dude. People were literally just, like, constantly on the... I feel like societies pre, like, 1600s were just constantly on the brink of death, like, every 50 years. Like, oh my god. Next video. Fern video. Camp 14, the most horrible place in North Korea. We've done a lot of North Korea reacts, but they're all very interesting because it's so, like, crowded. There's so much mystery around North Korea and what they do, how they function, what they do to their people, how bad the lives are. I've never heard about Camp 14, so this is going to be interesting.
Class is about to start for these 40 school kids. Like every week, the teacher starts searching everyone's pockets. This time, he finds something on a little girl. 5 kernels of grain. The teacher snaps.
5 kernels of grain? They're searching their pockets before school starts. 5 kernels of grain is bad? Like rice?
And commands the
grain like wheat.
Girl to come up front. She has to kneel down on the hard concrete floor. With a wooden stick, he strikes her on the head. Again.
On the head?
And again. And again. And again. Her classmates watch in silence. The beating goes on until the little girl collapses. Afterwards, her classmates carry her home. The same night, she dies.
What? For having 5 kernels of grain in her pocket, they fucking beat her to death? Why is that a violation?
The little girl and the other 39 children are all inmates in one of North Korea's deadliest prison camps, Camp 14.
Oh my god, no, we did hear about this in the Johnny... We didn't hear any specifics about it, but we heard about the camp in the Johnny Harris video, where you could see the camp and the outlines of it. And this is where they send, like... Dude, it's like an entire city. There's, like, thousands of people that live there.
Comparisons have been drawn to the Nazi death camps, to the Soviet Gulag. You know, they're accurate, and in their own way, they're different.
A lawless detention facility hidden in the mountains of Kaeshan, a place where people are imprisoned for the crimes of their parents. Once you end up here, you will most likely die here.
This is truly a space.
Crimes of their parents, but what's so weird that I don't understand about the camp is, like, yeah, in North Korea, if somebody tries to escape or they commit a crime, part of your family lineage is imprisoned in a camp. But if they have kids in that camp, are those kids also imprisoned? Like, is their family lineage perpetually there for the rest of eternity, or can they ever get out?
That is outside humanity, let me say that.
Prisoners are forced to work under inhumane conditions. The smallest mistake can cost them their lives. Escape is almost impossible. Only a handful make it out, risking everything on deadly routes.
Make it out, but then they probably have to go all the way out of North. If you make it out, you can't stay in North Korea. You'd have to flee the country entirely, and I feel like Camp 14 isn't bordering, like, China.
In North Korea, there are several of these death camps, and the regime has kept them a secret for decades. But through the relentless work of human rights organizations, satellite imagery, and reports from survivors, we can have a glimpse at these facilities. Why are people being sent to Camp 14? What does daily life look like inside its walls?
I just don't understand why North Korea and Kim Jong-un and, you know, whether or not he's a figurehead and his sister runs the country or it's a culmination of things, neither here nor there. Why purposefully crush your nation like that? Like, I understand he keeps his power. I think that's what it is. If he keeps his nation in, like, an impoverished state where the majority of people are either imprisoned, starving, or dirt poor, he can be rich. But, like, if he actually tried to even still keep it a dictatorship, not be a genocidal dictator, and actually run his country in a normal fashion, wouldn't that benefit his own people and therefore him as well? I think it's like he would rather be, it's better to be feared than loved, is what he's saying, right? I think that's kind of the mindset. Who said that? Another dictator said that. Machiavelli. But it's like, why? That's the route he's going down because it keeps him in power, but it's like, dude, your nation and you, I feel like he would be more rich. Even if he was less powerful, he would have access to more shit.
What horrors do the inmates face?
It gives himself more importance. I think it really boils down to also just like straight up narcissism, because he needs to be the center of his entire nation. And if his people are prosperous, then that he's not the guy they bend to.
And how do people actually get out? This is the story of the most horrific prison camp in North Korea.
It's some Hitler shit. Well, it's the same sense of Hitler shit in, like, he's basically being genocidal to his people. But Hitler was obsessed with world domination. Kim Jong-un's not obsessed with world domination. Kim Jong-un cyclically develops nuclear powers and fucking scares other countries till they defuse the situation. He steps back a little bit and he gets aid, right? And he kind of just does that over and over again to farm wealth for himself and his higher-ups, but still keep his people even like well below the poverty line, like dying poverty line.
This story is based on Escape from Camp 14 by Blaine Harden. One former prisoner of Camp 14 later changed parts of his story. Every time you see this symbol, it marks those revisions. If you want to know more about the exact changes and the reasons behind them, we recommend reading this article. Since North Korea did...
I would just be so worried, even as a North Korea defector. Like, if you left North Korea and you wrote about it, don't you think that Kim Jong-un, at least in part, his insanity, he hires some people to try and track these people down? Like, even if now in modern day you live in, like, Switzerland, or you live in Germany, or even the United States, I could easily foresee, like, Kim Jong-un trying to hire people to come kill you. Like... because he doesn't want you to talk shit about him. Like, that's how tight-knit this is he, like, they hate satellite. I wouldn't be surprised if they have shit underground now, or that's what he's planning to do, because then that keeps shit under wraps. Because he could say all the time, no, we don't have death camps, but, like, you could see them on Google Earth. But now if he puts it underground, you can't tell.
Denies the existence of these camps, independent verification is not possible. Shin Dong-hyuk is just a young boy when he witnesses the little girl being punished for having food in her pocket. Shin has no doubt she deserved it. After all, she stole food. And at Camp 14, stealing means...
Stole food, bro. 5 fucking grains of wheat? What is that, 2 calories? Or is that just supposed to be indicative that, like, she stole more?
He doesn't question it. He knows nothing else. The camp rules are...
It is brainwashed. It is. He's grown up in a camp where, in his mind, it makes logical sense that she should die. Because that's all he's known. It's like, I don't want to... attune it to like being told Santa's real, but it's like when you're a kid, you tell anybody anything, they're gonna believe it. And if you grow up in a genocidal camp and they teach you, hey, like stealing is so wrong that you should die for it, he's probably not even going, wow, that's terrible. He's going, oh, yeah, you know.
Reality.
He's real, though? Yeah.
Shin was
Oh, you mean Santa? No.
born in Camp 14, but his parents didn't fall in love. They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy
I'm sorry, bro. And I feel like there's a argument to be made where, you know, hey, Joe, you might have younger viewers that still believe in that. Bro, you like still believe in that shit? We're talking about genocidal dictators in North Korea, and in the back of your head, you're like, oh, I hope Santa's going to get me presents this year. I'm sorry, man. Like, you just shouldn't be watching me if you believe in that shit. Like, I'm not going to do this facade anymore of like, oh, you know, fucking, bro, come on. Like,
between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant
we're
without
watching a video about a fucking genocidal camp, and people are like, but Santa's real, right?
permission, intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
What? Wait.
Is strictly forbidden. They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
Without permission? How does she get permit? What do you mean? She has to ask?
In Camp 14, there is only one way to have a child: promotion.
Promotion?
Those who work hard, and more importantly, snitch on others, may be granted a reward marriage. This is how Shin Dong-hyuk and his older brother Shin Hee-gyun come into the world. But they don't grow up as a real family.
I do want to question the moral. I think it's a survival in that sense from the parents' perspective. But in that scenario, wouldn't you say, like, why are you having a kid? Maybe in hopes that they get out of it, or like going back to a regular, because they're saying promotion, so I'm assuming maybe you live a better life in the camp and you're able to go to school rather than just do like slave labor over and over again. But it's like now this kid's basically being born into slavery.
Their mother never talks about the past.
And they probably don't even have the option. It's like you're allowed to have a kid, but I feel like it's also just like, no, you're going to have a kid. Hey, you've been good. We're going to reward you. I don't want it. No, you need to take it. Like, that's probably what it is.
Their mother never talks about the past. Shin has no clue why his parents were imprisoned, and it probably wouldn't matter anyway.
Oh, but he does know that they're in a prison camp.
It's all about suspicion. You know, you don't have to be an anti-regime character. But if you're suspected of being anti-regime, of being a wrongdoer, a wrong thinker, of having engaged in wrong associations, they will send you to the camp.
This is Greg Scarlatoiu. He's president and CEO of HRNK, the Washington-based Committee on Human Rights in North Korea. For years, Greg and his team have been investigating human rights abuses at these camps. Like many others, Shin will most likely stay in Camp 14 for the rest of his life, even though he never committed a crime. This is the house Shin and his mother live in. Along with his mother's promotion came slightly better housing.
Okay, so that's answering my question. Because I kept saying, why would she have a kid if it's not, it's helping her. She gets a better house, better room, maybe she doesn't have to share. Like, they're able to live not a normal life by any means, but like, they get their own space.
They share it with 3 other families and
Never mind.
sleep on the floor.
Holy fuck, they don't even get a bed? So they just sleep in a bare bones house, no furniture, nothing. So it's just a roof, no AC, no heat. It's just to keep them out of, like, the rain.
They share it with 3 other families and sleep on the floor.
Oh my god.
There is a single light bulb in the kitchen. Electricity works for just 2 hours a day. There's no running water, no furniture, no shower, and barely enough food to survive.
Bro, like, I always, see, this is like such a weird, because like, that's evil. That's evil, right? And can we agree? I think there's a difference between bad and evil people. This is like another level of, you're not even human anymore. In the most I don't even care if that sounds fucked up. Like, if you're willingly putting hundreds of thousands of people to do this, you're not a human, right? Like, you have no moral groundings. It's not like you fuck up and you're just not seeing the right way and you're ignorant, right? Because a lot of bad people are bad out of ignorance. This is bad out of, not out of ignorance, out of the willingness to go, I'm going to fuck over and murder hundreds of thousands of my own people for the sole purpose of keeping me in power and keeping my narcissistic ways the way they are, right? Kim Jong-un gets to eat whatever the fuck he wants. He gets to smoke expensive cigarettes and have nice whiskey, and his people are dying in camps in the middle of the fucking woods.
The building is part of a model village.
Like, how do you do that? I don't, like, I understand he wants to keep himself in power. It's like, you could still be the leader of North Korea and not do this to your people, man.
One of many. Camp 14 is estimated to cover.
And then they open, and then it's just so weird. Like how they opened tourism for like a week, and then all these vloggers came, and they were like, yeah, this is fake as shit. That's clearly guided. And then they immediately close it, right? It's because like they're trying to get tourism maybe for money, but I feel like it's propaganda. Like in a weird way, it's like we need to convince. And is that not telling that what they're doing is wrong? Like that's how he knows. Because he's going, we're putting people in camps. We don't want them to know that we keep our people in camps. So we're going to do guided North Korea tours to make it seem like our country's amazing so people don't attack us more. Like, what the fuck?
Over around 150.
Israel's just as evil? Well, what's going on in Israel is also fucking insane with Netanyahu and the bombing of fucking Palestinians and shit, and they fucking bomb, hospitals and stuff. And people always get mad in return and be like, well, Hamas is under the hospital. You know nothing about that, Joe. Oh, my fucking God. So, oh, yeah, no, it's okay to bomb innocent civilians then. Yeah, it's a tough situation if that's true. Okay, but that doesn't mean you just fucking go right for the hospital. Well, the U.S. did it in the fucking war in the Middle East. That doesn't make it okay. 153,000 kilometers squared. Can you guys visualize that? If you hit me with that number, I have no idea how big that is.
Square kilometers.
Like, how big is that? How big is 153 square kilometers? Like, what's 5 square kilometers? Like, what's like a block? What's like a New York block?
Almost 3 times the size of Manhattan.
Okay.
It is secured by
There we go. So it's huge.
a 60-kilometer fence, patrol paths, barracks, guard posts, and checkpoints. The whole area stretches from river valleys to mountain peaks. The wilderness and the Taedong River
Do they have an estimated amount of how many people are in this camp?
act as a natural barrier, an immense obstacle course separating the facility from the outside world. Little villages are scattered across the vast area, containing housing and working units.
These are sprawling facilities. They're very large facilities. So at some of these facilities, you see farming, agriculture going on. You see some of these facilities that are adjacent to coal mines or other types of mineral exploitation.
And it also has a school.
I'm thinking that do you think these camps fund like a large portion of like North Korea's money? Like, I wonder if there was like a pie graph or a pie chart, what percentage funds what? Because they don't really have a lot of opportunity for trade. Most countries don't fuck with North Korea for very obvious reasons. And they don't trade with them. And so all of their wealth has to come from in-house. And so I feel like to keep their country propped up, like the camp kind of runs that. Because they don't pay any of these workers. They just do basically slave labor.
City. And it also has a school. This is where Shin goes every day. His teacher wears a guard's uniform, carries a weapon.
They export a lot of minerals and coal. Yeah, but I mean, that's not like hyper valuable. Like that's not gonna like their nation. Even the best parts of North Korea are like very bad. Like they don't have nice stuff.
And teaches obedience above all else. Camp rules are brutal. There are 10 of them. Even the smallest violation can lead to execution. Shin memorizes them all. Rule 1.
Wait, what?
Execution. Shin memorizes them all.
I think it's more insane to me too. Like even on the levels of like them having these concentration camps, like killing an adult for fucking up a rule versus like a born in camp child beating them to death in front of their fellow students because they stole 5 grains of fucking wheat.
Rule 1. Any witness to an attempted escape who fails to report it will be shot immediately.
Wow.
Rule 3. Anyone who steals or conceals any foodstuffs will be shot immediately. Rule 5. Anyone who holds or hides a fugitive's possessions, conspires with him, or fails to report him will be shot immediately. The guards enforce the rules without mercy.
내가 총을 꾸려서 뭐 쏘거나 해도 한나무
I didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, even though I killed so often
가책을
there.
두지 않았어. 일반적으로 우리는 그때 쏘도 나라를 지키.
We thought it was the right thing to do to protect our country. So are these people just brainwashed? Yeah, I didn't feel bad. I was killing 5-year-olds. They stole rice. They stole food. That's bad for the country. Yeah, because that one kid stealing 5 grains of fucking wheat's gonna topple down North Korea from the bottom up.
지키기 위해서 내가 한 일이기 때문에. 그 수용소에는.
It really does bring up that hard question of like, are the soldiers responsible for things that the nation tells them to do? And I mean, that's ongoing today. It was in World War II with Germany. It was in Japan. It was in the US. It was everywhere where it's like, you're being commanded to do this. While you're not entirely responsible, it's like, you're still making the wherewithal decision to be like, yeah, I'm going to like kill these kids.
들어오게 되면 사람이 아니에요. 사람이 아니고 내 마음대로 해도 돼요. 그 안에 사람은 사람이 아니에요. 사람이 아니고 내 마음대로 해도 돼요. 그 안에 사람은.
And that's what's fucked is it's like, I think there's like a line they cross where that's how they deal with it in the most fucked up way. It's because if you're seeing them as human, you don't then your some level of morality inside of you kicks in. Where it's like these soldiers are like purposely perceiving these people as non-human, and then it doesn't matter what happens to them in their brain.
그 자리에서 죽이게 했으면 죽이고 살리게 했으면 살리고 하는 건 내 마음이에요. 뭐 설명해 주세요.
And that's also just like power hungry shit. I think people feed off that. If you're like growing up a soldier, especially in North Korea, where you've also probably grown up in a pretty shitty life, now you're giving power over others, right? Where like the power that's been inflicted, it's like a very hyper evolved version of like what's happening to you inflict onto others. What did he say? He was saying he had the power to kill or not kill anybody. It was entirely up to him.
Across North Korea, there are different
Like he probably liked that.
types of detention facilities. The worst of them are called Kwanliso. Camp 14 is one of them. It's also called a total control zone.
People never get out of those. You know, they just waste away. They get killed by this vicious cycle of malnutrition and forced labor.
Shin's mother has to work the rice fields, 10 to 15 hours of hard labor every day. If she meets her quota,
15 hours straight?
she receives food, just enough to survive the night and make it through the next day.
North Korea is all about production targets. If you don't meet them, and probably you will not meet them, you'll get less food, more work, less food, more work, and that's how you waste away and die. That's, you know, the truly tragic story at these camps.
From the moment Shin starts school, his life is split between the classroom and hard labor in the coal mine. Long workdays are made worse by a constant gnawing hunger. Before school, Shin often eats his mother's portion while she's still out in the fields. She beats him for it, but he does it anyway. To him, she's not a source of love or care. She's a rival in the fight for every meager scrap of food.
Wow.
This is Shin's meal, served 3 times a day for his entire prison life. If he makes a mistake, his portion is cut in half as punishment. Sometimes he and the other inmates catch rats, the only source of meat in Camp 14. For Shin, this isn't as much as a nightmare. It's normal life. He has never seen the world beyond the barbed wire. Unlike this man. Kim Young is in his mid-40s when he's brought to Camp 14. He knows the world outside very well. In fact, he was a high-ranking military officer and vice president of a state-owned company. In his former life, he enjoyed culture, a chauffeur, and all the benefits of being a government employee. Now he's also forced to work in the coal mines. Kim didn't break any laws to get here. His parents
That's what's fucked, because that's how dictatorships work, because you have to bend. You can't just be an you can't be an all-ruling dictator without people below you. And that's like, it's the rule. There's a video that I want to watch called The Rules of the Ruler as well, where it kind of dives into that. But it's like, if you're a dictator, you have to please all 4 people below you that run different areas of your government. And those 4 people have to please the 5 people below them, right? And at some point, you don't have to please people anymore because they just have to bend to your power. But you have to keep people in power happy, otherwise they will turn on you. So that's why Kim Jong-un never gets turned on, because he keeps the people right below him happy, because they lived a shitty life. He brought them out of it and said, hey, if you just follow my rules and do what I do, you'll have power, you'll have a chauffeur, you'll have a mansion, you'll have a nice wife, you'll have this and this and this and this and food and cigarettes and weed and fucking whatever the fuck they want, right? And they'll go, okay. And so they'll just do whatever he says.
Kim didn't break any laws to get here. His parents did. In North Korea, this form of collective punishment is called yunjoje.
Wow.
Guilt by association. Up to 3 generations can be punished for crimes of family members. When Kim was a child, his father and brother were accused of spying for the United States, enough to execute them. After that, Kim was brought to an orphanage under a new name. It took more than 40 years until someone found out about his true heritage. Even Kim himself wasn't aware of the supposed crimes his family allegedly committed.
And that's insane. He didn't even know. He didn't even know. Oh, sorry. No, now you're going to fucking get stripped of everything.
There's absolutely no judicial process. This is extrajudicial punishment. They'll just, take you away in the middle of the night, together with your family members. You just disappear. That's how it goes.
대낮에 잡아가는 건 없어요. 다 밤에 그냥 원래 그냥 어느 순간에 와서 싹 다 쓸어 가고.
Without the neighbors noticing. So one day you're just living your life like in whatever, if you're in the city in North Korea or wherever, and then the next day your neighbor just disappears. Wow, and then you just don't talk about it. And it's just like, but it's just unspoken. It's like, oh, he disappeared. We know where he is.
정치범 수용소에 가서도 그 가족들은 우리가 뭘 잘못해서 왔는지 그걸 모른다는 거죠.
Fear is the most powerful tool for prison guards to keep inmates in line. During Kim's time in Camp 14, a total of 25 inmates are executed. One day, he witnesses a fellow prisoner being killed for collecting chestnuts that had fallen from a tree. Kim
Chestnuts that had fallen from a tree. Were they even being used?
spends most of his days underground. Hours and hours of endless work with no sunlight and no mercy. Kim struggles. He's never faced labor like this before. Mistakes are inevitable, and every one of them is met with the punishment of a guard who never leaves his side.
Do you think he had like an internal wow moment? Because he was a high-ranking military official, and then now he's being sent to where he probably had to send other people.
One day, a guard strikes Kim with the butt of his gun till he falls unconscious. For the next 2 days, he only receives half his meals. After more than 2 months of living like this in Camp 14, Kim decides to end it. Following a long day of work, he steps into the elevator of a mining shaft. The metal cage ascends until it reaches a height of around 2,000 feet. He pulls the safety pin, and the elevator falls. But Kim survives, and the vicious cycle goes on. When Shin is about 6 or 7, the camp's borders shift. His village is merged into the neighboring Camp 18, just across the river. It's said to be slightly less brutal than Camp 14, but for Shin, life hardly changes at all.
Oh, he got moved to a different camp over?
Shin is 15 and has moved out from his mother's home. He now lives with his father. One day, a teacher allows Shin to spend the night at his mother's house, a reward for good behavior. When he arrives, another guest awaits. It's his brother.
Wait, he got awarded for good behavior, but he tried to take his own life in an elevator. Did they just think it was an accident or something?
One day, a teacher allows Shin to spend the night at his mother's house, a reward for good behavior. When he arrives, another guest awaits.
Oh, it's the previous kid. It's when he grew up? This is him when he's older?
When he arrives, another guest awaits. It's his brother, Shin Hee-gyun. The 21-year-old works at the prison cement factory, a couple of miles away. Shin doesn't like him at all. In the middle of the night, Shin wakes up from his sleep. He hears voices from the kitchen. His brother is talking about escape. His mother seems to support him. Shin's first instinct, he has to report this.
Oh my god. Dude, having to rat on your own family, they'll die. Holy shit. Like, I was thinking it in the sense of like, oh, you just see some guy at like your work doing that. Like your own you would have to fucking snitch on your own family. And because, and it's not even snitch on them and like, oh, they'll just get punished. No, they're going to get shot in the head in front of you. And then you'll be like, not even really rewarded. It's just like, okay, you're not going to die.
He goes to a nearby dorm room and wakes a friend to ask for advice. The friend urges Shin to tell the guards. They go to the school's night guard on duty and report the escape plot.
Wow.
Shin also signs a false police statement, claiming he saw his mother and brother commit murder. This piece of evidence ultimately leads to an execution order.
Wait, so they had to fucking... Wait, what? So they have to fake that they committed a crime so they could kill him? I thought they were just able to kill him for conspiracy to run.
The guards take Shin to an execution site next to the Taedong River.
Why are they taking him there? I wouldn't want to go see that.
A crowd has gathered to watch. They drag out his mother and his brother. They're killed in front of Shin's eyes. In 1996, Kim Young is transferred to Camp 18. To him, this place feels like heaven. The labor conditions are slightly better, and to his surprise, he reunites with his 70-year-old mother, who is also a prisoner here. But the violence and abuse
70-year-old mother, I thought his mom just died.
don't stop. One day, he has to witness how guards beat up his mother and force her to do manual labor. His mother is certain they will both
Oh, other guy. We keep bouncing back between people. Sorry, this is the dude that used to be a high-ranking military official.
labor. His mother is certain they will both die in the camp. Even though it means risking his life, she urges Kim to leave her behind and escape. Escaping from a North Korean death camp is almost impossible.
You know, these are highly protected facilities. You're talking barbed wire, walls, armed guards, intersecting lines of fire.
Well, it's not even just that. You're also extremely you're experiencing extreme malnutrition. And so you're weak. You know, you can't run. You can't you're not going to be able to scale a fence very easily. You have no muscle.
We're talking machine guns. Very, very difficult to escape. I mean, it's, difficult to escape a detention facility in any civilized country. Imagine North Korea.
Kim Young quietly studies his surroundings. He observes, waits, and starts thinking. He lays out multiple escape plans, but none of them seem doable to him. Another hard day of work. The prisoners are loading coal onto a train. Suddenly, they spot something. Grain scattered across the bottom of a train car. It must have transported food before. The scene explodes into chaos. Prisoners drop everything, desperately looking for the tiniest speck of food.
What, are they going to eat it right there?
The guards start shouting, but no one listens. Kim discovers a narrow space beneath a metal panel in the floor of a coal wagon. He squeezes inside, and as the train rumbles out of Camp 18, he rides with it.
No way.
Hours later,
He got out because people were staring at grain so he didn't even plan this escape. He just on a whim just tried to get out. Is this based off a true story? This is a true story. This is basically the video version of an actual man's account that escaped North Korea and wrote a book about it.
the train reaches Go-On Station at around 4 a.m. We don't know exactly how, but Kim manages to crawl out of his hideout and disappears into the night.
But then what the fuck do you do? You know what I mean? I wouldn't know if I got out and now you're in China. What do you do? Do you just go, you gotta go, you get a job? You have no ID. You're not a citizen, right? It's not even just it's not even oh, you're an illegal immigrant. It's you're not even on a record. No one knows who you are. I would have to find, you know what I would do? I would go to another, say I was in this scenario, I feel like I would try to go to a country I knew was enemies with North Korea, and I would go to I would try my hardest to find what is it called, where they have like their own setup in different countries? What is it called? You know what I'm talking about. Embassy. I would go to like the US embassy, and I would be like, I'm a North Korea escapee. Like I would go to some embassy because he was a soldier too, so he knows the countries that are enemies. I would go to the enemy of North Korea and be like, I escaped. Like, please, you don't speak English? I think they're going to put 2 and 2 together. If you are at a U.S. embassy in China and some dude runs in speaking Korean, clearly malnourished, beat to shit, you're probably going to be like, okay, calm down. I'm going to get a translator, right? Even if you don't speak, say you don't speak the language. You know, I feel like there's something that you'd be able to do.
Kim successfully
I'm not
escaped
even
Camp
just saying
18.
U.S. embassy, just any embassy that's not in association or partnered with North Korea.
But his path to freedom is still very long. After finding a worker's uniform, he changes clothes.
You want to know what an embassy is? Ooh, that's true. But you can't just walk up to a random guy in China and be like, I'm from North Korea, help me. You're not going to be able to speak to them, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, they're just going to rat on you.
And starts a treacherous journey that will take him many months through China and
Oh my god, he had to go all the way to Mongolia?
Mongolia to South Korea, where he'll eventually
What? He had to make his way all the way to Mongolia so he could catch a flight to South Korea?
seek asylum. Escaping a prison is one thing. Escaping the country is another. We made a whole video on how to escape North Korea. Link is in the description.
Yeah, we watched that video.
Shin also manages to escape from Camp 18 twice, both times by crawling under a fence. Both times he's recaptured. After a
I'm wondering why he wasn't killed if he was recaptured.
second attempt, Shin is sent back to Camp 14 and is thrown into a special detention center, a place with only one purpose: torture.
I still have the scars of my torture and the burns. Look at my arms. My arms aren't normal. They are bent and deformed. Before
His arm is like they snapped it.
I was tortured, my arms were straight. When I was tortured, my arms were tied up with a rope and pulled backwards. That made them more and more bent. I'm filled with anger when I stand in front of the mirror and look at my body after a shower.
After 4 weeks of torture, he's thrown into a pitch-black cell. No windows and barely enough space to lie down. There he'll spend the next 6 months. After his release, Shin is thrown back to the general prison population. He has to work in the coal mine, the farm fields, and eventually in a garment factory. This is where he meets Park Young-chul, a man unlike anyone Shin has ever seen. Born into an elite family, Park once held a prestigious job and had seen the world beyond North Korea's borders.
What? So he left North Korea?
By then, Shin already knows he's on the execution list. With Park at his side, he begins planning what will be Shin's third and final escape. Shin and Park are assigned to do some woodwork up in the mountains, along with some prisoners. They're chopping wood near the outer fence. The camp's fence is around 10 feet high. And
How many guards do you think they got for, like, a group of people? Because part of me's thinking, like, you could just rush those motherfuckers, you know?
lined with high voltage barbed wire.
I feel like, bro, if you got a group of 10 people, they probably got, like, 3 guards. And they're all holding machine guns or rifles.
The next guard tower is a quarter of a mile away. Shin watches.
Some people would die. Yeah, well, realistically, they probably have enough guards to where all of them would die, so they can't revolt. But I'm thinking, like, if you had 2 guards and 10 people, you could realistically try, like, knowing 8 of you are going to die, but, like, 2 of you are going to be able to overpower them and live, and then you just steal their shit.
The patrols. There are long gaps between them where no guard is close enough to spot the 2. The plan is simple. Wait until dusk so that their footprints can't easily be traced in the snow. They slip through the high voltage wires without touching them.
Risky maneuver.
As the sun sets, Shin and Park move closer to the fence. They hack branches, pretending to stack wood. Nobody notices them. Park hesitates. Shin's heart races. He grabs Park's hand and they run. Shin slips. Park reaches the fence before him. He tries to squeeze his head between the two lowest wires and hits one of them. Park's body is not moving. The bottom wire bends under his weight, creating a narrow gap.
Oh my god, and you just leave him. Oh my god, you just leave him.
Shin crawls over Park's
You have to.
body. He is almost past the fence when his legs slip, hitting one of the wires. The voltage tears through him. His pants char. His skin burns from ankle to knee.
It's that fucking high a voltage. Did it kill him?
But somehow he makes it through.
No! Okay.
Park's body lies dead on the fence. Shin runs without looking back
Oh, because he got hit in the head.
for 2 hours straight until he realizes that he made it. He manages to cross the river to China, and after a journey of almost 2 years, he finally reaches South Korea. These are all the prison camps that are most likely active in North Korea today. According to Greg Scarlatoiu,
Like right now. Like right now. I know time difference, like it's 7 p. Time difference, what time is it in North Korea? It's 8 a.m. There's people in North Korea right now in camps that are like doing slave labor. Right now. Like right now, there's probably thousands of people that are actively fucking doing crops, cutting wood, being beaten to death. Fuck, man.
the camps are changing, and not for the better. Camps near the border have reportedly been moved further inland, likely to make escape even harder. And some new internal perimeters have appeared, possibly to isolate high-value prisoners.
The third development in terms of infrastructure, evolution and development has been the creation of watchtowers and what appears to be intersecting lines of fire around the camps. They would be meant to basically exterminate those who attempt to leave those camps.
For some camps, evidence is even scarcer.
There's one camp that we know very little about, and that's Camp 16, 1-6. That's very close to the Punggye-ri nuclear testing facility. And I have spoken with the South Korean nuclear scientists who said, look, we don't believe that prisoners are used in digging those tunnels for the nuclear tests, but it is very likely that they will be, used and abused while cleaning up after those nuclear tests.
The
Oh my God, what? And then they're gonna like die of radiation.
HRNK estimates that up to 120,000
120,000 people in these camps?
people are currently held in North Korean prison camps. In fact, as a viewer of this video, you might know more about them than most North Koreans ever will.
We have to remember that these people are being tortured and maimed today. They were tortured and maimed yesterday, and the same will happen tomorrow. So, I think it's a matter of moral, ethical, religious, and political obligation to continue to maintain our interest in these issues.
This is Shin today. He gradually adjusted to a life in society and became a public speaker and advocate for human rights in North Korea. In 2015, Shin Dong-hyuk retracted parts of his story and admitted to changing certain key details in Escape from Camp 14. The book's author published a detailed statement outlining every change Shin had made. According to Shin, some memories were simply too painful and others too shameful to share truthfully at the time. This is
Wow. So it's not even like he made it seem worse. He made it seem better than it was. Like one of the edits it showed was that he hated his brother. And so it was easier for him to rat on him.
a common reaction for victims of torture, who often cope by suppressing or distorting their accounts of what really happened. Greg Scarlatoiu and others believe Shin's changes don't alter the fundamental truth of his reports.
Was Shin Dong-hyuk a political prisoner? Yes, 100%. Okay, he spent some time both at Camp 14 and Camp 18, right across the river. Did he witness the execution of his mother and brother? Yes, he did. So the fundamental elements of Shin Dong-hyuk's story did not change.
Shin bears the
Yeah, it's like small little additions to each part of the story.
scars, physical and psychological.
I just don't know how you could physically live a regular life after that. You know what I mean? Like they're very like advocative and they do public speaking work, but it's like always in the back of your mind, you're going to be like, people I knew are in that camp right now. Like, you escaped and now you could live in South Korea, but it's like, you know, there's over 100,000 people that are there still, and they're just never going to get out. Wow. That's a sad video, but I'm glad we watched it. All right, count me down 30 seconds, Sean. I got to piss, then we're going to hop. Why aren't actors ugly anymore?
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Bill Murray was 33 when he shot Ghostbusters.
That's right, boys.
And I gotta say, Bill Murray is an unconventionally attractive man. Before we get into why aren't actors ugly anymore, I'm gonna do a bit of Bill Murray glaze here. I don't think Bill Murray's ugly. I think Bill Murray is a black pill 4, right? Sub 5. But I think the way he puts himself on is like an 8. You know who's really attractive? And I always glaze this guy. From the Fallout show, Walton Goggins. I think Walton Goggins is one of the few men that can rock the horrible hairline. And he is also, I think Walton Goggins is like a 9. Like, Walton Goggins is a very attractive man, but he's unconventionally attractive. He has a very bad hairline, and he doesn't really... I think it's like his facial symmetry is very nice. He has a good bone structure. Now I'm glazing.
This is what actors in their 30s and 40s look like. But something has changed since then, because actors that age...
Facial surgery and Botox. Large-scale facial surgery from the Hollywood's greatest to try and keep themselves looking the same that they did in their 20s, to where when they're like 50, they start looking like dolls. And it's scary. Like, I love a man in Hollywood that owns the wrinkles, you know? Like, owns the wrinkles. There's a lot of older women in Hollywood that do it. And I think a lot of women in Hollywood don't go overboard. I think a lot of women in Hollywood get like base Botox to kind of like get rid of like the crow's feet. But like, I'm never going to judge what people want to do with their face. And this is kind of me, it's sounding like I'm judging. But like, Ryan Gosling does a lot. He has a lot of, I don't know if this image is edited, but like his face is more puffy from what he's done. You know, like, I still think he looks great, but it's like there becomes a point where it's like, okay, you look like a 50-year-old that's making themselves try to look 30 versus like, I think you can look great as an aging man or woman, right? Who's like an older actor that doesn't do Botox or like facial surgery stuff? Like, maybe like Ashton Kutcher, but he's also not that old. Jack Black. Jack Black was never... I'm more talking about, like, guys that were considerable heartthrobs, you know? Like, people that were, like, you know, praised for their attractiveness. Whereas, like, Jack Black, I think he's obviously great-looking man. Stunning. Stunning. Has cheetah eyes. But, you know, he was never praised for his attractiveness. He was praised for his acting abilities, his singing... how, like, cool he was. William Dafoe. Yeah. William Dafoe does it well, too. Yeah. Like, I think he looks good. I know he's old, but he looks like, it's like, I fuck with that, you know? Like, dude, that was like the uncanny shit was that Dunkin' commercial. Can we watch that real quick? And then we'll get back into it. Like, I know they CGI de-aged everybody, but it was fucking creepy. But, like, they made all of them, oh, my God, like Joey, what is his name? Not Joey Tribbiani. Well, that's who he plays, but I always forget his actor's name. Dude, that's creepy. No, the worst one is Jennifer Aniston. They make Jennifer Aniston look scary. When she shows up, bro. Like, she looks like a doll. The way they CGI her face. Oh my God. It's just, I think that's one of the reasons why actors aren't ugly anymore. But like, it's also just this obsession with looks on social media, especially short form media now, where I think a lot of people that get opportunities, it's like the foot in the door is no longer the acting ability, it's the look. I think Hollywood is so much more now about like, we want a guy that's going to look good, right? But it gets unrealistic. You know what I mean? Like now we have like Timothée Chalamet. I'm not saying he has this, but like Timothée Chalamet did Marty Supreme. I think he did a great job, you know, blah, blah, blah. The promotion was awesome, right? But like you could have like Timothée Chalamet playing a regular New York taxi driver. Totally unrealistic. Totally unrealistic. Let's get a guy that actually looks like a fucking New York City taxi driver, okay? Let's get a regular guy off the street and fucking cast him. Why are we trying to make people, why are we fitting these like 10 out of 10 actors in terms of attractiveness to like just like an average role? We're like, yeah, this guy's definitely going to just be flipping burgers. No.
Today don't look like this anymore.
I lost my hand!
They look like this. Or like this. Actors today...
Yeah, 35? What the fuck?
Today need to have great hair, perfect skin, and be in flawless shape. They don't look like regular people anymore. They look like supermodels. This isn't every single actor.
No, they look like supermodels, and then there's like this weird diverging role, right? It's like older movies from like 2010 and before. You had people that were really attractive. You had the average looking guy or woman. And then you have like people that get cast in ugly roles, right? Like they did it a lot in Disney. They did a lot in Nickelodeon. They do it a lot in like comedy movies where like they literally cast somebody to be the ugly guy. Now it's like really attractive people, average extras, and then ugly people as roles. I always wonder that too. I'm like, that sucks to be cast as like the fat guy in a role. I always wonder if that upsets them, you know? Because there's so many movies where it's like they literally cast you as the ugly fat guy. But that's your role. Like, you're not a main character. You're just like a side scene for 5 minutes where it's like, oh, look how ugly and fat this guy is. And then they move on.
But it's clear there's been an overall change in how A-list performers look. And it's also how they're shown to the camera, like in low lighting and with more vibrant colours. They're surrounded by other people, and on an actual set, rather than a green screen.
Everything's under control, situation normal.
You're probably going to say this is because of a wider trend of movies looking bland and flat nowadays, and things like bad lighting, dull colours, and the Netflixy look make basically everything in modern movies look worse. And also, we can't ignore cosmetic surgery.
As my plastic surgeon always said.
But if you look at movies from before the millennia, it's hard to deny that the actors looked more like regular people.
Keep it still back there, lady, or else we're gonna have to shoot you.
I feel like maybe, do you think that it's also just the lack of average-looking people getting into acting? Because all the people that I know now in social media and just also in my life that get into acting are like 8 out of 10 or higher. I think like so many people that love theater and want to get into acting are like shunned at a young age because they don't fit like this beauty standard, even if the skills are there.
Okay, so the word ugly is a bit harsh, and I'm not trying to objectify.
Yeah, no, I don't think ugly. It's like that people in Hollywood don't look real. Like, am I crazy to say there's an uncanny level of attractiveness where somebody is so good looking that it's actually a turnoff? Like, you don't look real. It's that good. And it's like, okay, no, like you look like a doll, like actually like a doll. Like they've sculpted you.
Or body shame anyone. Most people who are cast in movies aren't unpleasant to look at. I just mean that they have bodies and faces that practically belong to a normal person without the aid of personal trainers, dietitians, and plastic surgeons. They look like normal everyday people you could see walking down the street.
I need a man who has powerful friends.
Bruce Willis, Bill Murray, and Jack Nicholson aren't bad-looking guys, but they have a sort of everyman appeal that we just don't see in today's...
Yeah, you would walk past them on the street and not bat an eye.
...stars.
Saw it on the television.
And I love that, because I think that brings you into the movie, you know? When it's just like a regular handyman that becomes this agent or something, and he's like a 10 out of 10. I'm like, bro, the average roofer that I hire to do a job is not going to look like fucking Brad Pitt. right? He's going to be a big gut, blue-collar man that's going to fucking staple some paddings to my roof, you know? He's going to look like an everyday guy I walk past on the street.
Big part of this is that today, people just generally look younger.
Physical. Clean.
I think people look younger. I think people get work to look younger. And I also think the average person today is better looking too. Can I say that? I think like every generation looks better than the generation before it. Maybe that's also a fashion thing. Like if I look back at like pictures of 30-year-olds in the 1950s, they look weird to me because they're wearing like fucking clothing that isn't in style anymore. Isn't that the point of evolution? Yeah, like natural selection to a degree. But I also think people are better at holding themselves and like, you know, making themselves look the best that their potential enables them to.
26.
There's a great Vsauce video from a few years ago that goes into this in more detail. Essentially,
we watched that. That was a really good video too. What, that people look older?
In more detail. Essentially, the clothes and overall style has changed, and combined with better medical care, nutrition, and less smoking, people are healthier and better looking.
I guess I started smoking when I was about 4.
Healthier is a debatable question.
So here's a few age comparisons that highlight this in action.
My mom was already dead then from lung cancer.
Gene Hackman is 44 here. Actors in their mid-40s today look like this.
Are we soulmates?
Or like this.
And that's nuts, man. Like, I know for a fact in my mid-40s, I'm not going to look like that. I'm going to look so much worse. Like, it is unreal, dude. He looks 32. Like, how old would you say, genuinely speaking, chat, how old would you say Chris Evans looks there? 34 tops. Mid-young 30s.
Or like this.
Not 39.
There's quite a big difference.
Just a little slap.
Sylvester Stallone was 30 when he first shot Rocky.
Look at his face.
A comparable actor today would be Timothée Chalamet at 29.
Young pop.
Now, they play very different types of characters. If we want to be fair, let's compare two all-American action stars.
Drop it, dickhead.
Glenn Powell, 35 in Twisters, and Bruce Willis, 33 in Die Hard.
Bro, Glenn Powell will still play the young love interest in like a 2026 rom-com. They were not casting 35-year-olds to do that 20 years ago.
Robert Pattinson was 35 when he played Batman, and Michael Keaton was only 2 years older.
Bruce Wayne.
Are you sure?
But Keaton has visible lines around his mouth, his hair has receded a bit, and he has a subtle 5 o'clock shadow that doesn't feel purposeful. But Pattinson, even though dressed up to look sleep-deprived and reclusive, has a chiseled jaw and perfect skin. Overall, he looks a lot younger.
That's interesting.
But there's something more at play than actors simply looking older in the past.
Frank, they're not here for you.
Do you think it's the makeup too? They still were doing crazy makeup in the 90s. Like, that can't be what it is. They're not making them look younger in the film.
It's the kind of faces that have changed too.
Weird Al Yankovic is on the plane.
It's the everyman look, receding curly hair or imperfect skin. And it's because of these distinct features that characters had a stronger sense of personality just by looking at them.
Do you have any hobbies?
I collect spores, molds, and fungus.
But before we continue, let's take a moment to thank today's sponsor.
Dude, I gotta rewatch all the Ghostbusters films. I think that it's ugly people trying to get into acting and then they never make it because they look bad. But they don't look bad. It's like there's so many roles in acting that need to be filled, right? There's so many people going into acting. It's like this bottleneck effect where there's like, 10 roles but 100 people applying. But even then, it's not like, oh, it's because they don't fit the bill. Like, there's so many average people that need to get cast for roles, but it's just like they're picking like 10s now for fucking main characters.
In the opening of Once Upon a Time in the West, we meet 3 characters who don't survive the end of the scene. But they all have an interesting look. Al Mullock has long hair blowing across his face and vibrant blue eyes. Jack Elam has the long eyebrows and beard that goes down his neck. And then Woody Strode looks completely different, with a square jaw and a piercing look. From their faces alone, we can get a level of understanding to their character. It's hard to put into words, but we get a feeling that this guy is going to behave differently to this guy. And then compare them to the station manager. We can understand the dynamic just from the way they look. You can say this is down to great casting, and to some extent it is, but ultimately, it's just these guys' faces that carry the entire 15-minute opening.
Oh, well, I
I suppose it'll be all right.
Yeah, like he just looks like a disheveled old man. Like this guy looks like some dude you would see on the side of the road in New York City.
It'll be all right.
It's the same with the heads of the 5 families in The Godfather. Sure, they all look like mob bosses, but they have small differences in their appearance.
You're all grateful.
Wow, I love like the YouTuber breakdowns that these guys, or not the cinephile breakdowns that these YouTubers do. Like, I love these analyst movies. I never think, because you don't, it's like such subconscious shit that you don't even think about till they bring it up. Where it's like, wow, the mob bosses really are very similar, but like the mustache and the slick back hair is different. A cinephile, that's somebody that loves movies.
It's the same with the heads of the 5 families in The Godfather. Sure, they all look like mob bosses, but they have small differences in their appearance.
You're all grateful to Don Corleone for calling this meeting.
How they style their hair, the type of suit they wear, and how fat they are, all goes a long way to tell us about their character.
He had all the judges and politicians in his pocket.
And this isn't just limited to side characters. Even the leads in the past had a more interesting look. They didn't all look like supermodels.
You look like 40 miles of rough road.
This is people like Sissy Spacek, Leslie Nielsen, and Cher. They simultaneously look like a normal person, but also have a unique look.
Completely normal individual.
Kurt Russell in Escape from New York was big, but in shirtless scenes his abs have little definition. Bruce Willis was handsome, but his receding hairline and modest muscles retain a sort of everyman look. And compare how Hugh Jackman looked in the first X-Men film in 2000 to Deadpool Wolverine.
Yeah, he looks better. It's like, how does Hugh Jackman in his 20s look more average than now?
So what is the effect of this? What is the
fucking ripped six-pack? Looks like he's on steroids.
Effect of seeing these regular-looking people on screen? And how does seeing interesting faces work to make a movie better? Let's take a look at a few examples.
What have you done to it? What have you done to its eyes?
This is Mia Farrow in Rosemary's Baby.
I'm Rosemary Woodhouse.
As the film progresses, she cuts her hair shorter and begins to look paler and thinner. Visually, we understand the transformation the character is undergoing.
I'm not changing. I just want to go to Dr. Hill and get a second opinion.
Would this work if she was played by someone like Margot Robbie? I don't think so. It's Mia Farrow's unique look that helps make the character feel like an actual person that could exist somewhere, which makes us empathize with her more.
Dr. Hill, please.
It's the same with John Travolta in Blowout, Shelley Duvall and Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Well, because the average person that's watching a movie that wants to relate to the main character isn't going to... Like, I get you casting fucking Chris Evans and Hemsworth for Thor and Captain America. They're fucking superheroes. They're not supposed to be everyday people. Thor is a god, right? But, like, when you have a regular taxi driver playing a role in a movie, you want that guy to be relatable, and the average person watching the movie isn't going to relate to a guy that's a 10.
In Star Wars, Luke and his family look like fairly ordinary people, whereas Grand Moff Tarkin and the Imperial officers have a much more austere look to them.
Fear will keep the local systems in line.
In the 20th century, the pool of actors to choose from seems to have been much more aesthetically varied than it is today. There was actors with big noses.
I got it, go ahead.
Big foreheads.
He's gonna prove it to the whole world.
Heavy-set eyes.
Did you know that?
And receding hairlines.
But you and me together, that'd be tops.
We subconsciously infer things about people's personality based on their features, which in turn helps them create a richer character without much heavy lifting.
Mentally, you picture my dog.
In Taxi Driver...
But I think they do so... Like, there's still TV shows... I think movies, it's gone away, but TV shows, they still have it. Always Sunny in Philadelphia isn't even filmed in Philly, but it still gives that Philly vibe. They look like regular-ass white people that live in Philly. Danny DeVito is like Danny DeVito, like sometimes they make him seem like a goblin, bro. He'll be naked crawling out of a fucking couch covered in oil. Like, I know that's part of the comedy, but it's like they're not like, imagine if Always Sunny in Philly was just like Margot Robbie, Brad Pitt as the old guy, and then, you know, Olivia Rodrigo. You'd be like, okay, well, these aren't regular fucking Philly actors. There's shows where they actually make fun of that. Like, I Love L.A. They make fun of L.A. culture. They look like L.A. people. They might live in L.A., but, like, they cast people that, like, fit this L.A. role, and it makes fun of that. So I love that show. I don't watch it all the time. I'll watch it with Brooke when she's watching it, but it's a good fucking show. But even back then, they had people that didn't. It's so weird because I think on average, movies in general do cast higher attractive roles. But like, dude, the cast of Friends, all attractive, all of them. Maybe Ross is like unconventionally attractive, but like Phoebe, Monica, and Rachel are all 9s, 10s, right? Very pretty. Joey Tribbiani, attractive guy. Chandler, attractive guy, right? Ross, I would say maybe unconventionally attractive, but he also was signed for that role. It makes sense, right? Like Ross is still a good-looking dude. It's like all of them were 10s, almost. Chandler, I think Chandler was a good-looking guy. Obviously, he was dealing with, like, you know, problems where he was fluctuating in weight and, like, he looked different depending on the scene. But I think overall, he still looked good.
This guy, completely bald on top, but with a flow at the back. This guy with his scruffy beard and round glasses. And even De Niro himself with his 5 o'clock shadow and redness around his eyes. If you got into a cab and this was the driver, you wouldn't think twice.
Did I tell you to do that with the meter?
All of these actors look like they actually belong in the setting rather than just walking out of a dressing room.
Can I talk to you for a second?
And this is environmental immersion. In 1976, after Sylvester Stallone went 15 rounds in Rocky, his face was soaking wet, his hair sticking to his head, and he's covered in blood with his face fully contorted with bruises. But in 2015, after Michael B. Jordan fought in Creed, he's just got a subtle sheen of sweat and a small...
Yeah, bro, they make him look too good. I'm like, this is, bro, Paddy Pimblett in that UFC fight where he didn't get knocked out, but he got his head fucked up so bad that he literally looked like a pumpkin. His face was swelling so much. Like, get the hell out of here. I'm supposed to watch Creed and be like, oh, dude, his face is a little scuffed and he's getting killed this fight, but it'll be all right.
Bruise around one eye.
Like, I need to see one eye swollen. Stop! Like, that would put you on the floor. Bro, your face would be so fucked if you got knocked like that.
Stop! It's me!
At the end of Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's suit is ripped to hell, revealing his bruised, dirty, and sweaty face. And
that's one thing I'll say about Spider-Man. People get upset with me. I think the first Spider-Man is the worst Spider-Man. I think that Tom Holland's Spider-Man is better than Tobey Maguire's. But I think Tobey Maguire fits the Spider-Man look the best out of any of them. I love Tom Holland the most. I actually think Andrew Garfield second, Tobey Maguire third, off of acting. But when you think of like everyday New Yorker, kind of a nerd, you know, a dweeb, getting these powers and then becoming a superhero, I'm not thinking of Tom Holland. And I'm not thinking of Andrew Garfield. I'm thinking of Toby McChud, you know, Chud Maguire, you know. That's the guy that fits the bill, you know. Looks like an everyday dude, gets powers, becomes some superhero god, has that really cringy scene where they slick his hair back when he's Venom and he's like, I hate that scene, by the way. That's the worst. Like that, whenever I see that scene, it's right below the Happy Birthday song in Breaking Bad.
His chaotic tear across his mask.
Mr. Osborn.
But for Tom Holland, he's got a couple of cuts that seem very intentionally placed, and his suit isn't ripped at all. His mask hasn't been torn open, but just neatly taken off.
Hey, Blondie? Water?
After Clint Eastwood walked 70 miles in the desert, his face is completely scarred and burned. We can barely recognize him. But today, there aren't many examples of actors looking scarred like this. It seems like everyone has to look perfect all the time. It's as if somewhere along the way, almost every actor has taken
That movie was so fucking bad. That movie was so fucking bad. Jurassic World, love Scarlett Johansson. My God, this movie was terrible. Every scene, she's like, well, I'm a co-op expert. That's why they hired me. I'm a co-op expert. What the fuck do you have to do? I'm a co-op expert. Okay, so we're bringing you to go extract dinosaur blood? You worked in the military and, like, covert shit. What the hell does that have to do with going to stab a T-Rex? Okay? You have your skill transfer. That's like you being a pro in Rocket League and being like, I'm a Rocket League pro. And we're in fucking Vietnam. And we're in Vietnam. You know, we're loading artillery, and you're like, don't worry, I was SSL. That means about jack shit to me. What the fuck does that have to do with this?
It's as if somewhere along the way, almost every actor has taken the substance and transformed into a kind of picture-perfect version of themselves. Not a single wrinkle, not a hair out of place, and completely smooth skin. The best we'll get is maybe a small smear of dirt or a tiny...
The worst that I despise is movie scenes where they're like so fucked. They've been surviving in the wilderness. They, you know, fighting limb to limb to survive. And then you see their teeth, pearly white. They've been in the jungle for 6 months. And they fuck up their face and they make them look, you know, all messed up. And then they're like, and you see the glare off their teeth. I'm like, yo, it's not like, why we can't tint their teeth yellow to make this look more real.
Cut. And they look great, but when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale.
Well, see, no, that scene's different because that's just Vin Diesel. Right, that's Dom Toretto. Vin Diesel after plunging a burning car into dirty water. It's Dom Toretto.
And they look great.
Dom Toretto's fucking a badass.
But when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale. And sure, this isn't every single actor working today. You can still find distinct looking people, but it seems like it is the majority of them. In an article from
That's what I was saying.
2021, Raquel S. Benedict likens our body to become an investment in which we have to maximize our value through looking good. We're reduced to a collection of features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is no—
Oh my god, what is that thing called where it's supposed to give you a better jaw? Bro, just like chew gum. I never understand that shit. Jawzercise, I think is the name of the product.
Features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is no longer the vehicle through which we experience joy and pleasure, but a status symbol that needs to be constantly presentable to the world.
Put your greasy tits away, you preening slut.
For actors, this is taken to the extreme, especially for women. They can never age or show any imperfection. They need to be a bankable star, and a big part of this is looking good on camera.
Pretty girls should always smile.
Let's take hairlines as an example. Sure, Andrew Garfield probably got a hair transplant because he thought it would improve his appearance, but also because it's better to have a smaller forehead as a leading man. And with modern technology, if you can fix this, why wouldn't you?
Yes, Sergeant!
This just wasn't the case in the past, hence a wider spectrum of hairlines and a bigger aesthetic variety.
I wouldn't touch one hair on his goddamn little head.
But today, this is becoming increasingly noticeable, and more people are—
But it's when they're playing a role. I think you want a smaller forehead when the main character is 40 or below. But if you're a main character in your 50s as a guy, having a perfect hairline is almost off-putting. Because the average man in his 50s is going to either be bald or have a receding hairline. Like, without a doubt.
Commenting on it, and here are a few things they've said. I miss actors having normal teeth, and then a picture of Tom Cruise from The Outsiders.
Check this out, buddy.
It's so annoying and just plain boring that everyone has the same teeth, the same body. I miss people looking—
Okay, well, the Barbie movie is a bad example because Margot Robbie is supposed to look uncannily perfect. Like, I was gonna mention the Barbie movie where she's supposed to look perfect, right?
Different and interesting.
Restroom and make sure my hair is perfect.
I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers last night, and it stood out to me that while Sutherland is hot, he's also clearly in his 40s. Like, if Hollywood wanted to make a movie of a 40-something A-lister playing a middle-aged health inspector, who would they cast? Ryan Reynolds? Chris Evans?
I got this.
We no longer have leading men who are good-looking and charismatic, but also don't look like they wake up at 5 AM to hit the gym. On Twitter, someone was talking about the 1974 movie Taken of Pelham 123. They said it's weirdly invigorating to watch a movie where every actor has an incredible face, and they all look normal, like no veneers inside.
This is supposed to be a democracy.
Old actors have more grace than current ones. We can't have a truly accurate cast for the Beatles because they just don't make weird, crusty-looking young men actors like that anymore. I miss casting movies that weren't all A-listers or trying to be. Sometimes just having normal-ass people in your movie make—
I have been complaining about the fact that— oh wow, this guy plays the serial killer in Dexter. Anyways, sorry. I don't even know this guy's name, but I just recognize the face. I've been ranting about how I don't like that the new actors, like Gen Z actors, it's like there's like 5 of them. there's like 5 of them. Whenever you see a big new movie coming out, it's never like a random actor playing the main role. It's always somebody that's like super famous. And I think it's this idea too from Hollywood that like what gets ticket sales is mainstream actors. And it's true to a degree that like if you see a movie that's coming out and it has a famous actor in it, you're more likely to go see it. You know, like if Jacob Elordi, is in a movie, you're going to be like, well, I kind of want to go see that. But if Jacob Elordi's not in the film and it's just like some random guy that isn't that super attractive, or woman for that matter, it's like, you know, it's the same thing. The level of popular actors is like, it's a smaller pool now.
Makes it feel more realistic. To which someone replied, convinced this will be the downfall of the Odyssey. Which brings us on to perhaps a good label to put on this kind of perfect looking A-lister we see today. iPhone face. It's hard to define, but I think it's basically this kind of pristine look that most actors seem to have. It's why some people look out of place in period pieces, because they've got a modern haircut or their teeth are too white. They're striving for a kind of look that didn't really exist before the 21st century. And this speaks to a kind of aesthetic that many modern movies have. They're perfectly lit, the set perfectly designed, the actors in perfectly clean clothes. But this kind of perfection just makes it all look boring. It's the messiness of a normal...
And it doesn't bring... The immersion's not there. Like, I want to see some shit where, you know, their couch is fucked up. Like, you're supposed to be this, like, struggling artist in this film, and you're playing, like, somebody that's broke. Meanwhile, yeah, your apartment's small, but you have, like, a brand new couch, and your carpet's perfectly clean, and you have no crumbs on the floor. There's no, like, weird marks on the walls, you know? Like, every regular room for somebody, you're going to have, like, a scratch or a hole in the wall. Like, why don't they have that? Method acting? Well, not even method acting for the actor. I'm more saying, like, the sets just suck.
Or the dirt kicked up from horses, the color of the set, and the way it's lit. We're losing a sense of personality not only in how actors look, but in how films in general look.
Hello?
Digital cinematography has given everything the same kind of Netflixy feel. Look, this isn't every movie, and it's not every actor. If you look for it, you can find interesting looking people.
Oh, that movie was so fucking stupid. Oh my god, no, I'm gonna get so mad if dude, every time he shows that Jurassic Park movie. Where if you don't know, there's like this they're going, okay. So in the Jurassic Park movie, the new one, dinosaurs exist, but they only can live at the equator, and you're not allowed to go to the equator. This stupid fucking family is driving a boat through the equator, and they get capsized by a dinosaur. Shocker. They all freak out. The boyfriend's a dick, blah, blah, blah. They end up getting picked up by Scarlett Johansson and her crew, which is trying to extract dinosaur blood to, like, cure cancer. That's the plot, right? Like, it's trying to, like, cure cancer, extend people's lifetimes. It's going to, like, make people immortal or some shit, right? And you're just sitting here like, oh, okay. They don't even explain why. And they get on this boat. They end up getting separated. And the family is, like, struggling to survive in this area. And they're like, none of them die, by the way. Spoiler. Which is, like, so stupid. Because, you know, this is, like, a family of 5 that has no survival expertise. And they just get lucky at every corner. It's just, like, full plot armor. And while they're all, like, struggling for their life and, like, running from these crazy dinosaurs, one of their daughter, like, befriends this tiny dinosaur. And I'm like, dude, she would be terrified of that motherfucker. Their boat got capsized by a dinosaur. She's never seen dinosaurs in real life like this. They land on this island. They're getting chased by dinosaurs. And she sees this baby dinosaur that's, like, cute or whatever. And she's like, aw. I'm like, oh, hell no. She would not, like, walk up to that thing. Dude, everybody would be traumatic. I would be scared to walk up to anything that was moving.
People in modern movies, but this whole change in how actors, and by extension movies in general, look, is a natural result of an industry that's afraid to take risks. Movies need to make money, so they minimize anything that could theoretically make the film less successful, but in the process, remove what makes it special. Both films and actors aren't ugly anymore. They're not dirty anymore or bruised anymore. No one looks normal, and everyone looks perfect, and this is a problem.
It's worse than Hubie Halloween. No, Hubie Halloween is a bottom 3 film. I love Adam Sandler. I think that when he plays that role where he does that, like, oh, I don't know. I just have some soup in a bowl. I'm like, shut up. Shut up. That's like so it's so annoying. And it's like he's not playing the role well. It's like he has like 5 characters and one of them's like a quirky, weird guy that he plays. And he does the same thing in Waterboy. And it's like, oh my God. And he's, no, it's just, dude, it's so, I can't get over it. And there's Adam Sandler movies that I love. I just think that those movies are unbearable. Actually, no, Jack and Jill's worse than Hubie Halloween. Jack and Jill was the worst movie that he's ever made. I gotta piss again, and we're gonna hop into the next movie. Highly requested video. We fooled locals with offensive city plans.
Give us feedback on our new city plans. We're installing the world's biggest pride flag.
Hell no.
Are you joking?
No.
Do you guys disagree with that?
I can guarantee you no one will ever vote for that.
Who wants to see us?
I always wonder how, like, YouTubers and even mainly, like, Impractical Jokers still get people to believe these things. But I've come to realize that they always get old people that are, like, really detached from society and reality in, like, local rural towns to do, like, a town meeting about city plans. Like, somebody that would be a part of the HOA in, like, your rural Nebraska city. Not gullible? I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say the word gullible. Maybe... But, like, yeah, no, people that are living in 50 years ago.
Society where parents stay together longer. Well, we have a solution. A 50% rent increase for single mothers.
What? I'll need something to throw at you.
We'll take that as a yes. We'll take it as a yes.
No. Are you trying to go?
I feel like these guys can pull it off because they're YouTubers, but don't you ever wonder how, like, I don't watch Impractical Jokers anymore. I feel like nobody, I don't want to say that's a dead show, but, you know, it's not 2013 anymore. But I always wonder how they still get people that don't know them. You know what I mean? Like, who below 50 is going to walk into a Walmart and have Murr or Sal walk up to them and be like acting really weird and laughing before they say anything? Like, obviously they have a person in their head telling them what to say. Like, even if you don't know them, you'd be like, yo, you're a part of a bit. Like, this, I'm on camera right now. The NFL playoffs are here. Football is at an all-time high, and there is no better time to get in on the action than with DraftKings Sportsbook, the sponsor of today's video. If you sign up with DraftKings and use promo code JOEB at sign up and place a $5 bet and your bet hits, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. What an offer! DraftKings Sportsbook is the place to place touchdown bets. Not only do they have same-game parlays, they also have live betting for the people that love the thrills of live betting, betting on drives, betting who's going to get a touchdown, if they're going to place a field goal, whatever, in a given drive. DraftKings has you covered. And if DraftKings isn't available in your state yet, one of the green states, you can still take advantage of DraftKings Fantasy. So sign up for DraftKings today and use promo code JOEB at sign up and place a $5 bet. If your bet hits, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly, minus 500 odds required. Thank you to DraftKings for sponsoring this video. Let's get back into it!
Us? We have said no.
Disclaimer, everything said in this video is for entertainment purposes only. This does not represent us. Do not replicate or act upon any content shown. We invited local residents.
Oh, so you don't think single mothers should have a 50% rent increase? Huh. Yeah.
To attend what looks like a real city meeting where we're posing as officials presenting new plans that will affect them. But the catch is we're given extremely offensive ideas that we have to present no matter what. After the president,
I would love to be a part of this. I feel like okay, no, here's the thing. I could never do the presentation. You would fold? Oh, 100%. I could not do the presentation. I would love to make the presentation. You know what I mean? Like, I'd love to be the guy that makes the slideshow of something that's just, like, obviously gonna get bad reviews. or like a bad reaction. But I don't think I could ever stand up and just riff, you know? Stand up, read a presentation, click this next slide, and it's like, we're going to ban gay people from, and I have to defend that in front of a fucking town meeting of people that are just going to be appalled.
Strangers will raise their hands if we convince them to support our new plans. And just like the Impractical Jokers, whichever team gets the fewest hands raised will face the terrible mystery punishment at the end. It's actually...
So this is Impractical Jokers. This is... This is a one go on Impractical Jokers. There's no thumbs down. It's just if you lose, you just get the punishment.
I'm telling you right now, it's not good. It's not going to be fun.
Yeah, we're not doing all that. We're not doing all that.
We're
not going to do all that.
No. You guys can do terrible. We're not doing terrible.
We do like the chill. We do like the prizes.
We're
not doing punishments.
No, we're not doing the punishment. We're winning. This is the winners.
Do you guys see what's behind you?
That's your presentation.
That's your presentation we made.
What do you know about your presentation?
What about
you? Don't know shit.
Dude, I would just pull every buzzword out of the book of something that's controversial. Like, the presentation would just consist of like every single like buzzword that just gets people upset.
You don't know shit about your presentation.
They're fine.
Is it that bad?
It's bad.
What do you mean is that bad?
Yours is so bad we have a security guard here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. JD and I are going first, and remember,
security guard here in case one of the people fucking rushes them.
We have no clue.
Yeah, abortion. Yeah, dude, literally abortion, LGBTQ, Charlie Kirk, gun laws, immigration, DEI, just everything. Every climate change, minorities, religion.
What they put on this presentation. Alrighty. Thanks for being patient, guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making the commute.
Like, you know, for the lady with the rainbow choose kindness shirt on, you're going to have to shoot different compared to the Karen in the back. Every slide's got to anger somebody else.
Random strangers in front of them.
So how's your guys' day going so far? Is everybody good?
Yep.
Awesome. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Give us feedback on our new city plans. We are McCain and
Jeremiah.
We've been selected by the National Youth Policy Initiative to represent Orange County at the legislative level. Today we're presenting several proposals and need your feedback before they are finalized. This is
Do these people get paid for this? Like, I don't want to say like NPCs sign up for this shit, but like, what is this?
Level. Today we're presenting several proposals and need your feedback before they are finalized. This is part of the real decision-making process. Your voice matters here more than anywhere else. Let's discuss the future of our city, shall we?
I don't know what's about to happen. Like
you have to start out though with something that's basic. You can't go in gun swinging. You know what I mean? If you're the enemy team crafting this presentation for the guys presenting, you don't want the first slide to be, we're going to raise a statue of, you know, somebody that's going to piss somebody off. You know, you want to start out with like, hey, we're going to implement street lights in these roads where a lot of the time it's too dark, you know, and something that they're like, oh, you know, that would be nice. Then you go to something else that might be, you know, kind of, you know, edging it a little. That's kind of the wrong word, edging it, where it's like something that might be upsetting, but, you know, you kind of get past it. And then you gotta, butter them up.
They're press fucked.
This is gonna be bad. Who here wants to see real economic growth and results in our city?
Beautiful first slide.
Yeah?
I feel like they're gonna instant pivot to something else though.
Who's ready to bring real jobs and infrastructure to our community? Yeah?
The next slide's going to be like, that's why we're going to bring like child sweatshops to the fucking... I'm calling that. Who wants to see real economic growth? All right, we're going to bring foreign Chinese policy into rural Idaho and we're going to have fucking sweatshops set up. No.
Awesome. Introducing a brand new $300 million nuclear power plant in the Bay.
I would support that. I would actually... No, I'm not even lying. I would support a nuclear power plant. Dude, you know how fucking clean... That's like clean energy. No, you would not. Bro, nuclear power plants rarely blow up. Going nuclear energy is the fucking move.
Good idea.
No, I would say no.
No.
What if they melt down? Yeah, if the nuclear power plant melts down, I'm fucked. All right, yeah, sure. But that's probably not going to happen.
No, it'll never fly in Orange County. I'm just telling you that now. It'll never fly.
Never?
Never, ever, ever, ever fly.
Yo, this is insane.
There are different ways of getting in jobs.
Okay.
This is the quickest and easiest way.
It is the...
Bro, but nuclear energy, yo, I would stand on this shit in the crowd. I'd be like, yo, I fuck with that. Because nuclear energy is not only going to create jobs, but it's going to reduce electricity costs for the residents. Why would you not want that? Because it's nuclear and that's scary?
There are different ways of getting in.
The environment, nuclear power plants are good for, these people aren't against it because it's good for, or it's bad for the environment. They think it's bad for the environment.
Jobs.
Okay.
This is the quickest and easiest way.
It is the easiest way.
Wrong. It costs a lot of money. You put a lot of lives in jeopardy. And I can guarantee you no one will ever vote for that.
It's gonna kill the wildlife.
I would vote for that shit.
Yo, this is not real. This is it, dude. This is huge.
Let's go on to the next one. Is that... This one's yes, then? Yes?
No.
No.
Absolutely no.
No.
Big no.
Oh, but then when we say we're going to open a fucking Walmart warehouse, everybody goes, woo!
It's still a no.
Okay. Big no, understood. Okay.
Here's another upcoming city plan we're thrilled to launch.
Dude, not this one.
One of our main goals is to fix traffic. Traffic is stealing an extra 400 hours of your life every single year. Fortunately, we have a plan to give you those hours back.
Oh, no.
Introducing the Traffic Kazar.
Kazar Czar.
Actually illiterate.
The Kazar. It's a czar. I wrote this one.
wrote this one?
That's my bad, yeah. Traffic czar.
Let's do that again. Introducing the Traffic Czar. One man that controls the roads. Every driver must call the czar and get approval of their trip before departing.
You have to call. It's going to reduce traffic, bro. You're going to be sitting at home on hold for 4 hours. You're going to call the traffic guy. He's just, dude, it's just one guy in a room, like right next to a radiator in the basement with like 9 telephones just all ringing at once. He's just fucking answering them. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Airport? Yeah, sure, whatever.
No, thank you. No.
Yo, that lady's the goat. No. You gotta
hear it out.
You gotta hear it out. So, no approval, no driving. With 80% of your cars gone, you will never end up in traffic again.
What do you guys think?
How did you guys come up with that?
So, thumbs down?
So you have to call before you start driving?
Yeah, you have to call him and then you have to book your travel. And then...
And if your trip isn't important, he'll deny you.
If he allows it,
Dude, what would make this actually believable? The calling it makes it not believable. What would make this feel real to me is if they were like, instead of calling the traffic czar, you have to download the app called Ready Drive. And it hooks up to your car's remote start. And your car will not start until you submit like an application to drive somewhere and it approves it. Like, that sounds real. I'd believe that. Like, the second you go, you have to download an app, I'd be like, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And I get mad because that's like everything in life. Oh, you want to use this? Oh, we have an app. There's an app for that.
awesome, but if your trip isn't important, he will not allow it.
That's not a good idea.
Yeah, that doesn't, yeah.
What happened to living in the free country of the United States of America?
Yeah! USA, USA.
That's what I'm going to throw at you. This is ridiculous.
Well, she would
If I want to do crack on the sidewalk, I should well be able to, because I live in the USA.
probably approve you, but not other people that are like lazy. I don't know.
Well, he would approve you, but he wouldn't approve anybody that's like lazy or like not doing it for a real cause.
This is ridiculous.
No, this is serious.
We don't live in North Korea. Thank you.
Oh my!
Dude, North Korea, you wouldn't even have a car. North Korea, bro, you're riding a bike to work.
God.
I'm gonna say it. I don't care.
We can go to the next one,
I
but
mean,
I
maybe
think
yeah, next.
I think this one's good.
In Russia.
Next.
Yo, the lady in the back might be the goat.
If we lived in Russia, maybe.
No, she might be the goat.
We have new adjustments for the education system to change the game.
Oh, fuck. This might blow it, bro. This is racist.
Recent data reveals students' test scores have plummeted to historic lows, threatening our community's future. Who's ready to flip the script?
Well, let's see what you got.
Let's make it happen by transitioning our teacher staff from our current diverse lineup to a selective high
Oh my God, all Asian people?
achieving team proven to deliver exceptional results. Any feedback?
Let's not look at skin color and just look at the scores.
No, these are literally the highest achievers.
Yeah,
We didn't look at skin color. They're actually the highest. They're literally the highest achievers in this area. They're very hardworking.
Well, kids are usually, 7 hours a day at school. So, having really good teachers dramatically changed their life.
You can have all the good teachers you want, but if you don't have an infrastructure and
At home,
money,
It's not going to work.
And all kids are at different learning levels, so there you go.
Yeah.
Do they speak good English? That's another
Next.
Ooh, that's a little racy. That's a little racy. Whoa, they're the highest test scores. They just happen to be Asian. Whoa, now you're saying whether or not they speak English.
I don't think they want to go next. I don't think it ends right here.
We're bringing some opinions out of the crowd right now. We're fucking. This is a surefire way to fucking get some people's minds racing, dude. You get some. You do this town meeting, they're just gonna start fucking spewing shit.
Dude, this is not gonna be good.
Okay. Jay?
Is he laughing?
Jeremiah?
He's laughing.
And rest assured.
He's totally laughing.
Is he laughing right now?
He's totally laughing. That's a laugh. That's a laugh. What
Oh, they get penalized for laughs?
is he doing? And guys, every time the presenters laugh, that's 1 point off their score at the end.
And rest assured. He's been sneezing a lot. And rest assured, 12% of their salaries will fund their Uber rides to and from schools. It's a win-win situation. Sharper minds in class and fewer risks on the road.
This really sounds racist. I don't know what to do.
It is pretty racist.
It is.
What is Jay doing? He's laughing again?
Are you
Dude,
serious?
he looks like he's fented out. What the was it? Why is he laughing?
Yeah, I feel like it'd be better if he just outwardly laughed than like leaning down, like they know he's giggling.
Stupid.
That's not a good. He wrote it.
Stupid. I'm going to. So what? It's stupid.
What's stupid?
The whole thing.
We have more
Bro, he's not breaking character at all.
policies that you guys will probably like, so.
While we're on the topic of education, immigration is good, but it's a problem when they don't speak English.
I already know I don't like this.
Fortunately, we have a solution. Allowing immigrants to learn English at...
Bro!
Yo, that's his third laugh.
Jay is throwing.
Hey, I don't care though. They're gonna be doing the f***ing punishment.
Allow immigrants to learn English at elementary schools.
Oh, these are going downhill pretty fast.
I'm not against it, but I thought they were already doing that.
They're not in here.
Thought they were doing that. What? She thought they were just having like random 40-year-old immigrants sitting in at like a first grade class. What do you mean she already thought they were doing that? What?
They're not here. So this will help them learn the basics so they can integrate flawlessly in America.
So they would be in school with the elementary students at the same
Yeah.
time?
So just to double up, like, so we can save pay on like the teachers to.
I just say no.
I mean, learning with children might be a little weird, but
Well, maybe the children can learn like life experience from the older people.
Maybe children could learn life experience from the older people.
No, thank you.
No?
No, thank you.
Yo, they're done. They're fucking done.
I wouldn't feel safe with my kids with adults.
Well, we have teachers in the classroom and security and officers.
Oh my God, that would just be so. That's just that is really a bad idea.
Would you install like TSA metal detectors?
TSA, bro. Why? I feel like you got to be doing that already now. What? That's a dumb fucking question. You gonna be installing TSA? Oh, brother, yo, there's fucking 300 school shootings in the last fucking year, man. Like, we already need to do that.
For individuals like that come into the classroom?
Why do you say that?
Oh, because he's foreign. It's a joke, Joe. That guy is not joking. That guy is not joking. He's saying install metal detectors in TSA because they're immigrants.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
Individuals like him or the kid right here?
That guy makes me nervous. That guy looks like he wants to blow the classroom up. I wouldn't be saying.
Oh, is it still a joke? Yeah, for that one chatter. That's just racist, bro. What? What? Yo, that's actually wild. I feel like the crowd is saying more crazy shit than like these dumb presentation ideas they're putting forth.
Nervous. That guy looks like he wants to blow the classroom up. I wouldn't be safe.
Oh, what? No, I don't.
Looks like he wants to blow the classroom up. I feel like he looks like, bro, what? He looks like he has money, if anything, if you're trying to fucking stereotype him off of like, what? Like, what do you mean it looks like he wants to blow the classroom up? That's absurd.
I don't think he would do that.
He's here to learn English.
How do you know?
He's just trying to learn English.
How do you know?
Dude, everyone is against them. I don't think they have anyone on their side here.
That's good feedback then, right? Thank you guys so much. Seriously, this is amazing. It's no secret we have a homelessness crisis.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're fucked.
Have you ever had a sleeping homeless person blocking your path?
Yeah, you see them, but
You don't see them, but they're not blocking you.
Some of us have and some of us haven't. What are you saying about this?
Well, we have a plan to get homeless people off the streets for good.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
We'll make front yards public so homeless people
They can just fall asleep in your yard
can get off the streets.
Oh, no.
No, thank you.
What about their neighbors? That would never work. You just making people's front yards their permanent homes? No.
Not their permanent home.
People don't pay and buy a house and property tax every year to have somebody sleep on their front yard. And where are they going to go to the bathroom? That's ridiculous.
They're gonna go to the bathroom on the lawn.
They'll probably use the bathroom on the lawn though, like a dog.
Thumbs down.
No.
Thumbs down. Thumbs down on this one.
Before we go
Bro, I feel like there's no way back to back to back to back. Like, they gotta have some good ideas in the middle. You know what I mean? Because this seems like by the third idea, I'd go, these people are fucking joking. You know? Like, this is a meme. If they had like one bad, two good, one really bad, I'd be like, okay, what?
In the next city plan, we want to give
In our city, who wants to see harsher penalties for criminals?
Yes.
I do.
Yeah.
What? Harsher penalties for criminals? I think it depends on the person. I would rather see more reform input for criminals. I'd rather have criminals get help than just putting them in a worse situation to where when they come out, they want to commit more crimes. Because that's like the current U.S. prison system. Is like they get in, they aren't rehabilitated, they come out worse, and then they commit more crimes.
Yeah, me too.
Starting soon, the following crimes will now have a minimum fine of $500.
Jaywalking. Littering, yeah, littering. I feel like that's, bro, when I see trash on the side of the road, that pisses me off. Not like trash like a tissue or like a cigarette butt. When I see trash on the side of the road, like somebody just threw a bottle out of their car window. Like, I'm not going to be some Karen and be like, oh, it's the end of the world. But it's like, bro, what? Like, it'll be like wrappers of stuff. Like, they'll eat food and just chuck it out the window. Just fucking keep it in your car and throw it away when you fucking get home.
Littering. Loitering.
Loitering. What? That's like the cringiest crime. Loitering.
Have a minimum fine of $5 stand without a permit.
Operating a lemonade stand without a permit. That's really funny, though. Walking up to like a 6-year-old that's just trying to make, $10 on a weekend selling lemonade. Excuse me, sir. Do you have permission to be selling lemonade here? Have you gotten the city's permit?
Ridiculous.
Not for the lemonade.
not for the lemonade.
Well,
They don't pay taxes on that though.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, that's true. Hey, that's true. Hot dog stands got to be paying $1 million a spot at times. $1 million a spot in New York City. You're telling me this kid could be selling lemonade on the side of the road for free? But he's got to learn the way the business world works, okay? Tell him to kick rocks. Yeah, 420 momentum's right on that one. Tell that kid to fuck off.
It's a kid.
It's a kid trying to do something. They're not bringing
Yeah, it's a kid trying to learn the way to fucking hustle money. And guess what? His ass selling lemonade for 50 cents. 50 cents a cup. Yo, I know that shit's just Minute Maid.
Sense. It's like you guys lost common sense.
All right. So.
All right, we don't gotta give them a ticket. We'll just break their lemonade stand. Just kick one of the fucking spokes out. Spill their lemonade on the ground.
This one?
No.
No. Okay. We've even decided to make some changes to social media usage. Arrest people for criticizing the government on social media.
No. It's part of the First Amendment. Can you name the 5 elements of the First Amendment? Do you know?
No.
We should just move to Russia then.
Or North Korea. Let's just move to North
They love referencing Russia and North Korea.
Korea.
North Korea is a dictatorship. America isn't.
North Korea is a dictatorship. America isn't.
That's where we're heading if you want to do this.
No. This is just for safety.
I don't need the government to give me safety. See, that's the difference. You're so young, you haven't had a lot of life experience yet.
She said she doesn't need the government to give her safety. I will say, yeah, the government shouldn't be arresting you for you criticizing the government, but you do want the government to provide you some sort of safety. Like the police? That's the government. That's like your local government. You pay taxes and that pays the police force. Yeah. So you do need the government to protect you. You do need the government. You're going to have running your area and making sure, or the mafia, you're going to fucking pay them and they'll protect you.
Yes.
No. On to the next.
No, okay.
Let's discuss how we can use AI to help our city, shall we? Who here is sick and tired of crime in their city?
Everybody is.
We will have a new plan to stop crime before it happens. Enlist AI police robots to predict crimes before they happen.
No.
Predict? No,
Predict?
thank you.
Yeah, they can predict it.
Yeah.
No.
This guy's vibing with it. He's shaking his head.
Okay, we're gonna say no.
This lady's grilling him.
Using advanced state-of-the-art AI, robots can detect patterns to catch criminals fast.
Oh man. What's the metric? What is that color palette on the bottom?
The metric right here, Jay wrote it, yeah?
So you see the threat detected here. The AI will detect the threat, and then police will be involved quick and able to get them.
You're not guilty until you do the crimes. It's stupid.
Well, we can predict, like, actually, we can predict 90% of the time, and it's always right 90% of the time.
What's
This is dumb.
This is the dumbest stuff I've
I
ever
don't even know why I'm Maria.
No.
Now we can profile with 90% accuracy.
Well, now we can profile with 90% accuracy.
No, it hasn't even worked. Even license plates readers are wrong.
But that's humans. AI is smarter.
That's humans, though. AI is way smarter.
No, it's not.
AI is made by human input, though, and there's bias.
Well, they evolve by itself.
We're ready for the next one. No. Next.
We're gonna go to the next one for her.
Yo, they're already on thin ice. This is bad, bro.
Dude, this
is
one's bad. This one's bad.
Let's talk about minority representation. It's unfair that oppressed groups only get 1 month to celebrate what makes them special. So we created a new year-round solution to this problem. We're installing the world's biggest pride flag.
Hell no.
Are you joking?
Do you guys disagree with that? I'm like, I feel.
Nah, it's gonna make us too soft. It's gonna make Orange County too soft. We can't go out like that.
I feel like it would help, people come out and be more prideful.
It's too gay out here already, so I don't think we need.
This guy's having some take. You see the reaction? The lip synced, oh my God.
Okay. 300 feet of gayness?
I get the response of being like, all right, erecting the biggest flag in the world in the middle of your city is just odd in general, regardless of what the flag is. But then to be like, yeah, we already have too many gay people.
What about a nice big American flag that has just everybody on it?
Well, this is...
What do you mean everybody on it? Everybody on it? What does that mean? Like you're going to have a U.S. flag and then you're going to put other flags within it?
The new American flag.
Good, it covers everyone. Move on.
Yeah.
Everybody's covered.
Yeah, this is good. Good? Yes?
No. No.
Yes? No?
No.
Yes, right here?
Yes, I give that a lot.
Oh, that's a no.
Yes, right here. Yes, right here, pointing at the lady with the choose kindness shirt and rainbow text.
Oh, that's... Okay, sorry about that.
Wait, I think there's something else.
Okay, cool. And don't worry, it can be easily seen at night with our 9,000-watt spotlights.
Oh my God.
Next.
She's actually the GOAT, dude. I love this lady. I actually love this lady. You're gonna say, fun fact, we actually took these lights from the 9/11.
L homophobia? No, I don't think... I understand the video's a joke. I'm saying... I don't think it's homophobic to be like, well, no, that just doesn't make sense to spend the money on having that in the middle of the city. But it is homophobic to be like, oh, we already have too many fucking gay people.
Memorial.
Like, just say no. Just be like, no, that's a bad idea.
In New York.
Fun fact.
Like, he's using it more as a means to just be like, all right, I'm going to now say why I don't like gay people versus him just being like, no, this is a bad idea.
Though, we actually took these lights from the 9/11 memorial in New York.
Trying to swipe some hands here.
Dead silent. Dead silent.
Jeremiah?
Let's talk about our plans for Commuters. Thank you. Let's talk about our plans for commuters in our city. Have you ever had to wait over 10 minutes for an Uber?
Yeah.
Yo, I've had to wait like an hour for an Uber. I hate Ubers, bro, that pick that shit up and then don't get you. And they wait for you to cancel it so you pay a fee. Lame ass, bro. That is like, and I know it's like the system in place that makes it, that promotes that, but it's like, bro, what a loser way to be an Uber ride. Like an Uber driver. Just like, I'm going to pick calls up and then never go get them. I'm going to sit in a parking lot and wait for you to fucking cancel it. I've also had Ubers. Bro, I've had Ubers that I've picked up. You know, or I picked up. I've called an Uber. It's 20 minutes away. Bro calls me. He's like, where are you going? I'm like, you know, blah, blah, blah. Here. He goes, all right. 5 minutes go by. I'm like, you're going to be here, right? Yeah. Put the phone away. You know, we're pre-gaming. We're chatting, you know, talking. I check my phone in like 15 minutes. Bro canceled the Uber 10 minutes ago. And now I got to call another one and wait another half hour, right? I talked to your ass on the phone, and I was like, you're not going to cancel, right? And he said, nah, I'll be there. Was not there. Was not there. Canceled us right after.
We have a solution to solve this rideshare wait time problem. We are going to be the first city to test government vehicle ride sharing. Commuters can simply jump onto any government vehicle for...
I'm reporting them. I had one guy, bro. I had one guy pull up. We're Ubering, and we're standing outside waiting for him. And everybody, because the bar just closed. We're all outside. There's a million people outside. He pulls up in a minivan. People are saying bye. I get in the car. He goes, hurry up! Hurry up! And I go, yo, we gotta go. Everybody gets in the car. It's 30. He's waiting for 30 seconds. And he goes, you know you're supposed to be waiting for me.
Easy transportation.
Ridiculous.
This is insulting to my intelligence.
Where's she going? Maybe she's Ubering out in the fire truck.
Any feedback?
I'd be down.
Yeah.
Down?
Yeah, I'd be down to save money too.
Say, lady in the back, let me guess. You're going to say, next.
Lady in the back, let me guess. You're going to say, next.
No, I just think it looks like it would be fun. But
See?
it would never happen.
You guys need to lighten up. It's a good
Until
thing.
Junior falls off and there's a lawsuit with the city and we have to pay for it.
Till Junior falls off. No, till Junior falls off in front of the front tire and gets his head crushed by the fire truck.
Up. It's a
Until
good thing.
Junior falls off and there's a
You have a kid flattened in the middle of the street.
lawsuit with the city and we have to pay for it.
But it does look fun.
This lady's the best ever, bro.
insane.
She's the best ever.
Insane.
Hey, well, thank you. Please raise your hand if you support our new city plans and want to see them passed.
One. Oh my God, they just have one.
Any hand?
Why is he raising his hand when he was the one that was against every plan?
One? They just go,
So we got one hand. Thank you guys, seriously. You guys were amazing.
For the memes.
I feel like it was
a great initiative. I don't know why they didn't like it. So how many hands did we got one. How many times did this guy laugh?
He laughed 3 times. So you guys got negative two.
Okay, so
-2.
So we gotta make them laugh 3 times.
All we have to do is not laugh and we win.
Yeah.
We could get 0 hands, and if we don't laugh, we win. You spent the first quarter of the presentation like this.
Jay, what the f was that? You started
Bro, you were fent folding in the middle of your presentation.
Right? Joe and Justin are up next, and remember, we made their presentation. They have no clue what's gonna be on it.
I feel like this one's gonna be hard. If they really need these guys to laugh, the presentation's gonna be tough.
You're not evil, bro.
Y'all are cooked. No, I'm telling you, we went crazy. If you guys can't get more than -2 hands, you will be doing the mystery punishment.
That's pretty easy. All we have to do, the only way to get in the negatives is to laugh, and we're not gonna laugh.
You guys are gonna laugh. No, you laughed last time. Did you
confident?
not? Yeah. I think
Yeah, you low-key were giggling last time.
You're Mr. Giggle Shits, dude. Nah, trust.
Thank you guys, by the way.
Bro, the one thing I will say is, like, back when I used to watch Impractical Jokers, it's based off the crowd. You know what I mean? Like, you could just get lucky by having people that raise their hand. That, like, fuck with it because they think it's funny.
Thank you guys, by the way. Thank you.
Bro, this crowd is insane. It's like a town hall meeting.
I don't need to be professional no more.
We don't need to be professional no more. We can be as much. We can have as much fun as possible. These guys look nervous.
No, they look
Joe and
nervous.
Justin look nervous as hell, bro.
Justin's panicking.
How are you guys doing today?
Great.
Today we have new city plans we're gonna bring. We are Joe and
Justin. Nice to meet you guys.
let's discuss the future of our city, shall we?
Good.
Cool. Thank you guys.
No, it's to warm the crowd up. We gotta make sure they believe it.
Yup.
And then
After that.
Let's do it.
Wait, so they are gonna do it. Yeah. That's the fucking play, bro. Have 3 regular slides and then get into it.
Justin, you want to take us away?
Yeah. Who here wants to see strong relationships built between the U.S. and other countries?
Yes, please.
That would be great.
Definitely.
We don't need the tension.
this is insane.
So we're excited to announce a new infrastructure partnership between the U.S. and the U.K. In exchange for funding California development, British officials requested one small thing. A royal vacation home built right here in the heart of our city.
This is completely bizarre and beyond
Well, like they build their own castle or something for the queen.
anything I've ever heard of.
So you're opposed?
What?
You're opposed?
I feel like I would immediately think this is a joke. There's no way. I don't know, maybe it's just like the officialness of like you actually getting paid to come to like an office building and listen to one of these talks.
This is completely bizarre and beyond anything I've ever heard of.
So you're opposed?
What?
You're opposed? Okay.
Essentially, it's a relation builder.
I think it's a little extraordinary, but if it's worth the funding, it's worth the funding.
Cool. I guess we just have to see how much it is.
It's gonna bring in $10 million, so it's sort of worth it.
The only estimate I have to give you guys a better idea is they're looking to fund about $10 million. So I think it'd be worth it, but.
That's nothing. 10 million, it doesn't. 10 million. That's not even
Yeah, 10 million on a big scale.
gonna cover like what the land costs.
It's more about a relationship. Like think about it like a political marriage.
If I was voting with the information that you gave so far, it would be like an absolute no.
So we're gonna take that as a yes.
So that's a yes for everyone?
Yes? No.
Okay. Is there a certain amount we would need? Because right now they're offering 10 million. Is there
No,
a number
for me,
where-
it's the fact that it's only British accessible.
There's an amount of money. There's an amount of money that I would also agree to it. If I was a part of the city, I'd be like, yeah, give the British people their own home if they're giving us $10 billion. If they're giving our city $100 billion, yeah, sure, they could have their own fucking lawn and castle that they're only allowed to go to.
Well, that makes it absolutely ludicrous.
All right, so I'll take it as a yes from most people.
Okay, so I could tell a little bit of uncertainty right now. We'll take that as a yes. We'll keep moving.
Let's go.
Okay.
My word, do you guys think you could do these presentations without laughing? I feel like the nervousness you would have would maybe make you not laugh, but the second I felt the crowd laugh, I feel like I would laugh.
Let's address our homelessness crisis. Who here wants to help homeless people? I mean, of course.
A little weird, not raising your hands. See 2 people in the front here. What's going on? What's going on?
Of course. They're people. Who here wants a stronger community where we lift each other up? I mean, yeah.
2 people in the front here. Why are we not raising our hands?
Why not?
It's a no-brainer.
Los Angeles is currently facing one of the most severe homeless epidemics in the world. To ease their—
So we're going to come up with a better way to solve that homelessness problem by a situation called Adopt a Homeless Man. Each residency in the state of California and in the city of Los Angeles will each be given their own homeless person that they have to take care of for a month straight to try and get them up and back into the working society.
Their burden will be housing 50% of LA's homeless population right here in our city.
Oh, they're just moving it from LA to there.
I think in San Diego, I think they literally have campgrounds for them.
Tell them we're gonna use the beach. That's where they're gonna stay.
I think the—
Dude, wait, is this filmed in San Diego? San Diego, the homelessness situation's so weird because the different parts of like Gaslamp Quarter, there's no homeless people in Gaslamp Quarter that like sleep there, but they kind of walk around in that area, at least when I was there. But you'll walk down an alleyway and it's really bright and there's no homeless people, and then you turn left and there's just another alleyway. It's dark, pitch black, tents lined up, just homeless people everywhere.
Main selling point is I think a lot of them would be looking to settle on the beach.
No.
There's no way you can residents.
That's why we're having the meeting.
It's a $200 ticket to sleep on the beach. You'd have to change the law.
We could change that, or we could attempt.
$200 ticket to fucking sleep on the beach. What if I take a little nap? What if I fall asleep? What if I'm like having a good beach day and I get a little eepy and go wake up? And now I get a fucking $200 fine for falling asleep?
Because if we're taking on 50% of them.
Dude, that's a lot of people.
So on this one, again.
How do they know if I was asleep? What if I'm like, no, I wasn't. My eyes were just closed. Sir, you were snoring. It was a vocal stim.
Seems like we will be taking on 50%. I think that's the consensus.
I think it's a no.
No.
Okay.
Are you trying to goad us? You've said no.
No. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Okay.
So let's talk about waste management in our city. We are adding smart trash cans that notify the city when they're full.
I like that. Yeah. Why not?
Quick and easy, so they're not over.
Yo, you know what I want added? A fucking hole in the ground and a metal box, and I could just go fucking piss in it. Why in every big city do I have to walk into a place of business? 80% of the time they don't have a bathroom. If they do have a bathroom, I have to pay to use it, and I'm not allowed to pee in the alleyway. Oh, why don't we do what the Europeans do this? Europeans have this. Somewhere, I'm pretty sure in like Denmark or somewhere they have this, where it's just a wall. It's like a walkway wall, and then you take a left and it's a box, and it's just a fucking hole in the ground. You just piss in it. Fuck you. Why don't we have these in the U.S.? A pee curl. You just walk in, you take a piss, and you leave.
Overflowing.
Perfect. Good dude. We're gonna fuck him on the neck. Absolutely just boom.
So let's talk about the job market, shall we? Our city just hit the highest unemployment rate ever, but we have a solution to save that all. Kids 8 and up will be allowed to work.
It's a great idea.
Absolutely.
Give them something to do.
Depends on the job.
Keep them out of trouble.
Exactly.
Say bills are getting expensive, kids need help too.
I mean, the bills are getting expensive. You know, I think the kids got to pitch in
That's
too.
not the kid. Not an 8-year-old.
I mean, a job like picking up trash on the beach or something like that?
Yeah.
That's possible. I mean, we just happen to use this photo, but
Of them making coffees as baristas.
like you said, it could be picking up trash on the beach.
Is there a job that an 8-year-old could work that wouldn't be immoral? Running games at a fair. Like, I don't know. Factories? No. Dog walking. That, I wouldn't want them. That would be unsafe. There's no job like an 8-year-old could have that isn't unsafe or immoral.
Currently,
Building lemonade stands. Yeah, lemonade stands. But they have to pay the $500 fine to be able, they have to pay the city permit to be able to use the lemonade stand.
I don't want to have a kid if I have to pay for his ass.
Like Justin.
And they also better have a government registered LLC or S Corp.
Said kids are getting really, really expensive now. And personally, like, I'm young, but I don't want to have a kid because I don't want to have to pay for his ass in this economy.
Of course not.
Always.
A lot of other countries, kids start working when they're 6, 7, 8, 9 years old.
Yeah.
Say 6, 7.
And 6, 7. But I'm originally Italian, and they had me working young, like you said, like at Nike. That kind of taught me a lot of like valuable fundamentals and kind of helped me again, like stay out of trouble, like you said.
How to work harder, 16 hours a day.
I had to work harder, 16 hours a day, and it just taught me a lot about like life.
16 hours.
How old is
Oh, I was 5.
You're fine.
5 years old, he was working 16-hour days. What job would a 5-year-old be able to do?
I don't know. Like, what's the psychological?
You now know how to form sentences in a manner where you could kind of say what you want to say. Hey, that's good enough. Now you're gonna go get on this production plan and build Nike shoes.
Impact.
I was not happy.
That's my point.
But I was forced to. I think the difference is the lack of freedom.
Dude, he's actually so good at this.
No,
it's actually a problem. He's making it so they're on his side.
He's swaying people's hands towards child labor. He's that good. He's that good at speaking.
Let's talk about the environment. Our city's carbon footprint has become a serious problem. Fortunately, though, We've created a simple solution to cut climate change by 40%.
Everybody has to start breathing in their own farts.
Replace most roads with bike-only lanes to force residents to stop driving cars.
And lose weight.
And lose weight.
Amazing perk right there, that's for sure.
It says to force. Like, I'm all for adding more bike lanes, but like whole roads is quite a bit.
The major roads we're talking about are basically like Jamboree.
Yeah, I mean,
like a road, for example, like Jamboree, you know?
What about the dragons on Jamboree?
Dragging my balls across your face. Say that. Say that.
No. No, you can't just get him to say anything, though. I feel like that's going to start a fight.
I've always seen dragons on Jamboree. Have you seen the dragons?
Real dragons.
I would take the penalty. I would take the penalty.
Flying dragons? He's seen
I would be like, give me a -1.
them too.
I'm not saying that to that guy. That guy will kill me.
He's seen them.
I don't think they're gonna say that. That is absurd.
They're playing jokes. We're playing jokes.
So what if you gotta get to somewhere and I'm in my car now, this is only for bikes, how do I get there?
You would dismount from the vehicle and you would mount the bike.
Huh.
Go back to dragons. Did you say dragons?
Let's go back to dragons, sir. You said dragons, right?
Yes, I want to make sure that we are looking into that.
Okay.
Say dragging my balls across your face.
You can't keep prompting him. You can't keep prompting him to say it.
Dragon initiative. If we're going to have a pro-bike initiative,
okay.
I'm just thinking that, you know, because I mean the helmets are not going to help against dragons.
Say it, Justin. Drag my balls across your face.
Spitting animals, and when they spit fire, I mean, you agree, right? You know, with the dragons.
The dragons?
Obviously, yes.
Okay, I like that. I haven't seen one yet.
Dragging my balls across your face?
We have positive changes for parents and married couples.
This one's insane. No, this one's actually insane.
They're about to get mad.
Okay, what he did do that diverted the danger was he looked at his friend and said it. You know, you didn't say it to the guy. Because if you said it to the guy, that'd be scary.
Could be good.
A 50% rent increase for single mothers. Basically, the idea here is it will
incentivizes single mothers to find relationships.
Incentivize mothers to stay inside their relationship.
Oh, it's not their fault the guys leave.
Yeah, or he's abusive, or let me incentivize you to stay with your abusive man, but we'll lower your rent. No.
It doesn't matter. The father's going to end up paying for it anyway.
I like that one.
I think it's a horrible idea to punish single parents.
It would just be single mothers, not single parents. This will encourage women to stop cheating and prioritize their family.
Definitely.
Room's getting silent right now. You see the chairs creaking. This is where it gets like, you know, that level of awkwardness where like you can't sit still. That's like everybody just started fucking like fidgeting in their seat.
What psychologist did you hire to do this?
I'll need something to throw at you.
Seriously?
Why don't let's just keep it going then. What do we think? Yes, no?
No. We'll take that as a yes.
No, yes, yes. We'll take it as a yes. Okay.
No.
No?
I heard some yeses in the back.
Okay, my bad. I mispulled. I did hear a few yeses in the back, so I just...
Okay, raise your hand for no. No.
Who's a yes, though?
Hey, I'm not seeing some hands being raised. I'll take that abstinence as a yes.
Do we have any yeses? Any standout yeses?
No.
Okay, must have been the wind. All right.
We have new entertainment planned for our city. This is our beautiful city, but one thing it's lacking is real fun. So we came up with a new entertainment zone everyone will love. Introducing the Urban Hunting Reserve.
What are we hunting?
Why does that look like the Roman Colosseum?
Dragons.
No, but for real, is that really like a designated hunting area?
Say, you'll see on the next slide.
Yeah, it would be a designated hunting. I'm sure if we go to the next slide, we can read more about a fun zone where you can import and hunt any animals in a large 20-acre wildlife reserve.
We have
What, and then shoot them? That's actually what, like, Russian oligarchs do. We're going to ship in animals and then fucking gun them down?
Hunting out in the forest, we just thought we'd bring it to the inner city, so it's like...
No, it's a horrible idea.
You can hunt robotic animals.
Robotic.
Lame. That don't give you buck fever. You ain't ever had buck fever before, boy. You ever kill a 10-point buck? You're sitting there. Shaking when you kill him.
Animals, I think that's probably still 10 years out. Let me see.
Shelter animals that go unadopted will be the main supply here to keep the business booming.
What? Hunting dogs?
Not hunting dogs, hunting shelter animals that go unadopted.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Pretty much.
You actually could have gotten some people behind this right up until then. That's like the hook. That's like the hook, line, sinker right there. We're going to throw in golden retrievers that don't get adopted.
Pre-game, pre-ELO.
Absolutely not.
And look, no, see. And then this is what you do. Then it motivates people to stop getting dogs they won't take care of. And it'll also promote adoption rates from people that don't want these dogs to get shot in cold blood in the Roman Coliseum that we're going to erect right outside of Anaheim, California. So it's going to do two things, right? It's going to reduce overpopulation in sheltered in animal shelters, and it's going to increase people taking care of their dogs.
I think it's more about...
You got to stand on it. He has to defend it.
Giving them a last stand, because these specifically shelter animals that go unadopted, we're talking about ones that are literally, they're about to be put down because they've been in the shelter.
Just put them down, don't chase them down and hunt them.
But it's giving them like one last chance to run around.
One last chance to run around. They can frolic in the flowers before some rich guy with a fucking ball-action sniper rifle takes him down.
No,
We'll take this one as a no. We understand. Thank you, guys. With the exception of dragons.
Unless the dragon came from a shelter.
We'll take this feedback. This is great feedback. Disabled people need help more than ever. We all know the blue handicap spots help those with disabilities. But what about the new spot colors for other groups with unique challenges? Introducing pink parking spots.
And it's wider than a regular one.
I've seen parking spots for pregnant ladies. Is it like that?
It's just confusing. What is it supposed to represent again?
I think it's parking spots for women only.
There you go. There you go.
These spaces will be 40% wider than normal spots to prevent parking accidents.
Brilliant.
It's very rooted in...
Women do get in more car accidents, but men get in more fatal car accidents. Women are more likely to get in fender benders, like a small rolling a stop sign, you hit somebody like right at a curb. Men get into 80-mile-an-hour deadly car crashes.
Stats.
This is great. So this sounds like a yes.
This sounds like a unanimous yes.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, no?
It's a joke. Completely no.
Mixed bag of opinions.
What makes you think no on this one? Sorry.
It's a joke. You're kidding.
I think it's genuinely very helpful. Kind of like she said, we have specifically pregnant women spots, but if we had just general women-only spots that are
Dude, I don't know how they got out of this one.
Bro.
This one was misogynistic.
Exactly. This next one's about to be insane. There's no way they say yes to the next one. There's no way.
It's just for parking.
And don't worry, we didn't forget about another group facing their own parking hurdles. Introducing golden parking spots.
Oh, that is so racist. Oh my God.
Oh! Is that for the Asians?
Oh my God, there's an Asian guy in the fucking audience. Stop.
No, I was gonna say it before he brought this up. I'm like a psycho.
It does indeed look like that is.
Oh wow, that is. Y'all need to go to the ground there.
No, that looks totally like me, man.
Stop.
Sneaking in.
Sir in the front, would you like this parking spot?
Oh my God.
Sir in the front, would you like this parking spot?
Oh, definitely.
So yeses. Yeses on these, pink and yellow.
So that sounds like yeses all around.
Yeses all around?
Yeah, give him
All right, guys, thank you. Please raise your hand.
They're going to get a few hands. I feel like they did way better.
If you support our new...
Their presentation was as hard, but he defended it well.
...city plans and want to see them passed.
Yeah. Don't tell me.
What? Yeah, I'd like 4 or 5.
What the fuck?
Cool. Thank you guys so much.
And no laughs.
4 people raised their hand.
Really great having you guys, and we really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good job. Sorry I interrupted.
Oh, you're all good, man.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Have a good one, man.
Oh my God.
Oh, there's cameras.
There's no way we just lost. All right, JD.
Oh, they could say there's cameras just to record it.
And I got
like for like, you know, whatever quality purposes.
negative 2 hands. You guys got 4 hands.
That was insane.
Yes! So we... JD and I are going to be doing the terrible mystery punishment, which is the 4-hour gauntlet.
What is that?
What the f is that?
Before we get into the punishment, if you guys haven't, please hit the subscribe button. We want to...
So now in another video, they have to do a 4-hour gauntlet. Video idea, do the offensive presentation, put the majority of the audience as imposters who will agree to any idea and see the real people's reactions. Oh my God. What a fucking good idea. Get a bunch of absurd shit, have like 80% of the people just be like, yeah, no, I fuck with that. That's a good idea. And just see if like the people like fold. The problem is if they did that, there's going to be people that just go along with the pack, and then they're going to seem like shitty fucking people. Lock in chat for the next video, Prankless Harms.
See, I find that pranks are all fun and games when they come in the form of harmless pranks.
Sure, can I see your receipt?
But on the other side of that spectrum, we have prank.
I love that video. He's just like fully fearful and shocked. Walks to the Walmart representative. That guy ate my receipt. Actually, my favorite ones are when a guy will walk up to like one of those Walmart receipt checkers and hand them like a note card that says like Big Chungus or something, and they just stare at them. And the old person freaks out and goes to a representative, and they're like, this person didn't pay for their items. And then they actually take out the real receipt and hand it to the, like, younger manager. And then the manager's like, yeah, I don't know what you saw. And they make the old woman seem like crazy.
Spectrum, we have prankless harms.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of these. I also, yeah, well, this is fake. But I'm not a fan of I'm not a fan of, like, public harassment pranks, if that makes sense. When you go to Walmart and you, like, with an employee for 5 seconds, that's different from when you're outwardly, like, following a random person in public for 30 minutes to see how far you could egg them and rage them to the point where they, like, actually pull out a gun and shoot you. That's, like, another level of trying to make stupid content. Or like there's guys, bro, there's like up and coming not YouTubers. They make content on TikTok where they'll just go like punch homeless people. Do you see that shit? It was like on Twitter. It was like this one kid, he like went around and just like pushed over old people at a park. I'm like, dude, you're just assaulting people. This isn't a prank. Like you're actually just beating up old people.
If you're unsure what this video I'm showing you right now is, this is the killing my best friend prank. I say prank.
Well, that was like, what year was that, bro? That had to be like 2016 YouTube.
But take a look at this dude. Now let's see what the supervillain that orchestrated this has to say.
Let's see how he reacts to his best friend of 5 years being
My name's Sam Pepper.
killed in front of him.
I'ma say he took this one like a champ, really. Light work, no reaction. See, the problem with prank content is that it's stuck in this never-ending competition, you know, to do something new. Or
it's not even do something new. It's bigger and better. Because, like, how many times... That's the issue of prank content, is you can't reformat it. Nothing can be changed in prank content to where it feels new unless you do something bigger. Like, you remember when prank content was as simple as, like, walking into a Walmart and football spiking a gallon of milk on the ground like you slipped? I mean, it was harmless in the sense of, like, now a worker has to clean this up. But it was a low-level prank. Like, you were fucking just dropping milk in a Walmart. But how many times can you do that and it still gets views? So then you have to keep scaling until it's like, I'm killing my best friend prank.
To top the last prank that the people have seen. Now, don't mistake me for somebody that I am not. I have a love in my heart for prank content. It's damn near all I was watching as a kid. Right now I'm on my intellectual arc, so let me share some wisdom with you. People find pranks funny because they play on surprise and incongruity, breaking expectations in harmless ways that trigger laughter. Key word there, harmless. And also humans at our core, we're dead ass just evil, okay? We like to laugh at other people's misfortunes. And over time, pranks have done nothing but evolve, I think in mostly good ways. But even a lot of the pranks back then were kinda OD. Y'all remember this guy with the
I think, like, cosplay pranks are also pretty funny and, like, harmless. Where, Like the guy that does the Labubu shit, Juicy Jacob, he'll go into a Walmart dressed as the Lorax and walk around. Or people like, if you do that, that's kind of chill because you're not fucking with people. So no, not me. It's not me. As I was saying, though, I think if you do that and you're like cosplaying as certain people, like Megamind, and you're just like walking around and fucking with people, it's like they could just ignore you if they don't like you versus you like directly walking up and targeting somebody and being like, hey, and then trying to fuck with them.
Pansexual mother of 3 haircut. Yeah, this 2017 tall fishman having cut ass nigga.
Bro, I remember I used to think that haircut was so hard, though. Bro, that was like the ideal haircut.
Ass nigga. This is Prank Invasion. Yeah, he's best known for his, kissing prank.
What up, invaders? Chris here. All right, so today we're here at Venice Beach, and we're gonna be kissing girls right in front of their boyfriends.
Okay. Just one question for you, gang.
That's not really a prank. That's not really a prank. I'm gonna go make out with guys' girlfriends.
How is this a prank? I'm just struggling to see how, going up to a stranger and kissing them falls under that classification. Just sounds a little sus to me. I guess it was working for him because he was pulling hella views and he was just, rinsing and repeating this with just different versions.
Who's the guy that got like really spiritual and kind of went insane? And he used to do like prank content, but it was effectively him just taking his shirt off and flexing. No, not Gideon. Gideon didn't go insane. Who's the guy that I'm talking about? He would flex. He would just walk out in public and be like, not Fousey. Connor Murphy. Y'all remember Connor Murphy? Bro, he would literally just like walk around in public and just like take his shirt off. And that was the video.
I think we lost this nigga at the sister edition, though.
I'm gonna try to kiss my sister.
Anywho, I think at least most pranksters stopped faking their pranks after it became like a whole scandal. Personally, I didn't even find it deep, as long as I couldn't tell or it wasn't extremely obvious. Something that just never did it for me was all those channels that would prank their significant other like over and over again.
Well, that was just family channels. This time, I'm gonna prank my wife and think like there would be wives videos where she'd be like, this time I'm gonna sleep with a mannequin in my bed and make my husband think I'm cheating on him.
Roman Atwood.
Not funny.
You can only kill your kid so many times before I start believing your girlfriend's
Roman Atwood did a kill your kid prank.
reaction.
That's like traumatizing. Killing my kid prank.
I blew up my kid is a classic prank, though. I'll give it to you.
Did she actually believe it?
But there was this other channel.
Oh my god, that's like kind of fucked. Did she freak out though? She had to be in. She had to have been in on it. You could tell the explosions way after.
But there was this other channel, Prank vs. Prank, and their whole thing was just boyfriend and girlfriend pranking each other over and over again. They did like 6 or 7. They did like 6 or 7 cheating pranks. Bro, when you have a whole prank channel dedicated to you pranking each other, you're gonna live on edge like the whole time. So after the 3rd cheating prank, it's like, bro, your reaction is not going to be genuine.
Well, yeah, like after a point, you're just going into every day assuming that your partner's going to prank you for the channel. But you have to lean into it, otherwise it's not content. So that's when you get those like really corny ass intros like, what's up, Ace? What's up, A-fam? We're going to be pranking my girlfriend today and making her think that I cut my own fucking foot off.
Like these two deadass used to just terrorize each other. Like this prank where he laces her food with a ghost pepper. I think we need to realize just because the camera's on.
That's kind of fucked up. Being like, hey, babe, try this. It's just a ghost pepper.
Doesn't make something a prank. If you are genuinely just causing somebody harm, that is not a prank. And there was these 2 kids that
yeah, it almost got to the point where like, I think if YouTube didn't have guidelines, I think there would actually be like drugging my friend pranks. Like that would be... I wouldn't even be surprised if there's a YouTube video from like 2013 that's like that. Like, give my friend Xanax to see how he reacts.
Decided to do a robbery prank. Or how did they go about this prank? Did they use like bananas instead of guns? No, these.
Well, the robbery pranks, some of those YouTubers actually died. Where they would we watched a video on that where some guy fake robbed a group of guys and he pulled out a fucking knife and they just took out a gun and shot him. I'm like, what did you think was going to happen? You walked up to a group of fucking people on a parking lot with a knife, and you're like, they're not going to fight back?
Niggas use real knives. And this went as bad as possible. One kid was shot dead on the spot. Rest in peace, though, for real. But broskito, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. But you know what prank I really mess with? The screaming prank.
Bro, didn't some TikToker get arrested for that? Like, recently. Wasn't there a TikToker that got fucking arrested for, like, screaming in, like, a Walmart and blaming it on his friend? What's the crime there?
This was revolutionary. This is what pranking needs. Because modern day pranking, right now, is just a whole lot of rage bait.
Okay, I saw one where, I literally saw one today where he's checking out at a Walmart and he's like one by one handing the cashier the things he's buying, and it's like a cucumber, Magnums, baby oil, chapstick, like one normal thing, a box of chicken nuggets. And then he would just keep handing him, and the guy's face is just going like wider and wider, and he's trying to keep his composure because he's like, there's no way this guy's buying this.
Or straight up just confusing people.
I really don't know because I don't really know. Because it's gonna be like a 4-foot drop because I have a really expensive phone. I have a 14 Pro Max.
And the screaming prank was just another one of these. Until we introduced the twisted yet genius prospect of the backup screamer. See what the original prank was? You just have somebody scream in a Walmart or something, and then you had to try and convince them that it was not you.
It wasn't me.
But the integration of the backup screamer.
The integration of the backup screamer brought all the attention off you, especially if they sounded like you. I've seen backup screamers that don't scream the same, and it's not convincing because the people are going to remember the pitch, right? You need somebody that has a very similar voice to you.
Somebody else take the fall. Genius. Simply just genius. Now, just before I mentioned rage bait pranks, now there's a thin line with this one between harmless prank and prankless harm. Rage bait pranks been around forever, like the calling black people neighbor prank.
What's up, my neighbor?
Or the farting in the hood prank. Or the staring at people in the hood prank. Pretty much anything in the hood. Black people.
Bro, those pranks were fucking nuts. They would just be a guy that would walk up to somebody and be like, I'm like, you're asking to get beat the fuck up. Like, how much would somebody have to pay you to go in public and just stare at someone? Like, but not even from afar, like directly to their face. And when they say stuff, you don't respond. I would think that they would murder me. I'm not doing that for any amount of money. $10? For $10, bro, your ass is caving. Your ass is caving. You're not doing that. If I gave you $10, you're not walking up to a guy and going, you would maybe do it, and the second he goes, what are you doing, bro? You're walking away. You're going to be like, I'm sorry, man. Okay, so there's like a camera over there. I'm getting paid. You're going to be, I'll give you half the money. You would immediately give up.
People are content farm for pranksters. And why I say there's a thin line, because, you know, we obviously have pranks like staring at people in the hood. Because obviously you're not causing anyone harm, but you know how they're going to react, you know? So when a petite white guy goes around...
I think that's anywhere, though, bro. You stare at somebody like that, they'd be like, bro, what are you on?
...in the hood saying, my neighbor, with the hottest ER you've ever heard. Yeah, he's going to get some reactions out of people. But when you get to putting your cheeks all up in people's faces... Even if it's a real fart or not, that's a reasonable crash out. Oh, and there's this...
Okay, but that is kind of funny, though, when you're in, like, a subway and somebody rips ass as a prank. Not like the fart spray. I've seen that video. Where he's in a subway and he's spraying fart spray on himself like it's cologne. And there's, like, somebody in the background just gagging.
One guy on TikTok, right, that gets employees into the craziest positions and has them say some crazy shit.
Come in.
Are you in? Are you in?
In my ass?
I don't know how he'd be getting away with these. He just calls them brain teasers and people do them. Like, I know it's not part of your job to be in this position when a customer asks.
Come in my butt, come in my...
You high-key did this to yourself. And also just being a public nuisance.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, some random guy walks up to you and you're like, yo, you gotta get on your knees and say, but spell run. Be like, what's the brain teaser here?
Since I don't think that falls under the prankless harm category.
Yoo-hoo, it's a boo-boo.
Okay.
Joe, I love you so much.
You motherfucker! I'm not, it's not me. That's not me. That's not me. That's Juicy Jacob. He does harmless pranks.
Much. But what I mean by being a public nuisance This guy Vitaly got arrested for unjust.
The guys that go to different countries and play pranks on people is like, fuck it. Well, the guys that go to other countries and play pranks on people, their pranks are usually just like blatant racism. You know what I mean? Like that, who's the other, not Vitaly, who's the other guy that went to like South Korea and he also got like arrested or beat up and he was just like sitting in a 7-Eleven just like playing fucking like racist audios. It wasn't Fuzi. Yeah, Johnny Somali.
This guy Vitaly got arrested for unjust vexation, which is the crime of being annoying. And before the arrest, he was low-key on a different path too.
Is that really a crime? Just being annoying?
Of terrorizing civilians, he focused his attention on predators. Now, what he was doing to him.
Yeah, a lot of them will hard pivot content-wise to that because then it's more socially accepted. But they'll still do the other shit on the side. Is Vitaly in jail right now? I thought he got out. He was in the Philippines, right? Is Vitaly in jail? He was held in a holding facility facing deportation. Wouldn't you want to be deported? Isn't being deported, like, good in this situation?
And I high-key can't even be mad about it. If your calling is terrorizing people, you know, these are not bad people to choose. Even Gideon did the same method. A running theory of mine is that...
Well, Gideon, he used to make regular prank videos. Stopped. And then he was making... Didn't he have, like, a period? I know he's still very religious now. But didn't he have a period in time where he was just making, like, straight-up religious content? Like, he had... It was, like, a few-month period or where he wasn't making content at all. I remember he made an announcement.
People that make
he
prank
never
content
did. Yeah, but he did stop for a minute.
Genuinely find enjoyment in causing other people misery. And if they're getting backlash for doing it to random people, I mean, why not do it to people less deserving of human rights? It probably does get to a point, though. This might be a little bit overdoing it. It's debatable, though. But then there's this other kid, Heston James, you've probably heard of him, who's facing 9 years in prison.
For doing the screamer shit.
They have this nigga on 13 charges because of some YouTube pranks. And what's funny is under a Fox News video reporting on this, there's like a bunch of middle-aged people just flaming this nigga. Diggler Duck said, influencer is just a euphemism for malignant narcissist. What does that even mean? First thing, dumbass. Not an influencer, so fuck, everything you just said doesn't mean shit. This guy Arthur said, ban
TikTok, arrest these clowns, make them pay restitution to the companies they affected. They can clearly afford it with all the money they're making for the videos.
TikTok, arrest these clowns, make them pay restitutions to the companies they've affected.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Side boo you, bitch.
What do they think happens after a teenager pretends to be a mechanic at a shop? The whole business just goes into ruins.
The business burns down. They don't know what they can fucking do anymore to fucking get customers.
Maybe 10 minutes of their time was taken up. That's being generous too.
I think if you're one of those prank people that were like licking ice creams and putting them back in the fucking container and back on the shelf, yeah, you should have to fucking pay for that. But if you're like walking in to a public, you know, business and pranking somebody and leaving, that's different. There's a difference between actually publicly pranking people and doing genuine vandalism.
And I'm not saying it doesn't.
And like fucking what would they even be? That would be more than vandalism. If you were like eating products and putting them back, what is that? That's like a health violation.
Doesn't affect these people at all. Obviously, this shit is probably annoying as hell. I'm just saying it's not that serious. Okay, multiple criminal charges over this. Who we should be prosecuting is them ass niggas from 2016 who dressed as killer clowns and terrorized the youth.
Bro, I flat out have the take that if your dumbass was out on a random road in the middle of nowhere at 2 a.m. dressed as a clown holding a knife and somebody runs your ass over, that is fully your fault. That era was so weird where people were like, yeah, let's just go stand out in the woods and wait for people. I'd be like, bro, no, you're actually gonna fucking murder someone.
2016, I was only a baby. But there was genuinely a stretch of time where I didn't feel comfortable going outside. Damn.
Yeah, bro, scary. I remember because it was so common. And then there was like a weird mixture of people that were prankers versus people that were actually psychopaths dressed as clowns trying to like kill people.
I'm really out here being the prank police. But I deadass think a lot of quote-unquote pranks are just acts of terrorism. Okay, maybe I dragged that a little bit. Except for the fake bum prank. That one definitely fits. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what pranks are meant to be is tricking someone into getting a reaction that applies to a situation that isn't how it seems, you know what I mean? So if you were to say, oh look, there's a camera over there, they'll just be cool about it. And not genuinely bringing someone to a point where their veins are protruding out of their forehead. Chill. But deadass, I don't really...
And I think people have gotten a reluctancy to cameras more than they used to. You remember the days, like the early days of Impractical Jokers? I bet they had some bad experiences, but I feel like with a lot of early prank shows, it was as simple as being like, you're on a show, calm down, there's the camera. And it was cool because it was like, oh my God, I'm going to be on TV. Now it's like, fuck you, I don't want to be on your bitch ass TikTok. Like, it's full switched. Because it used to be, like, cool to be like, oh, I'm going to be on TV versus, like, no, fuck you, I don't want to be involved at all with whatever the fuck you're filming.
I only comment on things because I can. I just get both sides of hate and love towards prank
Yeah, no, I think prank content in general, it's like, you got to walk a thin line.
content. Because if this was me in this video and somebody just comes up to my shit and turns it off, yeah, I would be mad. But it is kind of funny, though. But this prank here is high-key my favorite prank ever, just for this guy's reaction. This guy's just taking items out of this old guy's trolley and saying, oh, you don't own it yet because you haven't paid for it. And for some reason, this is his reaction.
Don't be a racist. Come on.
How am I being racist?
Because you're picking on a white guy.
I just wanted to share that. Because I thought it was funny.
Don't be racist because you're picking on a white guy. I would just be like, don't be like a dick, bro. What do you? How is that racist? Like, he's the only white guy in the whole fucking store. WVed. How an FBI agent infiltrated the KKK. Lock in.
If there's any snitches in the group, we kill the snitches and they fire shots out of a gun. Boom, boom, and everybody's kind of getting scared.
April 21, 2017. A group of men stand in a remote field in the
KKK is still fucking up and running that strongly in 2017. I feel like a lot of the videos that we've seen about the KKK recently have been kind of showing that it seems more like just a group of racists versus people that actually try to do stuff. Still is now? No, I know they exist, but I'm saying like 60 years ago, you know, they were killing people. Now I feel like it's just like a gathering of racists.
middle of Alabama.
I don't know, though. This video is about to explain this to me.
It was nighttime, and I am blindfolded. I've been instructed to place my right hand on the right shoulder of the person in front of me in line because that signifies brotherhood.
The Brotherhood is the Ku Klux Klan, the United States' oldest, most notorious white supremacist hate group. This is one of their ceremonies. What they don't know, one of them is an FBI undercover agent, and he's no lightweight, 6'4", 260 pounds, covered in tattoos. His nickname, Hillbilly Donnie Brasco. He's gone undercover as a contract killer, a contraband smuggler, an arms dealer. He's put dozens.
Oh, do they work kind of like a biker gang in the sense of they still perform illegal like they sell drugs and do like that to make money? Then who the f is that one guy that's the leader of the KKK that's in like Alabama and he just he does videos with like Gideon? Like, is that a different dude? That's that guy? There's no way that's the dude that's the leader. I mean, this is 2025 versus 2017, but Arkansas, not Alabama? Okay.
Dozens of people behind bars, from drug dealers to violent motorcycle gangs to pedophiles. He's befriended and brought down biker gangs and neo-Nazis, people who are planning kidnappings, murders, and the overall downfall of society.
My God.
And when he was saying we're going on a camping trip, what he was saying is we're going to kill somebody. And everybody's screaming death to your, F your Jewish God, death to America. And then somebody says America, and everybody's screaming death to your, F your Jewish God, death to America. And
isn't the Ku Klux Klan a Christian, like, Aryan racial group? Like, wouldn't saying F your Jewish God effectively be saying F themselves? I don't think so. I thought it was a Christian group. They're Satanists. You realize the start of Satanism also isn't worshiping Satan. Satanism generally started as kind of the denial of religion in general. Also, what the fuck is on my head? I feel like I have a hive on my head right now. You see that shit? Yes, various Ku Klux Klan groups have historically and presently identified themselves as Christian organizations, specifically white Protestant Christians. Widely condemned by other Christian scholars, pastors, and theologians. Yeah, but it's like saying F your Jewish God is like, they all believe in the same God.
And then somebody says, if there's any snitches in the group, we kill the snitches, and they fire shots out of a gun. Boom, boom.
We drove all the way over to his ranch in Tennessee, and he told us everything. This is the story of Scott Payne, the redneck turned FBI agent who infiltrated America's underbelly.
I would be so fucking nervous, chat. Oh my God. Imagine not even just being in the KKK, like imagine having to infiltrate a gang or like a mafia or a biker gang, like, and you're knowingly becoming friends. You're not friends with them, but you have to portray that you're becoming friends with them. Like you're getting close with these people and they think that you're just in for the vibes. You know, they're like, yeah, no, you're one of us. No, you're a double agent. You're a double agent, but you're like, they have no fucking clue. And if they find out, they'll fucking kill you. How scary that is. Oh, dude, I could tell this is going to be a banger video. I'm assuming that if you're an FBI undercover agent, doing illegal activities with them is like null and void, right? Because to prove your I guess loyalty, you would probably have to run drugs and do illegal crime. Because there's no way you could be an undercover agent and not partake in the illegal activities. Yeah, outside of killing people.
The majority of this video is based on Scott Payne's book and podcast. Find the links in the description.
What I saw was a watery image. It was completely red, and there was a demon looking at me in that watery kind of ripple image with a grin and long crooked finger looking at me saying, "Come here," smiling.
Scott is 14 years old, and he's just seen a demon. The year before, his parents divorced, and Scott went down a dark path, consulting spirits, watching diabolical horror movies, satanic rituals, deals with the devil. That's what brought him here, a friend's house, spending the night. They've had a small amount of alcohol, but no drugs, no hallucinogens.
I would do like these little vignettes where I would pretend I was being possessed by a demon or I was the devil or whatever. I was on the couch and I was doing this scene from a movie where somebody is like being possessed by a demon. And so I'm fighting in my voice, and then the demon voice comes in and there's this battle. And at the end, the demon wins and possesses the person. So that's what I act like happened. And I'm laughing like the demon, and I rolled over.
It all started as a mock demonic possession, but then he actually saw a demonic figure, and this was his breaking point.
So let's just say after the demon scare, I got Jesus scared back into me, and that was it. Not that the devil was done with me, but I was done with him.
Halloween night 2019. This is...
I've never heard of somebody faking being possessed. Okay, well, I think most possessions are fake. Like when you see the exorcisms that occur in like modern day videos where there's like pastors that they're not they're I would say they're more internet pastors in the effect of like they try to take online donations and they do like exorcisms on like random people and they'll claim to be the devil but have 3 fucking 120-pound weak guys holding them back. Like those are a little sketchy to me.
Scott on his final major undercover mission. And this is a goat. It was stolen and is now at the center of a pagan ritual. It's been nearly 35...
Chat, should I scratch this? What is that? Is that a big hive on my head? Roos's for the thray. It's a zit? No, dude, it's a spider bite. It fucking itches. I'm gonna leave it. I want to scratch it so bad. Like when you have eczema. Stop.
5 years since Scott's first encounter with the devil, but on this night, the devil is all around him, and he's definitely not done with Scott.
Now, we're all in a circle around the goat. Somehow I ended up at the back of it. I don't know how. It's bad luck on my part, I guess, but I'm holding the legs of the goat. He's got this blade, and he's bringing it up and bringing it down in a practice swing, practice swing, practice swing. And finally, somebody says, just do it. Eisen comes down with every bit of force he's got and hits the back strap of the goat, and I don't even know if it broke a hair. I don't know if it's because the back strap's too thick, the blade was too dull, but he hit it, and
I don't think you could clean slice a goat's head off with a machete. Maybe a really fucking sharp one. I feel like if you were trying to chop like a goat's head off, you'd need like an axe.
you heard the goat was just go bah, and I'm like, oh man, this is gonna get bloody and bad real fast.
The man swings again. Again. Nothing. Finally, the blade is replaced with a gun.
I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. And he's like, what? I'm like, man, look at what you're shooting at. We're all in a circle around this thing. And then he looks, puts a round right in the head of the goat, and it hits the ground. So you think you're done? No, you're not done. Now they slice the throat of the goat.
Oh, God, don't tell me they got to drink the blood or some bullshit. Oh, fuck.
And they fill up a cup full of blood.
One of them pulls out a sheet of LSD.
What? Oh my God. They're trying to perform a satanic ritual and then they're going to take acid and drink the blood. Oh my God. Literally doomed permatrip. Doomed permatrip. What the fuck? You're not getting out of that the same dude you were when you came in.
He approaches each man one by one.
Basically, they would take the hit of acid under their tongue, chase it with the blood of the goat.
I am always curious about how, like, undercover FBI agents don't give themselves away when they're doing that stuff. Like, if he has to... Well, I don't know if this is a part of it yet, but, like, say you're undercover and they're like, hey, you got to do this drug with us. Like, how do you keep that facade of, like, I'm Donnie Blank when your actual name's, like, Derek Roberts? And now you're fucking hallucinating, you're tripping balls, and you're having, like, regular conversation.
To signify the sacrifice, or solidify the sacrifice.
Very well mentally trained. Bro, I understand the level of mental training, but I truly believe, like, any level of mental training is, like, unless they're doing the mental training under hallucinogens, that shit's cracking you, bro. When you're tripping, you're under a different mindset. When you're tripping that hard, if you're on, like, 1-2 grams of mushrooms, that's different. But if you're, like, tripping balls, I don't care, like, any level of training you have, bro. You're not... Like, you're going to say anything.
Scott is one of the few who decline.
So when it gets around to me...
Oh, he says no?
At the end, I'm looking at the blood, and it's already coagulated. It's all chunky and clotty, and I'm looking at it going, man, I really don't want to turn this up and drink it. I mean, this is disgusting. So I dipped my fingers deep into the blood, pulled them out, and then sucked all the blood off my fingers.
This is not the Ku Klux Klan. This group is younger, better equipped, and preparing for a bloodbath. And not only animal blood, but the blood of any human who isn't one of them. Jewish and Black Americans, and anyone they consider traitors to the white race. They're by far the most dangerous group Scott will ever infiltrate. Unfortunately for these tripping blood-drinking white supremacists, Scott Payne has other plans. It's exactly the kind of thing—
God, can I say I find it shocking that you could trip and still hold resentment towards groups of people. I have hallucinated 10 times, or around 10 times. Like I've tripped like 10 times, and I've had bad trips and I've had good trips. Never once have I been equally or more resentful for anybody. Like, I feel like every time you come out of there and you're like, man, people all have their own problems. People are going through their own shit. I got to be more kind. I feel like every time I get out of that, I'm like, I got to be a better person. I'm never like tripping and then going, yeah, white people are the solution. What?
He spent the last 17 years working to prevent.
I became an FBI agent in 1998, and by 2002, I'd already done some undercovers for the FBI.
It's like echo chambers. Yeah, I think it is the people you're surrounding too. I mean, it is set and setting, right? And if your set and setting is right before taking that acid, chopping a goat's head off, sucking the blood out, and then talking about how you only like white people.
But I wasn't yet certified through the FBI undercover school. So I finally got a slot.
September 2002, Quantico, Virginia. This is the FBI Academy. If you make it through the year-long application process, if you pass the physical and psychological assessments, the tests, the polygraphs, the interviews, the background checks, if you make it through all that, you end up here, in a 20-week training program. If you get through the 20 weeks, you become an FBI agent. Scott's been here before. Now he's back, about to start the training program for undercover agents. Getting admission to the program is hard enough. Graduating is even harder. Only about half the admittees make it through.
It's a 2-week school with no days off. We're very big on sleep deprivation. You're going through multiple scenarios of all shapes and sizes. And there's only 20 slots for the class.
Others break down.
There's 20 slots for the class, but don't you think they also would like hand select people that are diverse for the purpose of being able to infiltrate different scenarios, right? Like you would want specific types of people for specific scenarios. Like you wouldn't want everybody to be the same.
They make missteps during the high-pressure scenarios. They grow delirious and erratic from the lack of sleep. But Scott thrives. The sleep deprivation, the relentless roleplay, the grueling exercise. If anything, he
don't tell me he enjoys it.
Feeds on it. Meanwhile, he's learning from his idols, legendary FBI agents like Joe Pistone.
God, that's like a different type of dude, bro. To be able to be happy that you're not sleeping for fucking 2 weeks. You're not sleeping for 2 weeks, constantly doing physical and mental activities.
Spent 6 years undercover with the Bun on No Crime family. But they don't always notice him.
So I remember Joe Pistone coming to speak, and I was like a kid in a candy store, man. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is Donnie Brasco. This dude did 6 years undercover in the mafia. And he's teaching, but he has this thing where he keeps kind of wanting to...
6 years undercover in the mafia, bro. 6 years. Do you think there's ever a scenario where they like don't want to fucking crack down on some of these guys? I feel like it's different when it's like the KKK because it's just like a full-on fucking hate racist group. But like, I feel like if you're undercover in the mafia for 6 years, there's got to be like 1 or 2 dudes where you're like, damn, I feel like this guy's not, he's just like, you know, bad place, bad time. Like he grew up around the wrong people. He's not a bad dude. But you gotta fucking, you know, I not rat on him, but at some point you gotta fucking turn him in.
Walk right up to the desk. So he kept stepping on my feet. And, I was trying to get out of his way. And then finally, as he's teaching, he just looks down at me and he says, Jesus, kid, either you got the biggest feet I've ever seen or I can't see. And he throws a couple of bucks on the desk because he's like still in mafia mode. He throws a couple, he goes, hey, go get yourself a shine on me. And I just took my feet and shoved them under the seat, man.
Joe Pistone may have scuffed up Scott's shoes. What neither of them could have known at the time is that Scott would go on to fill Joe's. The FBI Academy trains agents to take down bad actors. More and more of these criminals operate online. No tool.
I really didn't jump out.
Scott doesn't have a
fight as an undercover in the FBI. If you're looking on paper, I really didn't jump out.
Scott doesn't have a fancy degree. He doesn't speak any foreign languages. His nickname is Big Country, for obvious reasons.
Bro, I feel like that's the perfect guy for the FBI. Like, why you don't want some dude that's like a Harvard grad that only knows textbook. I feel like you want a dude that's like lived in shit and like dealt with shit because he has like hands-on experience with like fucked up stuff.
So he begins to work as an instructor at the school he just graduated from. Unorthodox, but it got him noticed by the right people.
He gotta look racist. I mean, bro, do you think that's one of the, they had to pick a guy that would like fit the bill. You know what I mean? Like for him to infiltrate the KKK, they had to be like, we need a dude that's country white, bunch of tats, looks like he is potentially racist. Like they're racially picking a guy to be fake racist.
Playing in these scenarios and people that are there who
they would take me out. Oh, dude, they would immediately now.
Who were senior undercover.
I would not be able to fucking pose that.
Are watching because they're trying to recruit for other cases. And that's how my name started getting out there.
So after months, there's finally a possible assignment, one that Scott is perfect for. Sure, he's a redneck with almost no foreign language skills, not suitable for many undercovers, but he has something most other agents don't. He doesn't need to pretend to be a hard-living misfit. He is one. He knows he'll feel at home where he's about to go. but he has no idea how close he'll grow to the criminals he's been assigned to infiltrate.
Ooh, that's what I was just asking about.
And how hard it will be to turn on them.
People always have their own opinion of what undercover work is. Some people say it's acting, some people say it's lying. Essentially, this is the definition of undercover work. You are building relationships that you're going to betray.
Scott is...
I mean, dude, I feel like this is the perfect guy to ask the question of, like, do you think there's good in everybody? Because there has to be, like, for him to not want to turn some of these guys in, he has to like some of them. Even though they are full-on, like, insane racists.
On a mission, and his targets, these men, have just arrived. They're members of the Outlaws Motorcycle Club, the main rivals of the Hells Angels. They've been implicated in drug trafficking, prostitution, Motorcycle Club, the main rivals of the Hells Angels. They've been implicated in drug trafficking, prostitution rings, money laundering, the list goes on. And they're notorious for violence against rival gangs. Infiltrating them is exceedingly difficult. Scott Payne is here to do just that. But there's a problem. Part of the intelligence Scott was given is wrong. He was told they wouldn't be wearing their colors. Obviously they are. Scott has hoped to strike up a casual conversation, letting the topic of motorcycles arise naturally. But these guys are advertising their gang affiliate.
Bro, about to walk up. So you guys like motorcycles? Trying to talk to, like, a notorious gang member that, like, traffics drugs, kills people. So you guys like Harley Davidson? I myself drive one. It's a big one with fire stripes on it. On the front side, it's a black motorcycle. Not that I like that color by any means. What says you?
He can't just go up and say, hey, you guys ride. His only choice is to make them come to him. Luckily, another part of the intelligence is right.
What did you say? I'm saying that's what he would have to say.
This guy, road named Spanky, loves to be the center of attention. So Scott steals...
Spanky likes to be the center of attention. How do they know that? Like, where are they getting this intel?
Luckily, another part of the intelligence is right. This guy, road named Spanky, loves to be the center of attention. So Scott steals it. He works the crowd. He tells jokes. He talks loudly. He draws attention to himself, making Spanky want to steal it back. Soon enough, Spanky asks where Scott is from and sends him a drink.
Spanky's called me over. He's introducing me to other people. And, of course, I'm getting more scrutiny. The more people I meet, the more scrutinized I am.
Everything seems to be going well, but the real scrutiny happens somewhere else.
So I walk into the bathroom, and as I'm at the urinal, and
some dude steps up to me, and he just fucking looks right down at me. I feel like that'd be some crazy shit, bro. He stands right next to me at the urinal. There was a line of fucking 10 of them. Then he just looks straight at me. Not at my eyes, though.
A lot of bars, there's like a little
fucking crazy
box in front of the urinal, plexiglass. It might be flyers for a band coming up or a stripper coming to town or something like that.
Do you think they just beat the shit out of him? Oh, my God.
So I can see a little bit of a reflection. And I see this jacked, big dude come walking in. And I see him looking at each stall. And he's like, okay, that's empty. I see him looking under the stalls to make sure nobody's in there.
Oh, my God. Nah, I'd start panicking, bro. Stop. What do you fucking do? Does he got training for this? Is it like he's going, I'm going to die today.
And I'm watching this from a reflection. And then he comes walking up right beside me. And for a split second, I thought, oh, I'm getting jumped. I'm getting jacked right here. And that didn't happen. He says, so what brings you to Massachusetts?
All undercover FBI agents have a legend, a detailed made-up backstory that they have to commit to memory. He's from deep South Texas, up in Massachusetts for work. He loves Harleys and whiskey, and his name is Scott Calloway.
Oh my God, bro. I feel like I don't care how much you train for that. In that moment of, like, nervousness, do you think you would be able to stick to the story? You know what I mean? Like, you're flat out being like, yeah, no, this is me. This is where I grew up. This is my family's names. Like, you have an entire fake story. Fake dad, fake mom, fake siblings, fake everything.
So happens, the guy grilling him in the bathroom is also named Scott. Scott Town.
A lot of undercovers, you bond with people, especially deep undercover long term. But there's...
Turns out me and him were both undercover trying to rat on each other. I was the FBI, he was the CIA. We had no idea.
There's never been another person I bonded with closer than Scott Town.
For a year and a half, Scott gets to know the Outlaws. He drinks with them, rides with them, fights alongside them. He gains their trust. He becomes their friend. They call him Tex. Scott's legend may be a lie, but the friendships are real. Scott Town becomes like a brother.
He likes to drink, I like to drink. He likes to fight, I like to fight. He likes to ride and lift, I like to ride and lift. We completed each other's sentences. We were just kind of cut from the same cloth.
They even both have a daughter who's the exact same age.
Oh my
Scott
God.
Town is kind of a doppelganger, the person Scott Payne might have become had he not gone into law enforcement. Another gang member, Brian De La Vaga, aka Clothesline, also becomes a close friend of Scott's.
He said, and these guys are my brothers, and I grew up around them. He said, but I really don't have that many friends. Somebody that I know would take a bullet for me and that I would take a bullet for. And in my mind, I'm looking at his face and I'm going, oh no, man, don't say it. And he looks at me and says, you're one of those guys.
Oh my God. And then having to fucking turn him in and be like, yo, no, that's like another level of shit. Bro, this guy being literally like a fake person. Not even like, you know, he's just a dickhead, actually. Like, he's literally pretending to be like, fake backstory, fake everything about him. The shock you would feel, bro.
Tomorrow is the big day. Over the course of last year, Scott has convinced the Outlaws that he's a high-ranking member of an international theft ring. They begin running jobs together. It begins small, with insurance fraud and vehicle trafficking. An outlaw
So he doesn't try to join them immediately. He tries to be like an affiliate of their system.
reports a motorcycle as stolen. He then files an insurance claim, while Scott sells the motorcycle across the border. A double win. Money from the insurance company, money from the sale. They do this again and again.
Dude, does the FBI ever cut, like, when this happens, does the FBI tell law enforcement, hey, don't crack down on this? Because, like, what happens if they end up getting caught and it's like, hey, no, let this go through? Like, no, we need this. You don't do anything.
With motorcycles and other vehicles. But tomorrow's job is different. Some of the Outlaws will be serving as security during a major drug deal, a gig arranged by Scott himself. He's revealed that he has connections with a Mexican drug cartel. No surprise, considering his line of work and his proximity to the Mexican border. The stakes are high. If they get caught, they'll be looking at serious jail time. And if something goes wrong during the deal, the bullets will start flying. So when Scott is told to meet the Outlaws at their clubhouse, he's not surprised. They probably want to go over the plan one last time. Scott arrives. The place is familiar. He's been here countless times. He knows what's behind every door in the building.
Oh my God, do you think they're suspicious of him? They shut the door. They're like, you're a narc, aren't you? We know who you are.
Except one. Clothesline leads him to that very door. Now he realizes that something is wrong.
Uh-oh.
Scott is told to strip. They need to check him for a wire.
Because of the stress of this happening, I forget my middle name. I'm having...
No! See, that's what I mean, dude. The fucking backstory falls. The backstory falls, bro. You forget everything. Oh, my God. Because he's probably just adrenaline right now, just freaking the fuck out.
An adrenaline dump. And for anybody who's ever had it, it can be any traumatic experience, but I'm having auditory exclusion. So what I hear sounds like I'm underwater. It's going whoosh, whoosh. So it's slow. I need you to take all your clothes off. It's slowing down. I'm getting time dilation in my eyes. Everything I see is in string grabs. Click, click, click. I can feel my heart beating through my entire body. My hamstrings get rubbery. Now,
oh my God, but do you think the other guy would see, like, wouldn't the other guy see that in his face? You know what I mean? Like, don't you think the other guy would be like, why are you so fucking nervous?
Clothesline has instructed me to take all my clothes off. Here's what I'll tell you. If I'm not wired, it's just an embarrassing moment. I'm naked in a small crawl space with two guys with pistols. Problem is, I'm wired to the hilt.
Oh, fuck. Give me 1 second. Gets naked, just swallows the wire. Fucking, what do you do in this situation?
But they don't find anything.
I have a condition.
Scott's recording equipment,
please,
is not taped to his chest, but in his clothing.
So my adrenaline starts settling, and I'm starting to come back to normal, and I think I'm done.
Oh, so his mic was like sewn into his clothes and they didn't check his clothes?
And I get my pants back up. I don't know if I have my boots on yet or not. And then Clothesline grabs a piece of clothing that I was wearing. and that piece of clothing has a recording device in it. And I'm watching him, and he starts grabbing the clothing, and he's going through it nice and slow with his fingers. And I don't realize I do it, but there's an audible sigh. You can hear me go, because I don't even know. I don't even know I'm doing it. And he looks right at it and misses it. And I live to fight another day.
Like, would he have died right there? If they found that mic, would they have killed him?
Live to fight another day.
I don't know, because if they're like, yeah, I know you're saying 100%, but I'm like, if they killed him right there and then, wouldn't they like just storm in and be like, we know you killed him?
Two moving trucks enter the parking lot of the Brockton Holiday Inn. One is filled with drugs. The other is filled with money. A Mexican drug cartel is selling 40 kilograms of cocaine and 1,000 pounds of marijuana to Canadian buyers. The Mexicans aren't taking any risks. They've arranged an American security detail.
What does 1,000 pounds of marijuana look like? 40 kilograms of cocaine, sure, it's probably a few bricks. 1,000 pounds of marijuana. Pounds. How many ounces is a pound? 16. 16 ounces of marijuana per pound. So there's 16,000 ounces. Dude, that would like fill the truck. That would be literally an entire truck full of weed.
The outlaws. Surveillance at every entrance. 4 men in the parking lot there to provide protection, unload the drugs, and count the money. Everyone is armed and antsy. One false move and all hell could break loose. The deal is wrapped up quickly. The transfer is complete. All the money's there.
It's so weird to me. I know this is 2006, but it's so weird to me like they're moving that level of weed. Because I could just go to a store and buy weed, like right now. I know it's different state by state, and there is still weed sold illegally in states where it's legal and illegal. But like, I feel like the weed business the illegal weed business has to have gone down drastically since the early 2000s. Because like, I could just go to a store and buy weed. To Canadians, what? Is weed illegal? Weed's not illegal in Canada.
The outlaws are particularly relieved. They may be tough, but this is their first time working with a cartel. Now they'll get paid $15,000 for their services. Scott counts out the cash. He did it. He successfully tricked them. The cartel? FBI agents. The Canadians? Also FBI agents.
What? Wait, what? I thought they would have actually been just dealing with the cartel. So everything was fake.
They may be tough, but this is their first time. Scott counts out the cash. He did it.
No
He successfully
fucking
tricked
way.
them. The cartel? FBI agents. The Canadians? Also FBI agents.
Wow.
8 months later, a hotel in Nevada. Scott's been laying low, coordinating his undercovers from afar.
But what's the long-term goal then? Couldn't they just have busted him right there? Like, are they trying to crack down on the entire ring?
His outlaw friends think he's going through a divorce. In reality, he's been diagnosed as overassigned after experiencing a severe stress-related panic attack. He's been ordered to take a 6-month timeout. He's been teaching during this time. His current class, ironically enough, is called Undercover Stressors. All the students have gone to bed, but Scott's only just returned to his hotel room. It's early 4 or 5 a.m. The drug deal back in November gave the FBI all the evidence necessary to arrest and imprison multiple outlaw members, but the operation has continued. Until today, the day of the takedown. Scott doesn't think he'll hear from any of them again, but then his phone rings. It's Scott Town, and he's concerned. He's heard some arrests were made, and he wanted his friend to know about it. He says he's going to take a shower and gather more information. He'll report back.
And the last words we spoke to each other were, he said, "I love you, brother." And I said, "I love you too." And that was the last words I spoke to him. And probably about 45 minutes after that, a SWAT team hit his house and he went to jail.
In the end,
wow. And he's got to hate him because he knows he's an undercover. Like because there still is some like deep conversations they had with each other.
15 outlaws were...
That's so hard for him. I mean, dude, it's hard for both of them in the sense that it's like now this guy's going to hold resentment against him for the fucking rest of his life.
...arrested as a result of Operation Roadkill. One of them was sentenced to 21 years in prison. Clothesline got 12.5 years. Scott Town, 7. The outlaws never saw their friend Scott Calloway again.
I feel like it's weird that they would reuse the same guy for another undercover mission, no? I know, you know, I'm not saying every gang has an affiliation with each other, but I feel like it's a little risky to reuse the same dude to try and take down a different, like, group of people.
Ku Klux Klan emerged in the wake of the American Civil War.
Why are we in
From the very
sub-only?
beginning, they were racist to the core, raining terror and death on black Americans. In the late 19th century, they flogged, tortured, and lynched politically active black men, raped their wives, shot their children, and burned their schools.
What?
The Ku Klux Klan emerged in the wake of the American Civil War.
Oh.
From the very beginning, they were racist to the core, raining terror and death on black Americans. In the late 19th century, they flogged, tortured, and lynched politically active black men, raped their wives, shot their children, and burned their schools. Historians consider them to be America's first terrorist movement. Today, the KKK remains active, but only as a shadow of its former self. Fewer members, less influence. However, burning crosses is still one of their favorite things to do, and they've stayed true to their roots. Naturally, as a terrorist organization, they have to act in secrecy. You might assume that infiltrating them as an FBI agent is not the easiest feat.
So you may ask yourself, how do you contact...
Yeah, that's why it's like, I know people say Tom Robb is like the leader of the KKK today, but do you think that there's like other shit going behind the scenes? Because there's no way they're just that forefront about like, hey, this is what we do. Because like all the shit they have to be doing is illegal. There's no way they're just like outwardly talking about it.
The United Klans of America. Well, it turns out the group I was looking at had a hotline.
Scott starts talking to a guy named John Jack, a Klansman whose passion for Jack Daniels earned him this nickname. Scott tells him he's got the number from a group of bikers he met at a gas station. It's a plausible story. Scott looks the part, and his time with the outlaws taught him how to play it. Biker gangs and white supremacists often run in the same circles. Jack starts talking about this rally that's coming up. Vendors, burning crosses, country music, the usual. But there's a problem.
He said, I'm not gonna lie to you, Scott. I had a band lined up, but the singer just got locked up, and I really don't know what the hell I'm gonna do about music. And I thought, this could be my end. And
He just knows how to fucking sing or play the guitar.
said, did I happen to mention that I'm a musician and a singer? I said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bring my acoustic and my PA system. When I get there, you can come meet me by the car. I'll strum a couple of tunes for you if you think I suck. And he's like, oh, hell, this is gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Scott doesn't know that he just signed up for something far more sinister.
Yeah, bro's gonna be DJing a fucking KKK meeting.
April 21st, 2017.
He have no idea what he's going into.
It's the day of the Ku Klux Klan rally.
I got lost multiple times until I finally drove up on this empty, I don't know, lot fenced in the middle of nowhere, but it wasn't hard to spot because the Nighthawks, which would be the Klan members in all black, who were the security force, are all standing at the gate.
Wait, what's the difference between the people wearing all white versus all black?
Spot because the Nighthawks, which would be the Klan members in all black, who were the security force, are all standing at the gate with guns. And a lot of these people were felons.
Scott's ready for an interesting time. He's been to plenty of biker gatherings, and perhaps this will be similar. During his mission, Scott will be taught the KKK's constitution and bylaws, studying the Black Klansman Handbook, which he'll learn to refer to as the Kloran. He'll become familiar with the...
Yo, imagine fucking, like, living in the South at this time, and you're, like, really into this girl or guy, and you go over their house, and you're like, you know, I really fuck with this person, and then you just see, like, the fucking, the hood and the uniform, just, like, in the corner, and you're like, You're just fucking immediately ghosting. Yeah, get the fuck out of there. That shit would be like an immediate, yo, I gotta leave, bro. I think I just shit my pants. I'm sorry.
Original mystic insignia of the Klansmen. He'll learn this all in class with a K, so that he can pass the K-Uno test, a prerequisite to getting fitted for a robe. K-Uno stands for character, honor, duty. It's getting dark, and he's been invited to participate in a naturalization ceremony. He has no idea what this means, but all the newbies are doing it. He'd stick out if he didn't. And that's how he finds himself in the middle of a field, blindfolded, holding the shoulder of the man in front of him, a gesture meant to signify brotherhood. They are told to raise their right hands and repeat an oath.
I do swear from this moment forward
And then they tell us to get down on our knees.
to fostering the welfare of the white race
So I'm on my knees, blindfolded.
and further the work of America's greatest movement,
They take my blindfold off, and there's a Ku Klux Klan member in a green robe, and he has this sword, and he kind of knights me.
The United Klans of America.
And then we all hug, and there's like a little bit of a celebration, and I'm not sure what happened. And then it hits me as I'm walking to my truck. I'm like, I think I just joined the damn Klan. Yep, that's what that was. So I got naturalized in the Ku Klux Klan that night.
Scott's time at the KKK will end up being relatively short-lived. The case isn't really going anywhere. And there's another group coming into focus, a far more dangerous one.
In the FBI, we started encountering more violent type extremism, not the KKK types. We're talking advanced neo-Nazism. And it led me to...
Yeah, so they're saying that the KKK was really just like a racial group that wasn't doing as much crime as they thought they would versus like newer sparking up neo-Nazis that were actually killing people and blowing stuff up, dealing drugs.
An accelerationist group called the Base.
The Base mission will provide to be far more extreme than anything Scott has ever seen.
The network of violent white supremacists. An extremist group known as the Base.
Violent neo-Nazi terrorist
paramilitary group called.
That's what's so weird is I've never heard of this.
Base.
On August 11th, 2017, crowds of people marched through the campus of the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, chanting racist and anti-Semitic slogans. They were protesting the removal of a statue of Robert E. Lee, the famous Confederate general. The next day, they were met by counter-protesters, and things quickly turned violent. Then they turned deadly. A white supremacist drove his car into a crowd of counter-protesters, injuring 35 people and killing Heather Heyer. For some, the Unite the Right rally was a wake-up call, surprising proof that white supremacy persists in America. To others, it was a grim reminder, and frightening evidence that white supremacists were feeling emboldened enough to come out of the shadows. The first accelerationist
Holy shit, dude. I've never heard of this.
Group emerged in 2015. They called themselves Atom Waffen Division. They'd been
And they just fucking go to like public places, spew racial hate, and kill people?
inspired by the writings of the neo-Nazi James Mason, whose book Siege had become a sort of Bible for accelerationists. The book denies the Holocaust and attacks homosexuals and Jewish people. It also calls for organized violence, specifically for the formation of terror cells prepared to wage war against the system. Initially regarded as fringe or even cringe, accelerationism steadily gained traction. By 2020,
we did a whole video about accelerationism. The idea of accelerationists, though, the philosophical ideology of accelerationists, isn't directly rooted in like neo-Nazis or Nazism. It's just, it can be combined or attached to that in certain ways, but just because you're an accelerationist doesn't mean you're necessarily somebody who is racist. You just believe that everything and anything should be done to advance society technologically as fast as possible. Unless this is some offshoot of that.
Roughly 90% of white nationalist groups identified as accelerationist. That same year, the U.S. Director of National Intelligence identified...
Well, yeah, because accelerationism usually aligns with, like, far-right ideas of, like, having no restrictions on most things. Like, it doesn't matter about, like, you know, carbon emissions or any of that. You just want to be efficient and get as much done as fast as possible.
Racially motivated violence.
Accelerate the collapse of society? Yeah, but there's an end goal. Like, it's not just like anarchy. It's like there's a goal that they have in mind with acceleration of the collapse of society to rebuild something else.
And extremists as
it's far left, actually. I mean, you know, you get into any extremism ideas, you're gonna find some crazy shit.
The most lethal domestic terrorism threat.
What's a neo-Nazi? Like a new Nazi. It's effectively what it means. Neo-Nazis, if somebody calls you a neo-Nazi, they're basically calling you like a modern-day Nazi.
More than other white supremacist ideologies, accelerationism insists on the importance of direct violent action, the kind of action taken by the people they call saints. Like Saint Tarrant, for Brenton Tarrant, the Australian white supremacist who attacked 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand. He killed 51 people. Or Saint Roof, for Dylan Roof, who killed 9 people, all black, during a church service in Charleston, South Carolina. This is the kind of action accelerationists believe in, action that will further destabilize society, that might finally lead to societal chaos. They are explicit about this. Roof, for example, said he'd hoped to ignite a race war. Failing that, though, the purpose is to inspire more violence, which is exactly what such attacks have done. Scott Payne just signed up on Facebook.
Isn't there like a showing though in that like if you're actively killing people of another race and going, my goal in this is to start a race war, like most people that would outwardly look at that would go, okay, it's not the races that are fighting against each other, it's these insane people that want to spark anarchy and a collapse in society, rather than actually white people and black people having a genuine problem with each other.
He's about to publish another racist post. His goal is to get banned. But nothing happens. A fellow agent points out that he doesn't have any friends. He adds a few people, and that does it. He's promptly kicked off. Okay, well done. Next up is Gab, a social networking site well known for its tolerant stance towards far-right users.
Why did he want to get banned on Facebook? To like rant about how he got banned or something?
Participates in forums with names like Whites Only. This will further elevate his credentials. On July 15th, 2019, he writes an email. I've been seeing your stuff and I'm definitely interested. Survival and self-defense. I like it. The next day, a ping.
Thanks for contacting the base. You can learn more about us on our official Gab account at the base.
Do they like look into you though? If it's like a neo-Nazi, like Aryan race group, are they looking into like your 23andMe to see like your ethnicity, or is it just straight off like if you look white? For sure. When you get vetted in, they even have the sites for it. Yeah, well, I'm assuming like there has to be some sort of like, because there's people that could be like, you know, white passing, but they're actually like 35%, you know, black or just non-white, non-Caucasian. And then like what is the percentage where you're not allowed in, you know? Like I feel like a lot of these groups, it confuses me where it's like, well, if you're 5% Hispanic, is that a problem? Like, is that like what's the cutoff for them?
If you're interested in joining, please provide the following info to begin.
Like that's a genuine question. Like I'm wondering, I think it's really more physicality rather than like genetics. I know like in World War II, a lot of it was genetics off of like, not even if you're a Jewish of religion, it would be like if your great-great-grandmother was Jewish, but nobody else was, you were still counted as Jewish and they would kill you. But it's like they had that system in place, so I'm wondering.
The vetting process.
The base is a white supremacist neo-Nazi group. They were just founded a year ago, and they are accelerationists through and through. Their plan entails assassinations, sabotage, and acts of terrorism. Their targets are black people, Jewish people, and anyone they consider traitors to the white race.
They want to do guerrilla warfare tactics, so it's murdering people and disappearing. It's poisoning a water system, taking down a power grid, derailing the train, anything to cause chaos.
The idea is that...
So it's not just... They're primarily targeting people of other races, but it's also just like, hey, we want to just destabilize society as fast as possible.
After the collapse, the group's cells scattered across the world will form white ethno-states led by white supremacists. This event, total societal collapse, has a special name, the Boogaloo. Now, Scott is trying to join them. They ask for his name, White Warrior 88, and his age, 44. Scott Payne is actually 48, but he knows most base members are between 18 and 25. He wants to seem as young as possible. Sex, race, location, military experience, fitness level,
Dude, between 18 and 25, some of these people are fucking high schoolers in this goddamn group.
Special training, and organization affiliations.
Like, holy shit, dude, you haven't even fucking graduated high school. You haven't even graduated high school. You're in a fucking extremist neo-Nazi group that's about dismantling society.
Here, his past undercover experiences pay off. He mentions the Klan and biker gangs.
So here I am, approximately for a week or more. I'm emailing back and forth to somebody with a Proton email account. And they're asking me all kinds of questions about my ethnicity, what I can bring to the table, what is my history. And I laid out a story that I was a old biker, shocker, and a former skinhead from South Carolina.
As Scott would find out later, the owner of that email account was none other than the founder of the base himself. Online, he's known as Norman Spear and Roman Wolf. He's been on the public's radar since 2018, but his true identity is unknown. That is, unless you're in the FBI. Ronaldo Nazaro is 45, American, born in New Jersey. He'd worked as a contractor in Iraq for the Department of Justice. Now he's in Russia, but it's 2019. You can organize neo-Nazis into a network of accelerationist insurgents from just about anywhere. The email exchange continues for less than a week. Then, Scott is invited for a phone interview. It's supposed to take 30 minutes, but ends up...
I'm shocked the level of recruitment walls they have for this. I understand it's because they are trying to weed out people that are unserious or cops, but like a weak email thread, then a phone call, then probably another interview, then an IRL interview, then they start the actual like initiation process.
Lasting an hour. Now, both Scott and the base have a 24-hour grace period. After that, Scott will need to make the decision. Does he truly want to join?
I passed the test, and they bring me in. And they asked me, hey, where are you located? And I said, in East Tennessee. And they said the closest cell to you is in North Georgia.
That's where Scott will have to pass one final test, an in-person vetting session. August 2, 2019, Rome, Georgia. To Scott, the men look more like boys. He knows that one of them is the leader of the base's Rome cell, but that's it.
Yeah, like you're getting vetted into this, like you're getting basically initiated into this group. He's fucking 48 years old, and the dude that's the leader's like talking to him, fucking teenager, man. 19, 18. This guy's like, hey, you got to take this tab of acid and fucking drink this goat's blood.
They tell him to step out of his truck. Scott isn't wearing a wire. He knows they'll check. But hidden in his truck is a tracking device, put there by his case team. As long as Scott is near his truck, his team will be able to find him.
I step out, shake hands or whatever, and he says, hey, I need you to put your phone in airplane mode. And I said, okay. He pulls out this wand thing that I'd never seen before. It looked like a Geiger counter. It had a big triangle card in it, lights all over it. He wands me, and I pass because I'm fine, I don't have anything. Then he starts wanding my truck. No big deal. Until he starts going to the back driver's side of my truck, which is where the case team placed my tracker. That thing he's holding in his hand starts going crazy.
Oh, fuck. What device is he even holding? Brainiac over here, yeah, fucking super genius. He's got a fucking metal triangle hooked up to a fucking machine that's beeping for fucking hyper technology that's used for fucking geo tracking. My God.
The closer he gets to the back of the truck, it starts beeping, 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 beeping. I see colors going on it. I'm like, oh no, man, it's picking up the tracker.
Scott braces for a fight. He's alone. His team knows where he is, but they have no idea something is wrong. But he gets lucky. The other guy wonders if the device is picking up the power lines.
And he walks over, and it goes crazy. And he's like, damn it, yeah, or whatever he says. Yeah, it's the power lines. Hey, follow.
Oh, but yo, how the fuck has this happened 2 times for him? On the with the other biker gang, the dude's checking his jacket right by the mic and just fucking whiffs right over it. And then this time he's right next to the fucking tracker. He's like, oh no, maybe it's the power lines. All right, no, you're good.
Let's to another location.
Scott has to act fast. He has to get the tracker deactivated.
Oh, they're gonna rescan it. Oh shit, no, these guys are so fucking smart in comparison to some of the other shit we've seen.
And I'm
holy fuck.
Calling the case team, and I'm like, hey, you need to shut that tracker off.
They're like, I thought they were just going to let him slide. They're going, no, we're going to go to another spot and rescan it. Fucking I'd chuck that tracker out the window.
And at first they're like, well, we can't shut it off. And I'm like, you have to shut it off. And they're like, well, if we shut it off, we're not sure. What if we can't get it back on and we lose you? I said, here's
my brother, if you don't shut it off, they're going to fucking kill me.
I'm telling you, whatever they have is picking up the tracker. If you don't shut it off, this is going to be a very fast undercover because it's going to be over as soon as we get to.
I'm shocked they have technology the FBI didn't know about. Like, these guys just had a machine to pick up this fucking tracker and they didn't think about it. If it comes to it, I'm going to break it. Yeah, but they're tailing him right behind his car, Zod. You're going to be like, oh, 1 minute, real quick. Sorry, it's just, it's like a TI-84 calculator in the back. Sorry, I was just trying to get rid of it.
Where we're going.
They arrive at an abandoned concrete plant.
And I'm thinking to myself, oh, this is great. How many movies have I seen where somebody's killed in an abandoned concrete plant? I hope they got the tracker off. They pull out the wand, they wand me, and I passed.
Scott is in. By this point, Scott's been around the block, the outlaws, the Ku Klux Klan, but nothing could prepare him for what comes next. Scott has been with the base for over 2 months now. As a boy, he loved camping with his parents and friends. He'd explore the woods, go fishing. But the camping trip he's just been invited to isn't like the ones he used to go on. The list of things to bring contains some unusual items.
Guns, ammo, sunscreen.
Weapons.
I don't know. I can't get it past my mind that, like, even though they're an extremist group, they still do very, very normal things. Like, they're going on this camping trip, you'd be like, oh, I forgot my sunscreen. Oh, don't worry, man. I got you. It's Sunbum. Sunbum. Great brand. Great brand. At 50 SPF. Smooth as jelly, man. right on your skin. Hold up. Let me get your back. All right, now let's cut this goat's head off.
And the same kind of camouflage. Fleck tarn, worn by the German military. This is no ordinary camping trip. This is a hate camp, an extended training session to prepare members for the Boogaloo.
For the white skin? Oh, yeah, hell yeah, dude. I'm fucking burning like crazy.
Hand-to-hand combat, weapons drills, grappling.
Oh, so this is a training camp.
By now, Scott has attended a number of similar training sessions, but this one is different. It's longer, 3 to 4 days, and it's bigger, with base members coming in from around the country: Texas, Alabama, Michigan, Delaware. He's familiar with many of the men he'll be camping
Delaware
with. At least he knows most of their online pseudonyms. Can't Go Back, Ison, Punish Snake, Dima, Big Siege, Zoomnat, all from out of state. And of course he knows his fellow Georgia cell members, Helter Skelter and Pestilence, who vetted Scott back in August with the cell leader himself.
How old are they? 19, bro. Oh my God. Ison's 19. 27, 33, 27. Why are they all so young?
MB, the militant Buddhist. Everyone knows Scott by his code name, Pale Horse. When you're an undercover agent, some cliches are true. Scott has learned to expect the unexpected, yet he fails to expect what would happen at the Halloween hate camp.
I wake up to pounding on my window. Pale horse, you gotta wake up, you gotta wake up. I'm like, what's up, man, what's going on? They're like, hey, you gotta get out here and see this. I've been doing undercover since 1996 at this point, and I have never been with a group of people where I had to burn Bibles, burn American flags. I damn sure wasn't part of a group that went out and stole a goat and we sacrificed it at a pagan ritual and drank its blood. And I did all that in 3 days with these guys.
Holy shit.
After they decapitated the goat, the group comes together for a barbecue.
The 18 and 19-year-olds were brainwashed for sure. Well, I think it's the idea that you're very impressionable at that age, right? Like your brain's fully forming 18 to 25. You could get manipulated or brought to one end or the other end of the spectrum politically or, you know, theologically or fucking mind-wise easily, right? Like it's that's the age where you become who you are, and it's like they're going to manipulate them. I'm not saying they're being manipulated, but like it's easy to fall in these like hard right, hard left, hard whatever, I guess extremist groups at that time. It's also the time where a lot of recruitment goes on. This is just a side conversation, just to kind of back up the point that I'm making. It's one of the times where a lot of recruitment goes on. This is also my opinion for the military, because I think when you join the military at that age, you're the most impressionable, you're the most physically fit you'll ever be in your life, and you're the most moldable you'll ever be in your life, right? So the prime, like the best, I guess, military guy physically in terms of like infantry or like on hands work is people 18 to 25, men 18 to 25. That's the time where like they can tell you what to do and you're going to be able to do it the best that you're able to ever do it. So
they roast the goat over an open fire and have it for dinner. All of this, of course, while tripping balls. It's impossible to know what blossomed in their brains that night, what hallucinatory horrors they saw. If their drug-fueled fantasies were anything like their sober ones, then they dreamed of death and destruction, of killing Black Americans, Jews, anti-fascists, and communists, of the Boogaloo. Scott has become upsettingly familiar with these fantasies and with the beliefs that produce them. Behind each pseudonym is a young man, and within each young man is a darkness. The militant Buddhist's real name is Luke Lane. If the Boogaloo requires it, he says he could kill his dad. Pestilence is Jacob Cotterly.
Damn, dude. I mean, that's not, I feel like that's so different from what they're talking about, bro, killing your dad.
He believes Hitler is still alive. Michael Helterbrand.
This was 2019. Hitler was born in 1889. He would be 120 or 130.
And, aka Helter Skelter, says he'd have no problem killing a commie kid. Punished Snake, a former Canadian soldier who'd been doxxed by an undercover journalist, gets emotional talking about it. But he
What? Hold up.
Former Canadian soldier who'd been doxxed by an undercover journalist gets emotional talking about it, but he knows he'll have to kill his ex-fiancée when the boogaloo kicks off. She's half black. Scott Payne records all of this, and as he earns their trust,
his ex-fiance, somebody that he was previously engaged to, bro, and then immediately flips on not only her, but anybody that's a part of her racial group, bro. Wow.
records more.
And we did more and more trainings through that Saturday, but by that Saturday night, we went back down to the holy site and had a bonfire. And that's where the American flags were burned. That's where holy Bibles were set on fire. And everybody's screaming, death to your, F your Jewish God, death to America. And when that training camp ended, that's when I advanced even more in them trusting me. And that's when TMB and Pestilence started bringing me in on murder plots that they had.
It's more than 2 months later, and Scott is back at TMB's farm.
Damn, dude, there really is levels to like the organized crime shit. Like there's levels where it's like, okay, they're just like dealing drugs, then there's like trafficking and murder, and then there's like just this is like a straight up terrorist group.
The 100-acre property where the Halloween hate camp took place. For the last few weeks, TMB has been talking about another camping trip, but he's been cagey. He doesn't want to share information via chat. Scott has convinced him to meet. He wants details. It turns out the camping trip isn't a camping trip. It's a hit job.
TMB creates a separate chat room called the camping trip. And when he was saying we're going on a camping trip, what he was saying is we're going to kill somebody.
Their target is an active Antifa couple in the Georgia area.
It was going to be me, TMB, Pestilence, and Helter Skelter. And we were all going to make entry into the house. TMB wanted me to go with him to kill everybody, while Helter Skelter would be covering out the window to make sure no cops were coming and stuff like that, or help. And then Pestilence was going to set the house on fire. But in the planning of everything, at one point, Helter Skelter says, hey, if you don't mind, I'd like to pop my cherry on this one. That confused me because it means something completely different to me. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he said,
he's never killed somebody.
I would like to actually put a bullet in somebody's head as well.
After casing the house, they begin the next phase of the murder plot, planning.
It was pretty extensive. Like
this isn't enough. Like, when do they call it? What? That's all. No, seriously. Like, dude, he's literally actively planning a murder, and I'm like, this isn't enough for them to like just bang this down and fucking get these guys.
You go to a camping site. We leave.
I'm really wondering if he lets him do it.
Everything digital, everything phones, everything there. We go scrub ourselves at a pay-by-the-hour motel. We tape our pants to our shoes, our gloves to our shirts, Vaseline on eyebrows and facial hair. See, this is all to avoid leaving DNA for law enforcement. At one point, TMB.
God, so it's like, dude, they know what they're fucking doing, man. Like, this ain't some shit where they're just gonna bust in, case the place, and then shoot people and run. They're so smart in a bad way. That's what I'm saying. Like, they've got the knowledge, but they've got the wrong motive, right? Like, they know what the fuck they're doing. They know how to kill people.
He had done research, and he said that he read that the first time somebody kills somebody, they lose control of their bowels. So he was suggesting that we all wear adult diapers. I didn't tell him that I'd killed somebody before, but I told him I think I'm okay. I don't need any diapers. I was just as shocked when I got brought in on this murder plot as most people were.
Oh, so none of them have killed anybody yet?
This is going on. The Baltimore cell, which is Can't Go Back, and Eisen and Punished Snake, are planning to go to this Second Amendment gun rights rally in Virginia that they thought was going to be the kickoff of the Boogaloo and the D-Day, the race war. Their idea was they knew you're going to have a bunch of Second Amendment people there, militias, 3%ers. You're going to have cops, you're going to have protesters. What if you pop a couple of rounds into that crowd, nobody know who's shooting at who, and everybody starts shooting each other? That could be the set-off.
Scott and his team know they have to stop him, and there's no time to lose. The pro-firearms rally is on January 20th, 2020, just a few months away. They jump into action. The next weeks are a flurry of activity, meeting, coordinating, and planning. Finally, the day of the bust arrives.
It's a Wednesday, and I'm in Rome, Georgia. I pick up Luke, who's TMB, to go to lunch. And we pull out, and as I'm driving down the road, I knew what my ruse was gonna be. I was gonna say something was wrong with the truck, but sure as you know what, the truck made some loud sound I've never heard. I didn't hit anything. Something just
No way he just got lucky again. That's so fucking weird.
went, and I was like, did you hear that? He's like, yeah, and I go, man, if my brake calipers are frozen again, I'm gonna be, because that did happen. So I took a left out of his neighborhood, pre-planned by the SWAT team, and I pull up tight to a fence. And as I go, hey, I'm gonna get out and check the truck. So I'm walking around the back of the truck, another vehicle pulls up. He doesn't know who they are. I know who they are. They're part of the case team. And the guy says, hey man, you need any help with that? And I look up and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's you. What are you doing in Rome, Georgia? He goes, what are you doing here? I'm like, man, I haven't seen you. And as I'm doing that, there's the distraction. Here comes a Bearcat with a SWAT team over the hill, barreling down the hill. But Luke's looking at me, not at the car coming. And when that thing's coming, I jump in the back of the agent's truck and I'm like, go, go, go. And you could hear the SWAT team giving commands. And luckily, the arrest went down without an incident.
The next morning, SWAT teams arrested Ison, Can't Go Back, and Punish Snake.
Essentially, we kind of tore down the base.
Luke Lane, aka TMB, was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Jacob Cotterly, Pestilence, got 13. William Bilbro, Ison, 5. Patrick Matthews, Punish Snake, and Brian Lemley, Can't.
They were planning the societal collapse of the United States. 5? Maybe with rehabilitation of sorts. Bro, what? They're out now. They're out now. Because this was 2019.
Go Back, 9 years. According to a recent...
Oh my God, dude. I hope they got help. Fucking, for the love of God, I hope they got fucking help, dude. Holy shit.
Guardian article, the base is enjoying a resurgence. Its founder, Ronaldo Nazzaro, continues to live in St. Petersburg. Scott retired in June 2021. At his retirement ceremony, attended by friends, family, colleagues, and top FBI brass, June 30th was named Scott Payne Day.
Dude, that was top 10 YouTube videos, bro. That's a top 3 Fern video for sure. Dadlore's gonna go crazy. Bro, Dadlore's gonna go crazy. Dadlore's gonna be unheard of, bro. Kid's gonna think he's fucking lying. Imagine that, bro. You hang out with your friends. Yo, your friends don't even care about you, bro. They just want to talk to your dad. So you infiltrated the Ku Klux Klan? Yeah, let me tell you about it. Fucking 9 hours later. So then, yeah, you know, I ended up getting them. They were going to blow up the government and shit. We put a stop to them, though. It was like right before. It was like a minute before. I got really lucky again. They thought it was the power lines instead of... What the fuck? I would listen to this guy talk about any story for fucking days, man. Holy shit. Smash or pass, hear me out edition. Surely this is going to be a banger, right?
Welcome to a new video. Let's play Smash or Pass with the
Yup.
Hear Me Out characters from our
Oh, is that an AI voice? Ew.
viewers. There are some interesting ones. Let's go. Would you smash?
Smash. Smash. Nick Wilde, smash.
Or would you pass?
Smash. Hunk. Smash. It's not even close. Are you kidding me? That's not a hear me out edition. Like, you're Zootopia? That's like the most...
about this
Smash. Smash. Smash of the bird, too. Are you kidding me? Mufasa? Mufasa? King of the jungle? Giving you too much time to think.
What will you choose
Pass. Roderick Heffley? No. No. Badass? Pass. Cool guy? Pass. You might be gay for saying that I wanted to Mufasa, the coolest guy in town, the main character.
Smash or
Toothless. Pass.
Smash.
I do love Toothless. Toothless would be like the Mary in a Mary kill. Like I'm not and Toothless. I would love to like, you know, marry Toothless in like a platonic way. Like he's like a pet. Yeah, it's not like, I don't know, like Nick Wilde, yeah, it's a fox, but it's like he's like an anthropomorphic fox. Toothless is just like a dragon.
What's your choice?
Ooh, Barry B. Benson? Pass. You're smashing Barry B. Benson. Barry B. Benson is the most annoying fucking guy in the world. Why is it all guys? I don't know.
How about...
Oh my God, smash. Mr. Clean? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? The earring? I used to think that Mr. Clean was Howie Mandel from Deal or No Deal. And let me tell you, bro, Howie Mandel during the Deal or No Deal days, smash. Smash. Are you fucking kidding me? Clean, bald head. He had those gold earrings and that goatee. Or that, like, weird, like, beard, like, stash he had. I'm smashing Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean's awesome. What do you fucking... Dude, that's like... Mr. Clean's like a jacked guy.
Would you smash...
Chat GPT. Pass. Are you fucking kidding me? What, the app or the AI? Like, what is the question here? The app. How do you even do that? Remy the Rat? Why are they all men? Why is it all guys right now? Wait, what is happening? Remy the Rat? Could he control me? Like, could it be like a third person type of thing? Like, he's in my hair and I'm wearing a hat? Like, Remy's a rat. I don't know.
This one.
Pass. Pass under the guise that it's just him. But if he's allowed to, like, be there, Remy can take the reins.
What will you choose here?
Bullet Bill from Mario Kart. He's kind of shaped like a butt plug. I'm going to pass.
Smash or...
Pass. Judge Judy. Oh, God. Pass. Pass. Give me another Mr. Clean here, dude. Pass. What's the hear me out on Judge Judy?
What's your choice?
Smash. Eve from Wall-E. Bro, I'd be like Wall-E in that shit. Smash. Eve is awesome. Eve is awesome and also, like, the coolest robot in the universe, in that world. Childhood Clippy. Clippy. Ooh. This is a hard one. I don't think I'm fucking Clippy. I think I'm going to pass. How would that even work? How would that even work? He's a paper clip. I'm going to pass on Clippy.
Would you smash?
Smash. Gloria from Madagascar. I had a crush on Gloria from Madagascar. Are you kidding me? Remember that Moto Moto scene? I like them big. I like them chunky. Yo, that guy was badass too. Gloria from Madagascar was like the coolest person ever. Does she have to remain a hippo though? Does she have to remain a hippo? Play the scene? No.
How about this?
Oh, fuck no. The Cheshire Cat's getting a pass. Cheshire Cat's getting 100% pass on this one. Dude, that creepy-ass smile. Oh, fuck no, dude. That's actually terrifying. He does have a nice voice, though. Doesn't the Cheshire... What does the Cheshire Cat sound like? Doesn't the Cheshire Cat have, like, a smooth voice? Cheshire Cat. Hey. That's what he sounds like, right? Cheshire Cat voice.
Better have a look.
Oh, he does. Oh, no, but look at his fucking face, chat. That's terrifying. Look at him. And he's always like like 3 fucking inches away from your face. No. Mr. Mosby? Mr. Mosby? Pass. They're coming up with some creative ones. I didn't think Mr. Mosby would be on this list. Smash. Are you fucking kidding me? Green M&M? Before or after the sexy boots?
Or pass.
Before or after the sexy boots? Is this pre or post woke green M&M? Is this Tucker Carlson green M&M? I think it's the green M&M in the image. Pre-nerf?
What's your choice?
Megamind? Pass. Is it blue? Smash.
How about Winona Ryder in
Pass.
Beetlejuice?
Pass. Probably smells bad too. Pass. Gross. Pass.
Would you smash or
Pass.
would you pass?
Any character from Phineas and Ferb is a hard pass. Hard pass. For multiple reasons.
How about this one?
Pat the Handy Hammer. Handy Bandy Hammer. Pat. Pass. I feel like I'm passing on a lot of these.
What will you choose?
Blue's Clues, but Steve from Blue's Clues. Pass. God, man. Why Smash? So many people are saying Smash. The dog? No. Steve, the guy. I feel like that's bestiality if you say Smash to the dog, bruh. It's different with the hippo, like Gloria, because she's an anthropomorphic hippo, and she's like human, like she is like a human consciousness. I feel like if you're saying like Smash with the Blue Clues dog, bro, the Mufasa talks. Doesn't Mufasa talk? He speaks. Or just Smash. Lola?
Smash or pass?
I'm gonna go pass.
What's your
Smash.
choice?
Mr. Anderson, Smash. Tell him to shave that fucking mustache, though. Jesus. I actually have never seen Inside Out. 1 or 2.
How about Hannibal Lecter?
Oh, okay, so a serial killer. Who's saying Smash? What is the hear me out on Hannibal Lecter? I mean, he's in a fucking straitjacket and he kills people. Like, what? Why are people saying Smash? What is the Smash? What is the Smash? He's a fucking, he's a serial killer. Hannibal fucking Lecter. That's probably the biggest pass of the century, dude. Are you kidding me?
Would you
Smash. Guido. Fastest hands in cars. Fastest hands in the entire film, dude. He changes tires better than anybody. That's an immediately.
How about this
Smash.
one?
Smash. Smash. I had a crush on the dragon from Shrek when I was a kid. I remember being like, damn, Donkey got it good. It's kind of a legacy Smash, but I think I'm going to go pass off of the fact that I look up to him too much. Am I smashing prime Bill Nye the Science Guy or current Bill Nye the Science Guy? I think I'm going to pass either way.
Write your hear me outs in the comments so we can.
Oh gosh. Wait, I kind of want to read some of these. Lego Batman Smash. Johnny Depp as the Mad Hatter. Pass. Not even close. Wolf from the Bad Guys movie. Smash. The Slenderman. Pass. Demogorgon. Pass. Bambi's dad. Don't remember what Bambi's dad looks like. I'm going to go pass. Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2. That's a smash. Magma Cube from Minecraft. Ooh. Pass. Smash. Pass on the Ghast. Handsome Squidward, that's a pass. Optimus Prime, I think any of the Transformers, really. It's metal, though.
Feature them in one of our upcoming videos. We're excited and can't wait to see your unique hear me outs.
Fuck out of here. Johnny from Sing. I hate every character from Sing. I wish they would all die. Pass. Hate every character from Sing. They're so annoying. That movie sucks. Baymax, that's a smash.
What's your choice?
Larry the Lobster. Ooh. Bit of a looks maxer, you know, but he does skip leg day. He's really all in the fists more than anything. The arms aren't really there. I think I'm gonna pass on Larry the Lobster. I don't think I'm gonna hit Larry the Lobster there.
How about Robin Williams as Teddy Roosevelt?
The smash. The smash. 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 Yeah. Robin Williams as Theodore Roosevelt's definitely a smash. I think even regular Teddy Roosevelt. Is Teddy Roosevelt the one that gave a speech when he got shot in the chest? I mean, that's just fucking badass. And now it's Robin Williams, too.
Would you smash or would you pass?
Isn't she venomous? Pass. Wouldn't that kill you?
How about this one?
What the fuck is this? Jungle's Clog? Jungle's Clog? What is that? Is that a teddy bear from IKEA? Pass. What is that?
What will you choose here?
Maleficent. Smash. Maleficent? That's not really...
Smash or pass?
Yo, Simon from Alvin and the Chipmunks. Pass. The most traumatizing image everybody's seen is the who gets the best head image, and I hate that.
Pass.
Traumatizing. Everybody's seen that shit. Skip that one. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Kaonashi?
It's your choice.
Pass.
How about King Julian?
You would have a lot of aura, but King Julian's really annoying. I kind of like that big fuck that's like his servant. Not the little like flying squirrel motherfucker. Who's the big guy from what's his name? You know what I'm talking about. Maurice? Is it Maurice? Maurice from what's the name of the fucking movie? Madagascar. Is it Maurice? Yeah, I'd smash Maurice. Maurice is pretty badass. What's the other fuck? See, now that's why I don't like that. King Julian's a no-go. And then also he's going to have that little, like, annoying fucker there the entire time. Mort. Oh, God.
Would you smash or would you pass?
Mr. Bean's a pass. I think Mr. Bean's a big pass. And he wouldn't speak. This would actually be more scary than Hannibal Lecter. I think Mr. Bean staring at you like that and making those weird faces, and he would do like an act out mime thing. That would be really creepy. It would be so much worse.
How about this one?
Emily from Corpse Bride. She's a dead body. Pass.
What will you choose here?
Arthur's dad? Oh, shit. Pass.
Smash or pass?
Smash. Smash. Maximus, craziest horse in the fucking movie, dude. But he doesn't speak. Pass. It's like he's like
What's
an
your
animal.
choice?
The pepper robot. This is like a waitressing robot or like a waiter robot. Pass. I feel like I passed on
How
most
about
of them.
Flounder?
The Flounder from My Little Mermaid's also a pass. And even more so for the live action because both of them are fucking creepy.
Would you smash?
I'm
or
smashing
would you
Stuart.
pass?
I'm smashing Stuart Little.
How
This is
about
getting
this
boring.
one?
The Vine app. What the fuck? Smash.
What's your choice?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I mean, dude, handsome Squidward doesn't have the nose problem that regular Squidward does. I don't know. I feel like this is a pretty hard choice. I think I'm going to go no, though. Handsome Squidward's not really that handsome. He just has, like, a strong jaw structure. He's the Holy Grail.
How about Oscar the Grouch?
Oscar the Grouch literally lives in the trash. Smash.
Smash or pass?
Pac-Man Ghost. The Miss Pac-Man's a smash. Pac-Man Ghost is a pass.
What's your choice?
Smash. Interdimensional being, basically a god. Cat in the Hat could effectively kill, like, anything. Like, he literally has, like, superpowers better than most Avengers. He can spawn things out of thin air. He's chaos, effectively. That was the last one. Wow, that was really interesting. That was fun. Oh, God, they have another one. Let's crank through these real quick. We're just going to skip around. Crush from Finding Nemo is a smash. Circle Guard's a smash. Scar's a smash. Judy's a smash. Tafiti is a smash. Lord Farquaad's a pass. Bambi's father, definitely a smash. Mad Hatter, pass. 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 Smash. 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 Pass. Smash. Smash. Pass. Smash. Pass on Benson. Pass. Pass. Smash. 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 Pass. Smash. Smash. Jason Voorhees, pass. With or without the mask. If he keeps the mask on, smash. If he takes it off, pass. King Triton, smash. Pass. 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 Hey, just for the game, people, stop including, like, Phineas. Phineas, get that out of there. Right? Stella's a smash.
What will you choose here?
Nosferatu, pass. Like, what? What? Toy Chica, pass. Peeta Malark. Peeta Malark from Hunger Games or from Mockingjay? Because Peeta Malark from the original Hunger Games, a bit more... I would say prime Peeta Malark was Catching Fire Peeta Malark. Can we agree on that? I think, like, Josh Hutcherson in Catching Fire, he was, like, a hardened badass. Whereas the first one, he's kind of a chud, and he's also insane in the third one. So I think it depends on the film. Demogorgon's a pass. Blue from Rio's a pass. 2D's a pass. Roger Rabbit's a pass. JJ from Outer Banks a pass. Diego's a pass. Pyramid Head's a smash. Shrek's pass. Bruno's a pass. Ghost from Call of Duty's a smash. The fucking Bill Cipher, evil god from Gravity Falls, smash. Villagers from Minecraft, depends what job they have. Thanos, smash. And yeah, that's it. All right, well, that was fun. All right, let's get into the next video.